So, we're now live to the audience on YouTube. And that means, because I am now live on YouTube, I am now turning on my video camera and I am unshackling the window capture with my face on it. Hello, everyone. It's me. I am here. I exist.
Look, it's him.
The face reveal
on YouTube.
Not really
it's not really a face reveal per se, lads. I mean,
I've seen it before.
Okay, face reveal for YouTube.
Funny.
Is it?
Very funny. Funny man, this guy.
Of course.
Yes, so hopefully my mic should be coming through with everything as it should be. I think everything should be okay. Yes, so we should be a-okay. Timu is here, your Minecraft Watch is here. The bot should be working. I think I did the install correctly. Is it going to work? Yes, StreamBot is now working. Okay, so for those who are coming in on YouTube now or coming in off YouTube now, welcome. Welcome. So this is the hour of ramblings where it is just the normal Discord crew. Special guests, those are the list of which was announced. Those will be arriving 5 o'clock and after, so in an hour's time. I have at least 2 confirmed, so Chieftain and Rex are definitely going to be here. Drax probably going to be here. Dr. Clark will definitely be here. Venom Geek Media should be here as well.
Eric Barker may be a little bit late home.
Yeah. Yes. So, without further ado, let's keep working through the questions. And yes, Timu, I have seen your Patreon question, but that I was going to wait till after 5 o'clock, since that is when Ramblings proper starts. So, without further ado, let's keep working through, and let's see, do we have a Discord Q&A question? Yes, we do. Timu Locker asks, were the Dans nice to Fleet when he was in Cornwall? Yes, everyone was very nice to me when I was in Cornwall. It was a lovely trip. Not only did I get a new PC out of it, but I made some very good friends. And it was genuinely very nice.
Please, how was the eating the corn on walls?
Can we execute this man, please?
But you have any corn, Neil?
I don't know. It's a bureaucratic maze to do that.
No.
No. I thought I was the one who was supposed to be, the king of bad jokes, and that's my whole shtick. Like, it do be what I do. But apparently not. So, Discord question, back to the old 1 and 2, traditional ramblings for now. Well, it will always be a traditional ramblings, but we'll keep going. So, Discord question. Kelvin Carney asks a fairly interesting question. Where does the RN go if the East of Suez never becomes policy in the next few decades, and what impact would that have on the Falklands conflict? If the UK government doesn't decide to abandon having a presence in force east of Suez, that basically means they've committed to CVA-01 and the Type 82. Which means you have a 3 to 4 Catobar carrier Navy RN, with each carrier having a carrier group that can go around it. And at that point, the Argentinians are probably still going to try for the Falklands.
They may or may not. They may not see it as an easy win.
Yeah. But, yeah.
Depends on basing, doesn't it?
Yeah. You've got a... well...
Actually, aren't famous for being the smartest, though.
Yeah, it's the problem is the Falklands regime. The choice for the Argentinian junta is basically distract the populace or go down, and at that point, they're the sort of men who, well, you roll the 1,000,000 to 1 dice rather than take certain defeat.
They could have been Paraguay again.
Yeah, yes, please. Brazil is pointing the largest mechanized army in South America at them. And the Chileans are pointing an experienced force at them from the other side. That would be a destructive conflict. One with the British, even a loss, it'll bring down the junta, but it likely won't threaten the Argentinian state's resources. A conflict between Brazil, Chile, and Argentina, if they invade Paraguay, because that's what will happen, there's a whole treaty in South America at this point.
Yeah, I'm not sure they'd even make a push. They'd probably try to do something domestically, because the whole reason they went for the Falklands was they were right there, and it was grab it, and they didn't think the British would defend it. There was no meaningful garrison. There was no assets there to actually provide a defense. There was an honor guard, effectively.
Yeah.
And with that, it was you walk in and you take it. How much the Royal Navy will influence that, I think, still comes down to the perceptions of the British government. But in this case, you're not going to be seeing London being seen to retreat globally. So you might not deal with that.
Yeah. The only real
it
thing
might not happen. It also might still happen. It's hard because we're talking about the perceptions of 3 people.
Yeah, I know. It is. I mean, the thing for discussion here is whether they are Renops for 3 or 4 carriers, because that's your choice with CVA 1 build out. Are you building 3 or are you building 4? Are you going for a full fleet replacement in terms of numbers, or are you replacing just capability by dropping down from 3 rebuilds and 2 light fleets to 3 CVA 1s?
You have quite a bad echo.
Oh, do I? Is that on?
Yep.
Is that on stream?
That's according to Rui. So.
Oh, good lord! I think I know what's going on here. I could fix it. Give me a second. Right, okay.
Knowing British government spending, it's gonna be 3. No matter what they decide, it'll be 3 ultimately will get turned out, because that's all.
Right. So
For it.
hopefully. Oh. I think I see. Yes, I think. Yes. Right. I've got it. Yes, I've got it. Right. We are golden. I think I fixed it. Yeah, I fixed it. I think I fixed it. 99% sure I just fixed it.
The best narrator voice. He had in
Ultimately will
fact
get turned
not
out, because
fixed
that's
it.
all.
Right. So.
For.
Yes, I fixed it. Okay, I did in fact fix it. Right. Okay, that's good. That's good. We are good, I believe. Right, what I am going to do, though, is I am going to, again... This is the problem with streaming. Occasionally, things go a little bit awry, and this is the problem with having it on a new computer. It is...
Skill issue.
Yes, indeed. Indeed, it is a skill issue. Guests still have echo. Right, that's why. Okay, I think I see. Yes, I think I see. Yes, there we go. Right, so let's get rid of that.
Quick, someone play
Right.
the elevator music.
It's already played. I've got it. I think I fixed it.
That's Age of War music.
What? Who is asking? There we go. Right, okay. That's the wrong person. Sorry, Hood, didn't mean to invite you up. I was waiting for the other guy. I was trying to get Ruin on, but they're not here anymore. They literally vanished the moment I tried to get them. Fixed it. Yeah.
We are apparently a 5x5.
Good.
So...
Okay. Yeah, I fixed it. It seems like a bunch of audio sources came on at once. Yeah. Yeah, there were a bunch of audio sources that weren't there when I looked a couple of minutes ago. Streamlabs must have gone, woohoo. Funny moment. Right. Okie dokie. So, there we go. There's Rui. Okay. So, right. Okie dokie. Yeah, but basically, you're just going to have a more potent Royal Navy that's not going to lose Cadabar. Nor really its size. It's not going to become an ASW fleet for the Atlantic. It's going to be a second ocean-going navy. Which is going to work in parallel with the US. With it's the same capabilities kind of in miniature. Like, it's going to have carrier strike groups. It's going to have surface action groups. It kind of is. If you're getting 3 CVA-1s and then 8 to 12 Type 82s, you're basically...
I wouldn't call it a U.S. Navy and miniature fleet because you're not going to have those capabilities.
And
You're
it's a
not going
case
to have
of
your extended range air defense. You're not going to have the heavy nuclear capable strike. You're not going to have well, you might have that part, but you're not going to have the massive sea control capability. You're going to have sea control capability. You're going to have air defense, but you're not slinging things like SM-1ER. You're not slinging things like SM-2ER or Talos or those sort of big heavy missiles because the Royal Navy just didn't invest in that. And I don't see them, an East of Suez thing, really causing them to invest in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'd be more worried about sustainment, to be honest.
I mean, if you've got 3 CVA-01s, you can sustain them. You're not going to get invincibles, though.
Fleet. I don't think that's what FOXO means.
No, what I mean is...
What FOXO means is talking about deploying a large portion of the fleet to the other side of the planet and comfortably supplying it, conducting high-end, high-tempo combat operations.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And to a second degree, maintaining the condition of that fleet.
Yeah.
Because that fleet's going to be expensive.
Yeah, that's a good point.
At the end of the day, this is the British government. They don't like spending money on things.
Yeah. The question is, how long does this commitment to East of Suez actually last? Like, yes, we've changed. They are committing to East of Suez. The question is, how long does that commitment last? Like, how long does it take for the 3 carriers to become 2 to become 1?
Yeah.
In essence. Right, so, well, that was fairly straightforward.
Oops, no money.
Stream Q&A.
Economic depression.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher asks, what if Vice Admiral Garp appeared in our world in 1939 and volunteered to fight for Germany? How good would it go for us? Who?
Doesn't change anything.
Who is Vice Admiral Garp? Is this something I don't understand?
You could have the guy that is contrived to win every battle. It doesn't matter. Like I don't know who this guy is. It doesn't matter.
It looks like someone from One Piece, which appears to be an anime.
That explains why I don't understand it or don't know who he is.
It doesn't matter how good any individual admiral is. Germany is losing that fight. They do not have the forces, and they cannot build the forces for that fight. They can threaten the French Navy. They cannot threaten the British or the Americans in any meaningful way.
Yeah.
They can give them a bloody nose, but a bloody nose does not cause a fight to be lost.
Right. So that was a Discord question. No, it wasn't. It was a YouTube question. Hamana, Sentinel Program, Plastic Missiles, East of Suez. Hi there. What changes could have been made to the IJA-IJN training program to alleviate pilot shortage? I don't know if the IJA had a similar shortage problem to the IJN. I don't know what their training regime was, because remember, these are two separate air forces that do things differently. I don't know what the IJA's training program was.
But wasn't it much more of a societal issue that causes the lack of pilots? Because one of the big things that supports the US Navy as US Navy Air Force and the US Air Force General is America's been mechanized for a long time, and there's a lot of people that already have the foot in the door of this is how you control a basic machine.
That I want to caution that perspective here.
Yeah.
Because being a pilot is so much more technical. And that just has not changed. So the U.S. actually had a very similarly narrow pilot training program until you start getting into the more carrier-involved fleet problems where the U.S. realizes, wait a minute, a lot of planes are going to get shot down over ocean, and they're getting shot down 200 miles, 300 miles, 400 miles from friendly assets. Realistically, we're not recovering them. So the U.S. Navy in particular really starts rapidly trying to expand and to as much as they can maintain in peacetime, but then also adding in the ability to create a rapid expansion program for wartime for pilot training.
Yep. They really do go all
and
out.
That's where you see a lot of those policies come in about taking experienced aviators and cycling them back to the schools, and an emphasis on large numbers of pilots. Because if you don't have large numbers of pilots, after a carrier engagement, you don't have a carrier air wing, even if you have the planes. When you look at the losses the U.S. took, say at Midway or Coral Sea, they were pretty heavy. Very heavy at Midway. And the U.S. was able to roll right back in and push into the meat grinder that was the Guadalcanal campaign. And that was a meat grinder for carriers, too.
Like, Shikaku, Zuikaku, and Enterprise and Hornet came to blows about, I think it was 2 times before they actually started landing hits on each other that were critical. Like, there were like a bunch of carrier engagements where it was basically 2-on-2. Like, they came to blows a lot of times.
And both sides lost a good amount of aviators. So I do want to caution that sort of inherent advantage theory here because of how technical being a pilot is. You're not a maintainer.
Yeah, you are there to...
And aircraft are very complex compared to a tractor.
Yes.
Or working on your Model T.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
Which I know we're 20 years removed from that, but you get the point. This matters a lot in sort of onboard ship stuff to an extent, but if you're properly training your people, it doesn't matter. In that regard, it makes it a lot easier for the land armies, though. And I think that's where that matters the most. I'd be very cautious about applying that to naval aviation and training.
Yeah. Yeah, basically they needed a program to replace aviators. They just didn't have it. And that's not even the whole cycling back. No, what I mean is that's not even the whole cycling aviators back to, upskill the other things. It's just funneling more men through the training cycle.
Yeah, the Japanese actually pre-war had one of the larger pilot training programs. It just couldn't keep up with wartime losses, and they didn't expand it meaningfully. They did try to expand it, but they hadn't done that sit down and think about, okay, a Pacific War is going to be a long war, because quite frankly, if it came to a long war, they were going to lose.
Mm-hmm.
So they tended to write that possibility off. But they didn't. They sat there and they kind of prepared for the short, sharp war, which is. So they started off with a really good program. They started off with really good pilots. They were able to replace them. They were able to stick with it right up through Philippine Sea. Now, Philippine Sea, there are a bunch of green aviators. That's where that, not being able to cycle stuff back. But the other problem the Japanese have is U.S. air defenses at Philippine Sea are nightmarishly worse from an attacker's perspective compared to Midway.
Mm-hmm.
Which is the previous large-scale fixed open water fleet engagement. The stuff around Guadalcanal was more carrier skirmishes compared to Philippine Sea or Midway.
Yeah.
And so the Japanese show up and they just get slaughtered.
Yeah.
They get slaughtered by fighters. They get slaughtered by 40 millimeter air defenses. They run into 5-inch VT.
It's just a hellscape.
Um,
And the horrific thing is they can't do the same in reverse. Their AA just is not even close to equivalent. They don't have the fighter numbers.
Well, their AA and their fighter direction. Their fighter direction was really bad.
Yeah.
For most of the war, even in the periods where the Japanese overall have some of the best carrier aviation on the planet, their fighter direction is just horrifically bad. There are cases in the Indian Ocean where Beauforts managed to get above the Japanese carriers, and the first idea the Japanese have that they're there is the bomb splashes.
Oh yeah, that's literally that's like, isn't there a thing where they literally find they nail a Japanese light carrier? Like it's just 3 SBDs. They have no opposition, and they just nail.
No, hang on. I'm referring to the Beauforts. I think they were Beauforts. In the Indian Ocean, where they just level bombed. And not from a high altitude.
Oh my god.
Either.
That's a bit embarrassing, actually. That's a bit embarrassing.
And the Japanese just never saw them, and it wasn't like bad weather either.
No. Yeah, but that's...
There's a few fights I'd understand, but few forts.
Yeah.
With the underpowered engines. That are loud as hell.
Yeah.
All right. I think Kearney there has a fun question.
YouTube. So we've got a Discord we've got a YouTube question first, and then we'll get back to. So yeah, YouTube Minecraft Watcher. Question for everyone: where can I find reliable sources for the life of Admiral Hipper? I mean, I would say. I suppose I'll keep that question on storage because that's something Drac and Dr. Clark would know, who sadly aren't here right now. They will be, but they're not here right now. So yeah. Right. Carney, that's a problem. You see that question that you've asked about a minute ago, that would have been okay a couple of weeks ago, but the problem is I have applied a post-1991 ban on questions because that's all we kept getting. That's all we kept
Oh,
getting.
there's no fun in that.
It's all we kept getting, Cyclic. Every single week it was just constant.
Well, yes, because that's like 30 years of
Yeah, but
history.
the argument always was, it's classified. It's classified. We couldn't tell
It's
you.
not. You can discuss this in an open space. That answer really, really irritates me.
Well, because sometimes they're asking for like just technical information. It's just like no.
That we don't know.
There is some technical information sometimes where you have to go, I'm sorry, I can't answer that. But there's also plenty of other things that are handled with, quite frankly, open discussion. There's all sorts of U.S. Naval War College papers that are published talking about, say, VLS loads for a carrier strike group with 5 Aegis ships going up against the Soviets.
There's also the fact that if you're not here,
In the
or
90s.
people like you aren't here, the answers we basically had to give were, we don't know.
We don't know.
Because unless you're here, we can't really do the questions.
But I understand.
But you are
I don't
here.
like to cop out about it being, oh, it's classified this, it's classified that. There are ways you can discuss this in the open.
Yeah. There were more that were basically, can you compare X missile to Y missile? I'm like, oh, we don't know. I don't know what
those sorts of questions are. It really doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know.
It's what role does the missile fill? Do they fill different roles? Then don't compare them. If they fill similar roles, it doesn't matter, practically.
Yeah. But this is a special ramblings, and it is the last one, so I will drop the rule for this week. And I'll also see about putting a finer version of the rules in place later on, as in next week. So we will get to that question, Kelvin. We will get to that question, but we have to get there first. So, did I do the one on? So that's Admiral Hipper. I'm doing that, and I'm gonna put a thing there, so I remember to come back to it. Next is typical gunner officer. What if in 1904, president's election, Teddy Roosevelt was voted out and Alton Parker became president and entered office in 1905? Would the Russo-Japanese War go on much longer than IRL since Teddy wasn't there to mediate the whole situation? Would the US become more of an isolationist nation way before World War I even started? I don't know much about Alton Parker, but if the US wasn't going to mediate, somebody else will. Somebody else would. It was clear after Tsushima the way the war was going to end. All it took was somebody stepping in to offer to mediate the talks. And if if Teddy isn't there to do it, somebody else will.
And also, like, Port Arthur falls at the very beginning of 1905. Like, the Russians don't. After that, the Russians don't really have a presence much in the east.
What does he?
That they can deal with.
I'm just.
There's not much more point for the Russians to keep fighting once they've lost Port Arthur.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find out any information about Alton B. Parker to have any idea of what his political affiliate. Well, obviously he ran as a Democrat, so that's that. But apart from that, I can't see what did he stand for. What was his international policy goals? What was his opinion on the Navy? I can't really find much of anything on him. Apart from saying he wasn't sure on the Philippines being a US colony. But that's all I can really see. I can't really say what an America under him would look like. I don't really know that much about the man, and honestly, since he's a failed US president, aka he didn't get elected, there doesn't seem to be that much on him. At least nothing.
I'm just briefly reading the Wikipedia, and it does say a quote from Secretary of War Elu Root. What's that? Said of Parker that he has never opened his mouth on any national question. Which I think implies that the reason you can't find anything is because he bloody said nothing.
Well, that kind of blows this question out of the water because we don't know. And this is literally one where we can't say, I don't know what the guy would do. What would a
'Cause
US?
no one did. That's why you didn't get elected.
What would the US be like under Alton Parker? We don't know. We don't know. Okay. YouTube Minecraft watcher, what is your thoughts on the BV-138? Okay, the funny little ugly duckling of the skies. The BV-138 is it's one of those aircraft that you look at it and you go, what were they thinking? And then you look at it again and the service it did and you go, you know, I think they were okay in thinking this. The 138 was a fairly effective triple-engined patrol flying boat. And this is the thing here, patrol flying boat. The amount of droppable ordnance it can carry is very, very low. You're talking 3 50-kilogram bombs or 2 150-kilogram depth charges per wing. That is not a lot of ordnance for a patrol flying boat. I mean, the Catalina can carry, what, 4,000 pounds of bombs? It's a lot more ordnance that the Catalina can carry.
Yeah, but that's also not really the primary job of these aircraft in most cases.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is, what I was going to get to was, that's not really a problem for the aircraft. What it was quite good at is it was a fairly economical cruising range. It could cruise out to 1,220 kilometers, which, given its role as a patrol flying boat off of Germany and Norway, was about what you needed. They could also carry 6 personnel, which means you can, especially if you're doing anti-partisan work in Norway, which these aircraft did sometimes do, working with certain units. You can drop a squad off to conduct a patrol or a search off of a fjord. They're just a relatively effective, decent patrol flying boat.
Yes.
I mean, the Germans built 297 of them, so they must have seen some use for it.
It's a handy little capability.
Anyone else got any thoughts on it?
I mean, they're sensible enough. Sensible idea, decent capability. It does this. It fulfills the role as a searcher, as a patroller. You need to go about and do something. You just plod along. Oh look, and then it has some capability of dealing with any problems it finds. If they've small scale problems, as you said, command capacity means. So we're just plodding along over Norway. Oh look, that looks like some suspicious activity. Let's land in that fjord and send some chaps over to have a walk and have a look at it.
Or alternative,
otherwise they're 150 miles from the nearest other patrol, and that won't get there for 3 days.
Yeah, and then of course you've also got the whole, there's a thing at sea, let's radio a U-boat, or a Ju-88, or a Heinkel 111, or a German surface unit, if one happens to be in the area. As you do.
Yeah, it's... I mean, it's... I know it's not nowhere near the capabilities of something like a Sunderland or a Catalina, but
it's not designed to be.
The Germans don't need that.
Yeah, it's not designed to be.
Yeah, the Germans also don't need it, but it fulfills a similar role in a lot of ways that the Germans had needed that role for. If you get what I mean.
Right, so the question, now it's the question that Cyclic's been looking forward to. Kelvin Kearney asks, context, then question. At the moment, the Royal Navy is still not really a CSG force, as while it does have its carriers, they don't yet have a full air wing for one carrier, nor do they have a fixed wing, early warning, and EW and AC for the carriers. They are almost a decade out for having any proper dry store vessels, and if the current US admin decides in its infinite wisdom to not support the UK, it could get country, which they probably won't, but it is something that I suppose if you're someone in government you have to consider despite its unlikely outcome. That being said, should the RN adjust to a more CGS-focused stance or remain a North Atlantic ASW force? Off we go, I guess.
So my answer to that is right now, they're neither. Right now, the Royal Navy is effectively a patrol force with a very limited carrier strike capability. And the reason I say that, and the reason I'm not going to call the Royal Navy a North Atlantic ASW force, is a Type 23 has very little chance at effectively engaging a Yazan. To be blunt.
Looking at the Royal Navy, there's not a ridiculous amount of anti-submarine.
And to be honest, even Type 26, I'd be very, very leery of taking into the North Atlantic to go after modern Russian submarines.
Yeah. I can see
Because
that.
Type 26, even against the lowest end Russian submarine-launched anti-ship missile, because every modern Russian submarine carries them. And they've refit most of their older submarines as well. So against something like a torpedo tube-launched Caliber, subsonic cruise, the final sprint in is supersonic. When you're talking about threats like that, having only 24 cam is very, very, very stressful from an air defense perspective. And that's not even me getting into the rest of the Russian military and what their capabilities are. Because if there's one thing we have seen out of the current Russian conflict, they know how to launch missiles.
Mm-hmm.
Lots of them.
And the Russian Northern Fleet has quite the cruise missile throw weight.
Do Russian missiles
Even in
even
its
work
current
properly?
relatively weak-
Yes, Knight.
Yes.
Yes, they do. I mean, that's been proven in the war in Ukraine.
Now they're targeting against relatively dynamic land targets is a little problematic, but that doesn't really have anything to do with the Navy. That has everything to do with how centrally controlled things were. That is changing in the Russian military. The Russian military of today is not the Russian military of 2023. It's not even the Russian military of 2024. The Russians are changing. They are adapting. For crying out loud, they just broke a long-standing tradition of only selecting senior citizens to command their ground forces, like as their equivalent of chief of staff of the army. The guy who was just selected is in his 40s. That is a break from tradition, not just in the Russian system, not just in the Soviet system, but in the Imperial Russian system. That is a tradition that is held through all three. But at sea, and things are less stressful right now than they will be in the future when Nakhimov commissions, that is going to be a problem for any European Navy. Nobody has the air defense except the United States Navy and NATO to deal with that. And even for the US, that is a stressful potential salvo. And I'm talking about the lowest end missile here. When we start talking about things like Onyx or worse, Zircon, which you can think of Zircon as a Onyx on enough steroids that it is able to be a hypersonic cruise missile because there's not too much difference in how you design them. That is a severely problematic threat. You're effectively talking about Aster 30 as a ship self-defense weapon against something like Zircon, where normally CAM would be a ship self-defense weapon and Aster 30 would be your task force air defense weapon. From the RN's perspective, that's just not the case against things like Zircon. So if you're talking about one or two Type 26s, because there's not that many of them being, built for the Royal Navy, and you're out trying to do an ASW patrol, or maybe it's a Type 26 and a Frigadorf Nezen, up off the coast of Norway trying to do ASW patrol. That is very, very sketchy because you are only talking like 32 ESSM and 24 CAM. And that's just against submarines. Because I know there's a lot of marketing around CAM and not needing to do shoot, shoot, look, shoot, right? But against some of these faster threats, given CAM's defended area, you don't have a choice to do shoot, look, shoot. You don't have the time. You have to do shoot, shoot. And so if we're talking a salvo of 8, because most Russian submarines have 8 torpedo tubes, and I'm not even going to consider the ones with VLS. Okay? But if you're talking a salvo of 8 calibers, even if you are successful, you can't stick around. You have to turn tail and run. Because now you're down to 8 CAM left if you're by yourself. And so in that environment, with the kind of fleet that the Royal Navy has, they can't do that. And until the carriers are up with some sort of AEW that they can put 150, 200 miles from the carrier out on barrier with cap similarly pushed out, if not pushed out another 100 miles from there, because again, you still have to respect the bomber threat, particularly if the Russians follow through on their threat to put Kinjal on Tu-22s. Which, yeah, okay, Kinjal's a maneuvering air-launched ballistic missile. Doesn't matter. It's dramatically safer for those bombers to fire that than it is AS-4 Kitchen or KH-22 or 35, whatever you want to call them. Notably, there's not much of a difference in NATO designation because they're not that different of missiles. The problem there is, okay, now the carrier needs a refueling asset as well as a fixed wing AEW asset that they can push out and then keep on station for a decent amount of time. That's very difficult to do on the style of carrier that the Queen Elizabeths are, if it's even possible. And you cannot become a North Atlantic ASW Navy without carriers. Or at minimum, something like what the Canadians have done, where every ship is capable of carrying medium-range surface-to-air missiles as well, and has the sensors to back it up.
Steve Clark says, Cyclic, he can't see the older Soviet boats being a problem to the RN. Yes, the new boats have capabilities, but I don't think they're a match for modern Western attack boats. Personally, if I can just jump in for a second, that is a massive underestimation and massive, basically, I would still feel threatened by boats like some of the later Akulas. So, never mind your sense.
Fleet, I think you're missing one big thing here. Yeah, an Astute is wildly more capable than an Akula. But if you can only keep 1 to 2 Astutes out at sea, if you're lucky, it doesn't really matter. That's the problem. The Royal Navy is suffering. It's not just a capability. It's not just a funding, although funding is part of it. It's an understanding of an appropriate architecture and appropriate support. And that is an understanding at government. That is an understanding at senior levels of the Royal Navy and a willingness to advocate for it.
Yep. Steve, I'm aware that the Akulas are more noisy than the Astutes. And I'm aware they are a previous generation of boat. But if there's 3 Akulas and 1 Astute, chances are...
They're going to hear a launch transient.
Yeah.
Hmm.
And a Yasen, and a Yasen is probably an even match for an Astute.
The earlier Astutes, probably. But the Russians do know how to quiet a submarine. They
Yeah.
understand how to do it, and they've gotten quite good at it.
Yeah. Also, Steve, they are more noisy, but it's not the same level as something like a foxtrot clanking along. They are more noisy in terms
We're not
of...
talking about Victor 1s or Victor 2s here,
Yeah.
compared to a Trafalgar or a 688. There's not that much of a difference anymore.
Yeah.
At all. Even the newer Chinese boats are dramatically closer. In everything that I have heard.
Yeah, like...
Right.
Steve, there's no reason for us to believe the Ascends are significantly less quiet than their Western counterparts. Unless you know something we don't. But I've not heard any indication or have any reason to believe that the Ascends as a class are significantly louder than their Western equivalents.
And Steve, it's not just a treasury problem. The RN does an absolutely lousy job of justifying its existence to the British state. And there's absolutely no reason an island nation should have trouble justifying their navy, particularly an island nation that is so utterly dependent upon trade. And yet you go out and you ask people, they don't really know how dependent on trade they are. Now, the UK isn't the only nation where that is. But so Kelvin, what I would say to wrap this question up is the Royal Navy needs to reconsider the air defenses of its surface ships. It needs to, and to an extent, the Royal Navy is kind of stuck in the bed that's been made for it right now. There are things they can do through refits and stuff like that that will help, but the biggest thing the Royal Navy can do is life extend the Type 45s and procure a good number of Type 83s and keep the Type 45s running long enough for them to build up the air defenses of the fleet sufficiently. And Type 83 needs to be capable of air defense, anti-submarine warfare. It does not have to be as specialized as Type 26, but it needs to be seriously capable of ASW warfare. Yes, I just said warfare twice, sorry. As well as strike. Both maritime and land attack. It needs to be a proper multi-role guided missile destroyer.
So I click very quickly to wrap up this question with a final comment from Steve that I think I'd like your opinion on. He says, the newer boats that the Russians have are 10 years behind the Western boats. It's the way the systems are dampened in the boat. I don't think they're 10 years behind.
That 10 years behind is still quite scary. Any sonar technician that knows their stuff will tell you that if they're along the lines of a Western boat produced in 2015, that is still a very scary boat acoustically. There are a lot of places where you will not hear them until you hear a launch transient because of how sound actually works in the real ocean. And the amount of background noise.
Yeah. Right, so we have a nice, easy, quick question next, which will not... The interesting thing about it is not so much the question itself, it's the chance to pivot into a discussion about wonder weapons and single systems changing the tide. You'll understand what I mean when I say the question. YouTube Minecraft Watcher on YouTube asks, what is your thoughts on the Focke-Wulf TA-152? I've heard people saying it would have won air control over Europe in World War II. Let me be clear. The Focke-Wulf TA-152 is a high-altitude fighter which is rather good at its job. However, no single airframe, even if deployed en masse and in numbers for any side during the conflict, is a war-changing or war-winning asset. Period. Unless it's a radically out-of-context system, like deploying 2,000 F-22s with a full logistical support of the US behind them in 1945. if it comes to an in-context system during the conflict itself, there is no system that can change the outcome of the war if deployed en masse, short of the nuclear bomb. Anyone else got any thoughts on that?
No, I mean, not particularly. It's like, especially something as simple as a fighter aircraft, improved fighter aircraft. The Germans just can't build anywhere near enough of them to challenge Allied
It's
aerial
not
dominance.
even building them; it's the pilots. Again.
Yeah, or the pilots, or anything. It's how can you get enough stuff in the air to counter an 1,000 bomber raid, like without having several hundred fighters in a position to deal with it, and then all the escorts and everything else, and the fact that these are happening multiple times in a fairly short, like you just can't keep the sustainment up unless you have equivalent numbers to counter with, which the Germans never can because they don't have the airframes, the crews, the supply, the fuel, the ordnance, the ground crews, the runways. Like, yes, you could have a good machine, but it needs so much more around it that the Germans just can't do.
Yeah.
Because they walk themselves into a black hole because they've just spent everything they've had over the last 5 years of warfare.
Even on the Allied side, let's say if you introduce something like, let's say you bring forward the late model P-51s, for example, that were produced post-war, and bring them into World War II, is it going to be a significant increase in fighter capability for the Allies? Yes, absolutely. Is it going to be a war-winning weapon that's going to secure air control over Europe? On its own? Probably not. This is the thing. No single weapon system can change the outcome of a conflict like that. It has other things that have to go with it. That's just the way it goes.
It's not even a single. Like, the Luftwaffe did not have the ability to go up against the world's two greatest industrial powers in the air.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly when it was also fighting number 4.
Yeah, the Soviets are sat there coming the other way and getting stronger all the time.
This is the result of World War II Germany for basically everything. Is they were so out of their depth. That it's just not funny.
And to a certain extent, okay, you've won air supremacy, you've wrestled air supremacy back off the Allies. What are you going to do with it? You've got a shit ton of fighters that can do jack shit.
It doesn't stop the Russians coming west. The TA-152 can't carry any underwing ordnance. It's a dedicated...
Well, even then, air power isn't going to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay, well done. You've done this. You've reduced the bombing raids on German factories. Problem is, them factories still don't have any steel.
Yeah.
To build anything with. So
the Ruhr is still a mess after the Dam Busters raid, and you've had to throw several thousand labourers at it and millions of tons of concrete to get it working again. That still made a dent in German war production and economic efficiency that you still can't recover from. Congratulations.
I mean, the raids have nothing to do with it. It is the sheer disparity in manpower and industrial capability and production power. There is nothing that Germany can do to win. Nothing. It doesn't matter who's leading them. It doesn't matter if their entire tank force was replaced by an equivalent number of Leopard 2s with all the logistical stuff to back them up. It doesn't matter. They're going to lose.
Yep. Right.
Yes, very, very valid point by Sea Dodders there. The war is won by the poor bloody infantry actually having their boots on the ground on the objective.
Yeah, every other weapon system is to ensure the plumb of the infantry get where they're needed. Yep, that's it. That's always been it. You need boots on the ground. The poor old foot sloggers.
Sure, sometimes it's nice if those boots can have a rest in the back of a lorry, but otherwise,
or if you're the US, throw four Bradleys at the problem, each carrying two squads between them.
Well, the whole reason for that is so that those boots can do their job, because otherwise they're not going to make it to the position to take the position.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the whole thing.
So
it's all down to that. It's always been all down to that. Well, apart from
Y'all
being at
ever
sea.
been inside a BMP? It's horrible in there.
Yeah. Give me a Bradley any day of the week. Thank you very much.
I'll take the room inside of a BMP-1 though over almost anything else.
Hello.
The Russians take.
Perfect timing. Rex is here. Hello.
Buenos dias.
Hello, Rex. Nice to see you. You are slightly early, but that is not a problem. That is not a problem at all. Welcome to
I don't think I've ever actually met Rex.
Rex.
I'm fashionably early by 4 minutes.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Rex, meet the panel. So we've got Chair here, Foxo here, Guy here, Cyclix here. Drac and Dr. Clark, I think, are coming soon.
Now, hang on a minute. My interview with The Hague wasn't for another week. What's this about a panel?
The panel! The drydock panel! The panel you are currently sitting on! That panel! The panel for the drydock's panel!
That panel.
Going to the Hague too.
So, really quick, Slayer. Those leopards would run clean out of ammo.
Yep.
Way too fast and get overrun. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you can't win. So.
Would they inflict serious losses? Yeah, they would. They'd still die.
Yeah.
That's the disparity of force.
And also, if they can't kill the leopards with direct fire, the Russians will just fall back, call up their artillery and their air force, and flatten them that way.
You might not be able to penetrate it, but you can still concuss the crew to death with 6-inch
Oh no!
houses.
Oh no! It's not even that, Foxo.
152 on the turret of a modern, or on the top of a modern tank, and even to the front of a modern tank renders it combat ineffective.
And that's not counting
also
something like the Russians bringing up their 203s or 240s and just going have a round to the face, my friend.
I think with the advent of guided anti-tank missiles, you'd be a lot better protected from blast.
Nope. No. When Nick Moran gets here, we can ask him about this if you want.
Yeah.
But the effects of 6-inch artillery on modern tanks is
Yeah.
you do not want to be inside. They tend
effective
to
6-inch artillery on anything, really.
Yeah, it's
yes,
just nasty.
even if
not
it
fun.
doesn't penetrate the tank and the crew is still fine. If it hit, because say it hits the front of the tank, right, where the thickest armor is, that tank is combat ineffective, unable to fight.
Yep.
The gun, mangled. The optics, gone. Odds are you've thrown a track, and you've probably knocked your transmission out of whack, even though it's on the rear of the tank, just from the shock. So now the tank is
the crew is deaf.
unable to move, unable to fight, unable to see.
Yeah.
The crew has to bail out, and they're in an artillery barrage.
Yep. So, funny thing is, I'm glad you're here, Rex, because it means the next YouTube question can be answered right now. Because they were waiting for you.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
Lazy Author-san asks, has been asked before, but asking again for when Rex joins. It's 1936, and after a series of looking breakthroughs in the 20s and 30s, jet engine development has advanced enough to be used in combat planes. How does that change plane designs? Would it affect the development of related technologies such as gas turbines? And would it affect air and air defense operations? I suppose you're bringing.
Okay.
I suppose you're bringing 45 era jet tech to 36. I think would be the thing that's happening here. I would guess.
Okay, so on the assumption that it's just the jet tech that we're pulling forward by a decade.
Yeah, not aerodynamics or anything.
Yeah, I think what you're going to find is you're gonna very rapidly see a lot of countries develop prototypes that develop habits of disassembling themselves very quickly during test flights.
The Germans might get something
And they're
that's
then
not
gonna-
terrible. like the
then they're
262.
gonna have
The
to
Germans
figure it out.
actually, the
They're
Germans
fairly far
are
ahead
once
there,
again
though.
going to have a head start on this again because they've been like in the 30s they were doing high speed wind tunnel tests with models.
Yeah.
And I don't remember the exact date, but I do know like at some point in the mid to late 30s, they were already like running and testing wind tunnels that could do simulated, Mach 1 plus speeds.
Yeah.
Because not long before the war, one of their departments released a research paper that a bunch of people like overseas. It kind of was one of the things that spurred on jet development in the UK and the US because they basically looked at the numbers and were like, yes, actually this might work, and they're already developing wind tunnels for this. We should probably get a move on with this, lads.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean,
but
if the
if you-
Germans are lucky, they'll get something that isn't the 262, aka a flying piece of garbage.
Mm. Really depends on how quickly. Well, it
If they've
depends
got-
on how quickly people can iterate on all metal designs. Because if you're talking 1936, you've still got. I mean, stuff like the Spitfire is essentially brand spanking new.
Yeah.
Um,
I think you're gonna
so
see
it's
people look at.
yeah.
I think you're basically gonna see single-engine prop aircraft still develop in the way we saw historically. But what I expect is things that we assign as heavy fighters. So I don't think you're gonna see the Bf-110. I think there'll be a jet aircraft that fulfills that role in the German Air Force instead of the Bf-110.
Not that early. What I would say, because of the prototyping and the need to catch up aerodynamics, right, and aerodynamic design and engineering, what you're probably going to end up getting is about 42 to 43 is when you're going to start seeing jet fighters coming in from everybody. Because there's that buffer period of engineering, design, understanding aerodynamics that needs to happen. So you're still going to see those propeller stuff. And this works out. Like, yes, the Germans will probably be the first people out. They might get it out a year or whatever earlier. So that the gloomy time for the Allies is going to be even gloomier. But it's going to be remarkably interesting to see just how many meteors and equivalent. They're probably not going to look the same, but meteors or P-80 equivalents you're going to start seeing getting fielded. Because again, that industrial difference there. And because of that industrial difference, because of not having the same supply chain issues, the US and Britain go for the better jet engines.
Mm-hmm.
At least historically. I don't know if they would in this time frame or whatnot, but yes, the Germans still have the more advanced airframe, but they're really held, and this is true of their props as well. Typically, they're really held back in their fighter capability by their engines, not their aerodynamics.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, they've got 3 years.
That same 3 years doesn't matter realistically here, because if everybody's getting working jet engines in 39
36
or 36, there's a lot of problems for the Germans long term. They'll be better able to take advantage of it earlier because they're ahead in aerodynamics and ahead in airframe design. But once the US and UK are able to get to a sufficient point there, their advantage in the material technology, the ability to actually build the designs, put trained pilots in them, and for example, the U.S. Army Air Corps, but even before the war, was training pilots in deflection shooting. So they're better in aerial gunnery. It doesn't go well long term for the Germans. I'm really trying not to make a Herman the German joke, but they're just gonna have a bad time in the air, probably around 42, 43. Which, hey,
You know
guess
who
what?
could have a
It's already
hilariously
done.
fun time?
Go on.
It's 1936. The French multi-purpose combat plane is in full swing at
Oh
this point.
no!
Just imagine them bolting a couple of fucking jet engines onto something
No.
like an Amio 143. It would be pure comedy.
The funny thing
It would
is
fall
that
apart in 2 minutes, but
that's kind of what I could see as the first jet aircraft on all sides. Not fighters, but 3 or 4 engine jet tactical bombers. Because strategic bombers, you need reliability and range, which piston engines give you. Fighters, you need maneuverability and flexibility of power output, which jets aren't quite ready to give yet. But
Well, here's the
medium
funny
bombers...
thing about jets. I wonder what turboprops are going to do.
Ooh.
well, someone's just put that in the comments.
Yeah,
You
yeah,
know,
I
put
saw that
turboprops on the Amio.
Yeah. I think the Germans might lean into turboprops for their fighters. Maybe for their heavy fighters, I'm not sure.
Yes, sure. Get engines
Now,
like the
now I'm just
Havilland and see what he does for them.
imagining the early war U.S. Navy
Hold on.
Corsair. You know, 'cause the plan was the
A
Corsair
jet-propelled
to
Mosquito.
replace the.
Yes.
Ooh.
So now I'm just imagining a Corsair with a frickin' turboprop.
Oh my god, cyclic, that's...
Jet-propelled Mosquito. This sounds like Canberra.
No! No!
Well, considering that's where it almost started from.
Yep.
Oh dear, that's gonna be... It's gonna be cut. I don't think you'll see jet strategic bombers until near the end of the war, and only really in Europe if you do see them.
Phoenix, I'm looking at this and wondering what the Italians are going to do with their
No!
fast attack boats.
No!
Yes.
Gas turbine driven the fast attack boats. I can't even.
The Italians are going to have some mean small craft.
Oh my god. Everyone is cyclic.
Wait,
Everybody
wait.
is.
Well, not everybody is going to be as willing in terms of naval thought in this period as the Italians were.
Oh my god. Oh no.
And as Phoenix mentioned, they were looking at a gas turbine powered
no.
scout cruiser.
Oh my god, the Italians.
Before World War One.
The Italians are going to build gas turbine driven destroyers and light craft. I can just see it. They're going to try and scrape 1 or 2 destroyers with gas turbines in during the war, having started to build
As
them in
well they
38,
should.
38 or 39. Oh god, yeah, that's going to be interesting
Now,
because you're going to have...
speaking of the Italian Air Force is going to be interesting because the Italians were also another nation who was very advanced in high-speed aerodynamics.
The Italians stopped working on the motor
Because of
jet
the racing
concept.
scene.
Yeah, the Italians stopped working on the motor jet as a concept. But if they have actual jets in 36, I reckon the first one to the jet-propelled fighter concept may actually be the Italians, rather than anybody else.
Only if they can get over their biplane obsession.
I mean, they can. The whole thing.
No.
I mean, the whole thing.
Jet-propelled biplane fighter.
Oh.
Let's go.
No, listen. If you say something that cursed, you are going to summon Southerner, who will then propose a tri-motor jet-powered dive bomber.
Let's
Bleep.
not.
Shut.
Yes.
Shut.
Right.
Well,
So-
I mean, but a jet.
mean,
Now, I
yeah,
wanna see
one
a
central
no, no,
one
no,
and then 2 on the
dive
wings.
bomber.
Okay, but you see, thing is, I'm just imagining a jet-powered Baltimore Defiant.
Oh my god, no.
Ah,
No.
no, don't mention
No,
that thing.
I'm
So
sorry.
the Bolton
I'm sorry.
Paul Defiant modernization program could be a thing, is what I'm hearing
I mean,
from the
Yes,
from
I'm
the
sort of
Albonia
like-
stream.
I mean, the real thing
the
that
engine set
interests...
up like a MiG of a MiG 7.
Yeah.
They got the
Oh
jet
no,
engine under the
that's
sky.
that's what I was going for next. What funny things are the Russians gonna come up with?
Oh, God.
what is Papa Joe going to demand?
Speaking of spicy fast attack craft,
Oh my god, what is that?
I'm just remembering. I'm just thinking of the TB3 deploying jet-propelled parasite fighters.
Oh.
What about the TB3 deploying a jet-propelled tank?
Oh my god.
No, I don't see them doing that.
Oh.
Vasily, I've had brilliant idea.
If you strap jet to TB3, it go fast.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's just gonna be a TB3 with a jet engine bolted on the top that they turn on once they're in flight.
Yeah, it's like
I do
Psychological
want to
warfare.
mention to the panel the Italians were looking at hydrofoils along with the
oh
Germans.
no.
Ooh,
Oh no.
Yes.
Hydrofoils.
Yes. Jet-powered hydrofoils.
Oh.
Italian
Italian aircraft are very fast but unreliable, just like the red sports car, says Steve Clark. Not really. The Italian aircraft were fairly reliable, honestly. They were tuned a bit highly, but they tended to be available for combat when needed. They didn't tend to have reliability
I would add the
problems.
caveat that the Italian. I would add the caveat because I'm actually doing videos on some Italian planes at the moment. The Italian radial engine aircraft were reliable. They
Yeah.
kept deciding to try and when it came to the inline engines, the base engine was always really, really, really reliable. But then they tried going, but what if we tried to get an extra 10 horsepower out of it by fettling it a bit more, and then they always
Oh.
broke.
Oh no. They literally had to be slapped and told, put DB 501s in your planes and don't tinker with them.
So well, the problem there is then they never got those.
And also, their industry was the size of a postage stamp.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right, so, moving forwards to YouTube questions again. Not to worry, folks, the rest of the guests will be arriving. They're all just in stages of transit or on their way here. But we have Rex, which is good.
We'll have my dragon soon.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher
And my
asks...
axe.
I am technically here. I am just currently on a bus.
YouTube Minecraft Watcher asks, how would World War II have changed if the HMCS Yukon plus sisters had been built in the 30s? So you're talking about the Canadian premium battleship from World of Warships, which for those who don't know, is the KGV proposal that has 9
KGV,
15-inch guns. So if the Canadians... Look, you say plus sisters, but in the nicest way. If this is happening, this is post-collapse of the treaties, the Canadians are... First of all, the Canadians are going to pay for it, which is one reason they're only going to get one. And also, it's going to be a yard the British are going to spare begrudgingly, which also means they're only going to get one. However, if
now,
they...
to be fair, for the same reason we have mentioned previously, this isn't really going to change the war.
What it is going to change
but it
is
is gonna be
certain...
It's going to be funny, but...
I mean, 28 knot ship with 9 15-inch guns rocks up. It's like, aha, Bismarck, you are now the dead.
Yeah, but American super
And on
heavy
fire.
shells.
No, she's not going to have those because
yeah,
if we're talking about her actually coming into proper history,
15
rather
is done
than
now.
yeah, 15-inch 45.
I thought it was as she was in game.
No.
And she gets American super heavy shells.
No, it's just I think it's saying the design from World of Warships comes into the game rather than her specs come into the game. They come into reality. It's basically what if the Canadians get the 9 15-inch. Like it says plus sisters, but I can't see it. There's that I can see them just about squeezing in the yard space for one ship if the Canadians are willing to pay for it.
Unless this is a 15-inch armed King George V and triple turrets, because
It is. That's exactly what it is.
Well, hang on. Because the treaty was slightly different, and so the King George V class is also 9 15-inch guns, and the Canadians paid for one. That could be fun.
Because at that point, if we're talking about Yukon plus sisters, I'm going to assume sisters means plural, so that means at least 3 ships. Which at that point means that's another battle squadron that the RN can call upon to go and shoot
I
things.
wasn't even referring to that. I was referring to her sisters being the King George V's. They're armed with 9 15s instead of the 10 14s.
Yeah, which at that point makes it even more interesting. And the 15-inch, and also that's even more interesting, Cyclic, Because if you got the 15-inch 45, one of the things with the program was going to be the rebuilds like Renown, Repulse, and Warspite were also supposed to get those guns. Which
Give it to
increases
Warspite
Oh,
first.
this is turning fun.
Give it to the
which
big girl.
increases their firepower as well. Which at that point, so I'm gonna rein it in. So I'm gonna rein it in for a second. So I'm gonna wind it back to a scenario where the Canadians are getting one ship that they have paid for because they wanted a battleship with 15-inch guns. They didn't want a KGV as built. So they've got one ship with these 915s, and at that point, that's another heavy asset, which they've. Well, no. Thing is, Churchill can pause.
When is she completed by?
Let me see. Assuming that she is laid down for the Canadian, she'll have to be after the first tranche of QE. So she'll have to be. So I'm gonna put her between. Hang on, let's look. Hang on, not QE, sorry, KGV. King George V class battleships. Let me just find the lay down dates quickly. So I'm gonna say she's laid down May 30, so late May 37, so May June 37. For the Canadians, basically because they have to, work up the 15-inch design for her, so she can't be laid down with the first KGVs. Actually, no, sorry, she'll have to be laid down after. No, sorry, yes, she'll probably be a late 37, so December 37 ship, because she'll be different to the other QEs. It's not QEs. I keep saying QEs. No, KGV's fleet, not QEs. Different ships. Sorry. So, she'll be the 6th ship laid down, probably late December 37. And while this means she is started later, it's important to bear in mind that because she's a Canadian ship for the Canadian Dominion, rather than a British ship, Churchill can choose to pause British capital ship construction and the funding for it. What he can't do is say to the Canadian ship paid for by the Canadians, I'm going to stop that. Because the Canadian government will probably turn around and go, if you halt the construction of the capital ship we're paying for, now that there's a war on, and you want us to join this war and help you, that is not what you want, because we'll just go, okay, we're not going to join the war until she's ready.
Canada's already in the war at this point.
No, you get the
Canada's
point.
already in.
They can't really do that.
I mean, so strictly speaking, they can. One of the first things that Canada was able to do, and part of the reason that Canada's declaration of war happened the day after Britain's, was because they just received that power to make that decision themselves. They were always politically going to be joined at the hip for a declaration of war, but they do have the ability of simply not declaring war and holding off participation and sending men and material outside of things like food stuff, should that decision have to be made by them.
Yeah,
they could always have done that.
Yeah, like it's basically a
I don't
piece
think
of.
they'll do that over a battleship at the moment.
I mean,
they'd probably prevent sailors being transferred from the Canadian Navy to the British Navy for a time, in the same way that we were simply at a point delaying the transfer of destroyers to Canada.
yeah, it's basically down to the fact that they are going to want that ship. They've paid for it. Like it's not paid for by the British; it's paid for by them. If the British want to halt their construction of their capital ships, that's fine, because I think the war might be short. The Canadians are going to go, no, we want that ship. Which at that point, if there's not the pause in construction, she might be ready by January mid-41. She might be ready by mid-41, because she won't be paused. And at that point, if she's working up in the UK, or is worked up by the middle of 1941, she will be the most powerful surface combatant in British waters when the Bismarck sails. And at that point, I don't think Hood is going to go to confront Bismarck. I think it's going to be Prince of Wales and Yukon.
That might give Hood the opportunity to be like, right, I can be pulled off of permanent duty, and I can go for my extensive rebuild refit.
Yeah, because if you've got a ship with
legs
9
again,
if you've got a ship with 9 15-inch 45s, that is a Bismarck. That is just good night Vienna. Like Prince of Wales can kill Prince Eugen, and Yukon's gonna laugh hysterically while dismantling Bismarck. Which is, I mean, tops off. I mean, the Canadians are probably going to be shouting sorry every time they fire their guns, and are probably a very big.
So I'm gonna be a bit of a dissenting voice here.
Okay.
I'm gonna agree with Moo and Phoenix. It's not uncommon for the British to sideline non-British ships in the yard during major wars. Okay. So the most possible scenario I see for her being ready by this period is if the idea was for her to be built in British yards and outfitted in North America.
I think I see what you mean. So she's built to fitting out stage.
In the UK, she's going to get sidelined.
Yeah, that makes sense, Cyclic, actually. Because the
I know
Canadian...
it's rare that I agree with Cyclic, but I do tend to agree that if
That's
the pause is put on, I don't think Canada's really going to be able to do and put enough influence on them to.
Also,
the only other option would be throw more money at it, and even then that might not work.
That does also make an uncomfortable amount of sense, because if you think about it, the Canadians can absolutely fit her out. If she's built up to the point where she needs fitting out, the Canadians can do that themselves. It's just the getting her in the water.
Or she gets fitted out in the US, like one of the two.
Yeah. Which at that point
she gets the US super heavy shuttle.
Actually, yeah. So I'm trusting Phoenix on this one because of his knowledge on infrastructure of the period. Canada doesn't have the facilities for battle.
Okay. I mean, it's possible she could be fitted out to a point where she could be capable of making a very fast run at 28 knots. Basically, she has no guns, she has no armor, and you basically just do a liner with her. Basically,
no, not happening. Too risky.
I mean, if you're just...
No guns, no armor is not the way the Brits would do it. You are asking for her to be sunk.
Considering that various ocean liners of similar speeds were trusted to make the crossing at 28 knots plus...
There's a difference between an ocean liner and a battleship.
Not as much as you'd think in this particular context. The liners were considered incredibly...
value.
No, not in value.
Fleet. A battleship is not designed to make that a run of that long at top speed.
There is that, yeah.
And secondly, this is in wartime. The Germans get a vote. It's not worth making a large sacrifice to sink a fast-moving ocean liner. But a battleship that's fitting out, that's at sea,
a battleship that's sitting there unable to fight back.
Yeah.
That a heavy cruiser could put down.
Yeah. There is that.
It's the case of, even if it's escorted, we might lose 1 or 2 destroyers, but you put a torpedo into it and it goes down. That's the battleship.
Yeah, I mean, there is also the possibility of purchasing completion by the British, and then handing over to the Canadians in the middle of the war once more KGVs are online.
Hell, actually, they might even actually try and send the twins after her.
Yeah, if the twins are out,
They learn this. Hell, even just send one of the Panzer ships.
Operation Battleship Bait?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point, Phoenix. They don't have the endurance, yeah. So she's probably going to be in the UK, and she's probably going to... I would like to believe the Brits would honour the fact that the Canadians are paying for them, but I can't put money on it.
So in my scenario, what I was thinking is, broadly speaking, the hull and everything is completed really before the war kicks off.
Mm-hmm. Which is
likely. So when the war kicks off, she's already in North America.
Yeah. The only problem would be, obviously, the guns and everything else coming the other way for her to be finished. But in theory, assuming all that goes well, she could be ready by mid-41. And at that point, the scenario is basically the same.
Or, oh no, we weren't able to fit her out with the 15s, so we've got to get some American guns.
I don't know. I don't know.
Actually, this is going to lead me. This is going to lead me to another thing. In World of Warships, she uses pom-poms and orlicans. But if she's being fit out in the US, does the US really have the pom-poms? And I know they might have the orlicans, but you might see a different AA fit.
Oh no, not Chicago pianos. God, no, not Chicago pianos.
No, you probably don't see that. You probably see a fair whack.
They're not actually, they're not actually bad for the start of the war.
They're better than nothing.
True.
Well, not only are they better than nothing, but keep in mind that for the early war, they're actually fairly effective for their role. Like,
also, a bit of another mock coast.
do they compare well to the 40 millimeter?
No.
Particularly the Bofors? No. But unlike the pom-pom, they'll work reliably in any climate.
Mm-hmm.
So here's also another cursed thing. If she's being fit out, she probably doesn't have the 5.25s yet.
Which means she might get
And if
5
she's
inch
in
38.
America, she might get twin 5-inch 38s.
Yeah, which would be interesting.
Or singles, potentially, if that's all that's available, but the Brits would probably want the twins.
Yeah. Well, it's not the Brits who are asking for her to be finished. It's the Canadians. It's the Canadians' choice. But the Canadians would probably opt for twin 5-inch 38s.
No, it's probably the Brits. Because while it's technically a Canadian ship, this is an incredible asset to the Royal Navy as well.
It is, but let's not forget. Well, I get what you're saying, but Canada is not. It is an independent nation. It's a dominion, but it is an independent nation. The Royal Navy can request the ship; it can't requisition it, and she's still Canadian at this point. So the final buck does stop with the Canadians. Like, the Canadians will absolutely put her at the Royal Navy's disposal in the reunified command structure once she's finished. Because that's, how the Royal Navies, plural, work. But until that point, the Canadians are calling the shots. But yeah, either way, if she's finished, she'll be a valuable, fast capital ship for the Royal Navy. And will likely see very heavy war service.
The interesting thing is to theorize where she might end up, because she'll be useful for the Med, she'll be useful for the North Sea, but also she could be potentially useful in the Pacific.
She's probably going to be a home fleet asset given the raw power of her. She's going to be a home fleet asset until the German capital assets
that frees
and they
up
routinely,
at least one King George V.
Yeah, they routinely sent ships off to the Mediterranean as well.
Yeah.
So.
That was. That's about the Yukon. So, next question is. I'm trying to look for the next Discord question that is actually a question. Wow, that was a long gap without any questions at all. Ah, here we go. Typical officer asks, opinions on IR searchlights on tanks. Do you think the Germans in World War II have made good use of them, and was it useful particularly for the US in Vietnam and onwards? I'm going to open that one up to the panel quickly, as despite my wish to not be disturbed, the dog is barking aggressively in the back garden, and I'm going to go and calm her down. Excuse me 1 second. Carry on, folks.
What was the question?
How useful were IR?
One person at a time, Dragon. I cannot understand you. Foxo, what?
How useful were the IR searchlights in use for the Germans and the Americans in Vietnam?
I mean, they were very useful. So I know this isn't, specifically the Vietnam conflict, but same time period. In some of the Arab-Israeli wars, the Syrians and the Egyptians had a huge advantage in night fighting, in terms of armored night fighting, because they actually had night vision equipment. And night vision equipment in that time period meant you had to have an IR searchlight. They were fundamental to armored vehicle fighting at night. Just flat out.
Oh, that's a French door. I always thought they had the issue of if you've got a receiver, you can see your opponent's IR light and their position without broadcasting your own position.
You can, however, if they're sitting there not broadcasting theirs, you have to turn your light on to be able to see, because the receivers of the period were not good enough for anything beyond 100 to 200 meters. Now this gets a lot better as you get into the 70s, but particularly early on, they were very short range, if usable at all, at night. Heaven forbid you have clouds. And there are tactics here that can mitigate that. Like, one tank is sweeping a position with light in the platoon, and everybody else is just waiting to see a target before they shoot. Yes, it means that one tank's vulnerable, but hey, you're only exposing 1 out of 5 tanks if you're the US in this period.
I suppose also to an extent, thinking about tactics, you can sort of cycle it in an unpredictable way between your different tanks, so that, yes, okay, for about 30 seconds, a minute, or whatever, that tank's lit itself up, that goes out, and then another one comes on. If the enemy haven't got their IR spotlight on, you only know where that tank was for that 1 minute, and now another one's illuminating you somewhere else, which in theory that should be able to, they should have seen you by this point as well. So it's,
and this is in the era really before you start getting rapid fire control and the ability to get first round hits reliably on an unpredictable target. This is a period where you're probably talking a total of 3 to 5 rounds being fired for a hit on a stationary target at an unknown range. But yeah, the IR searchlights were a very common feature because it's just what you had to do to fight at night. It was that and illumination flares. Both IR and otherwise, but typically regular visual illumination flares. It's just fundamental in how you do it. And by the way, all of this stuff still has a place today to an extent, just not as much in armored vehicles.
Reasonably modern night vision sets still have the option to turn on the IR spotlight in them. If you're like, I genuinely can't see anything in this. Quick, quack. Oh, yeah, good.
It's not uncommon for infantry these days to carry an IR flashlight.
Well, I from my brief experience, I have the NVGs that I have used have had that setting to switch them into spotlights as well simultaneously.
Yeah.
Which was incredibly handy when there were clouds and I was in a forest. I couldn't see jack shit, even with it on.
Yep.
Click.
Yep.
Oh, now I can see in front of me. That is very nice. I haven't fallen in someone else's trench.
Or
trying to get to my central position.
On exercise in the southeast US. Oh, I didn't step on that rattlesnake.
Yeah.
Because they're everywhere down here.
Yeah, it kills the batteries, but I also don't want to fall into a trench. And
it
wake
kills the
up
battery, but it's better
else.
than getting hurt.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
But combat is about risk management and choosing what risks to take. It's not about eliminating risk. I'm not Wheatley. I'm not 100% convinced she's ready for service that early. I think the most likely scenario is she's ready in 43 to 44, because the most likely scenario is that she gets paused.
Yeah. I mean, in 43, 44, she's basically the ideal thing to form the core of a British Pacific Fleet around when she arrives.
Oh, I did not realize that, Phoenix. There weren't the gun turrets available for her main battery, so we're looking at 43 regardless.
Yeah. Right, so, moving back to the YouTube questions for a minute. Knight6831 asks, if the RN does not lose the carriers, presumably he's talking about the whole not east of Suez not being gone thing, how likely is it that an accident like the XV435 incident will happen sooner? He's talking about the whole thing where a Buccaneer ripped its wing off.
I mean, accidents are part of carrier aviation. They're a part of aviation.
Yeah, because the thing is, at night, it wasn't even flying off a carrier at the time, it was at the Nellis Range in Nevada.
It was a land-based Buccaneer.
Yeah.
The Buccaneers ripping their wings off is nothing to do with them being carrier capable. It's due to the fact they've got extended wing tips, which puts unnecessary strain on the wing root.
Yeah.
Plus, it doesn't help considering last I checked that Buccaneer was something like 15 years old.
But yeah, what they found was specifically the fault was when the engines were at high temperature. It caused warping in the wing root because of the extended forces from the wingtips.
Mm-hmm.
Mitchell,
there's a reason
Leslie,
why the Superbuck had other upgrades to fix that issue.
Leslie, I know Israel had those searchlights. They didn't have enough of them.
Yeah, but there's a reason the Buccaneer was limited to below 5G maneuvers when they figured out after that aircraft.
Mm-hmm. On Discord, Lazy Author asks, somehow all the German wonder weapons, including the sci-fi conspiracy stuff like the German anti-grav machine, are revealed to be true, but they still lose the war. Which is not surprising. What would the US and USSR manage to get for themselves, and how much crazier would the Cold War be? Let me tell you what you've just given the superpowers. You've given them functional spaceflight. You've given them functional spaceflight without the need for rocketry, and with a nearly limitless range. You've given them orbiting weapons platforms in the form of the Songewehr, aka the Sun Gun. You've given them intercontinental rocket bombers that orbit the Earth. You've given them intercontinental ballistic missiles that are all, as in proper intercontinental ballistic missiles. Admittedly, yes, they are liquid-fueled, but still. You've given them directed energy weapons. You've also given them the abandoned Nazi moon base, which...
I've got an answer for you to the overarching question real quick. The Soviet Union collapses earlier because of the financial issues. And the economic
having to
issues.
fund a war on the moon. Come on.
Yeah,
they already were just gone. They went absolutely insane with ICBMs. Like I don't remember what the ratio was between missiles and launchers to include silos. But it was asinine. I'm sure Moo will chime in with whatever that was, but
because France and Britain will also get items.
Can you let Cyclic speak for
the amount of money they wasted on seemingly producing missiles for missiles' sake was mind-boggling. Okay, so Moo's added some more context. That was largely in the 80s, but it was allegedly like 5-1 to 10-1, depending on the system, in terms of missile reloads. But it was more of a thing post-Brezhnev. Under Stalin and Nikita, it was much more reasonable and less silly. Gunnery officer, the America bomber, that doesn't really change much. And the reason why is B-36. Sorry, B-36. B-36 was already a thing. That program started pre-war.
And it's much better than anything the Germans ever cooked up or were going to cook up. The only
Did XB36 start pre-war? I don't think it did.
XB, no,
There's
but the
some-
program that led to it
But-
and all of that did. That's what I'm
But
talking about.
yeah,
I'm talking about
but it's such a distant thing because that's stuff like XB19 and such.
Again, I'm talking about the program starting. The U.S. was very far ahead in bomber development compared to like anyone.
Yeah, the only real things here that are not things the Russians or Americans had or had programs for are things like the really wacky out there stuff.
The absolute sci-fi stuff.
Yeah.
But so what you're telling me is that you've given the Cold War powers
Flying
access to all the
saucers.
technologies that the Cold War conspiracy theorists think they had.
Yes. They now have
Yes.
They now have flying saucers and laser weapons and the ability to fly to the moon in a day.
So what you're telling me is we just have
Oh.
the Call of Duty Black Ops universe.
No, that ain't even close. That ain't even close. We're talking yeah, it's just
Also,
incredibly insane.
If they do have these, how did Germany lose?
Probably because they built like one of them each. And that's
Yeah,
it.
but even with just one of some
And
of these
it
weapons,
didn't
though,
work.
they do kind of win.
And
but
then
if
it
they don't
didn't
work, then there's no
because of
point.
parts issues,
But-
or they
Yeah.
couldn't build it.
But
and they
they've-
designed it.
But apart from the fact that it explicitly said they worked.
Well, the design can work.
Yeah.
If you can't build it, you can't build it.
I mean, like,
The design can work, but if you need to repair it and replace, say, a really complex
But again,
part,
But
but again,
Sure.
if the question said, considering the question said they are real, they must and work. They must have at least had them,
I mean, here's
and
the
if they
thing.
apparently work,
I mean, here's the thing. I mean, it's all very good to be working on the Songewehr.
Here's the other
But-
thing from Phoenix, because the resources devoted to them prevent them from being able to fight the Allies and the Soviets.
Yeah, like,
So U.S. or the Allies and the Soviet troops just kind of show up at the factory. It's like, that's cool. You just finished it, and you just finished your test. That's great.
yeah. I mean, congratulations.
You built this?
You've done
I built this.
You've done all these orbital launches to build the Songewehr and the moon base. Congratulations. Yeah, we're coming for them.
It's
Well,
gonna
why
be
can't I
a
hear the
brilliant-
sound of,
And then
like,
the,
you know,
then
10,000
the song
German
of the
tanks in
U.S.
the
Marine
distance?
Corps has a line about the moon written into it.
No, but this is going to be the brilliant thing. It's going to be an early space race to grab all this German's tech in the space.
Yeah, it is.
From what they can steal from all the different places. German
There's going to
space
be a
tech they can
race to
steal.
nick the operational flying saucers. There's going to be a race to nick them, so they can get into orbit and then nick the
It's gonna
Songewehr
be
and
all
the moon
sorts
base.
of bullshit,
Yeah.
non-combative, non-kinetic maneuvers and things to just fuck over each other.
Do you want to know the
stealing
funniest? Do you want to know the funniest thing here? Werner von Braun is probably swearing at the moon because he's like, "It was supposed to be me. Curse the Thule Society and all that pseudo-science
But no,
bullshit."
yeah.
no,
The first-
because Werner von Braun would have probably been the one who got them there.
No. The funny thing is, the whole thing
Well,
where they were.
Okay, quick thing. So, as an enjoyer of these conspiracy theories, most of these ones inevitably lead to Hollow Earth
Oh no, not
Yeah.
this
and
again.
technology
No.
from Hollow Earth.
No, not great. So
Yeah,
we're gonna
that's
have
the
Does that
most
mean that in this
easily-
universe, the Earth is actually hollow?
Oh no! And then the Russians and the Americans are going to be like, "What
Also-
resources are in this Hollow Earth we could exploit?"
You seem to keep forgetting some rather major players here, who were very good at nicking stuff from Germany.
I mean, Britain and France,
France
don't
and
have
Britain?
don't have the raw materials to really get involved in this race any more than they could the actual
But-
races.
They very much can afford to steal the stuff before others get it. Like they did. A lot.
I mean, as funny as it would be to have the British be the first people to nick off with a flying saucer and then fly to the moon just to say that we got there first, which we can't.
No,
do.
the Brits just
That's not
realized
what I'm
there's a
saying.
hatch to the Hollow Earth under London.
British Empire
Honestly,
reborn.
considering some of them, that's probably it.
British Empire
Like,
reborn
and also,
inside the Hollow Earth.
Especially if Hollow Earth is a thing, it means that all of a sudden France and Britain very much want that.
Yeah, it's like
They are willing to divert a lot of stuff to that.
the funniest
Wait,
thing. The
don't
funniest
the
thing
British
here.
have the biggest presence in Antarctica?
The funniest,
at
the
this
funniest
point.
thing here would
Which
be
means that the British have access to the Hollow Earth.
the funniest.
All that's done through Antarctica.
The funniest thing here would be the British and the French go down, the Americans and the Russians go up, and then you've got the Americans and the Russians are
And
just.
arguably, the Brits and the French have got it right. Because you're not going to be able to make use of space-based resources yet.
Yes.
No, even these things don't allow, actual space mining.
Yeah,
somewhat-
because at that point you've got
Okay,
to
can
go
we
to
move
Yeah.
on with the program?
Yeah, this has been
But
a
I want
somewhat.
to
One
talk
final
about
point.
Nazi
Just-
conspiracy theories.
No, moving. Okay, one final point from Chad.
Just
And we're
a
moving
fist
on.
fight between
Instead of the Suez
American
crisis,
GIs and
it's the
Soviet
Ho-
troops in the moon base over who gets to, because they both arrive at the same time.
Yes.
And they're just having this fist fight because they can't use guns because they'll kill everyone because they'll pierce the outer hull or something.
Yes.
I got to end this with a bit of a joke.
This assumes that
Instead of the Suez crisis, it's the London Hollow Earth crisis, where they open the hatch and they're met by a bunch of Saurus warriors. Those who know Fantasy Warhammer.
Oh, well done. Well done.
Also, then if we get that though,
Dragon, that was it. Dragon.
But
Dragon, that anecdote was the final thing. We're done. We're moving on.
wouldn't let my joke. Wouldn't let my joke, please.
All right, one more little joke, then we're done.
But it's London. Saurus warriors are specifically cold-blooded in London.
Hey, I'm not saying it ends well for them.
Right, so on YouTube Minecraft Watcher asks, what if in the 1930s, instead of the Catalinas, the American Navy order from their company's equivalent from their company an equivalent amount of aircraft? I think he puts in brackets the BV-138. The Americans are significantly worse off. The BV-138 is not a Catalina equivalent. It just is not.
No.
It does not have the range. It does not have the payload. It's worse.
I mean, it can technically have the range, but you have to refuel it at sea, which isn't exactly, the most convenient of scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is quote unquote not happy times.
Oh, that's
The
right.
BB-138 was useful in the context of where it was operated, like most of which was, along European coastal waters specifically. Like, I mean, the biggest use it really had was just monitoring what limited Soviet naval activity was going on around the Black Sea area and all that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, in the context of it being given to them, it wouldn't do much good.
Moving on from the Sea Otters image there swiftly.
Oh, what's he done now?
Oh, yeah.
What's he done now?
Honestly,
It's beautiful.
It's not that bad.
I want to name it Bob.
I know what that's from. You should
That's
you should
really
see
not
the
bad.
you should see the.
Oh, I've seen worse. Yeah, I'm just like looking at it and going, and I'm literally thinking about the Andoril stuff, and I'm just going, they can't even keep them from shooting at friendlies.
Right. So, next question is a Discord question. Up you go, Fleet.
Fleet, me and Runon, I'm pretty sure, have told you a very good way of doing this. Using your phone to monitor chat or keep your place.
I am. Look, it's not so much that anymore. It's the fact I'm also looking for my guests as well. Dr. Clark is here, but he's
You
waiting to
have
come
the
up because he's on a
technology.
phone call. I'm still waiting for the Chieftain and Drac and Venom Geek Media. Gunner Officer asks.
Yes, but, it's going to be interesting with Venom Geek because the science fiction will flow whether you like it or not. I feel.
Opinions on the Cold War era US AV-8 Harrier. Do you think the British Sea Harrier is a much better version of the Harrier? Very quickly before
We
this
do
question
different
goes.
things.
Yeah, I was literally about to say exactly what I was going to say. In terms of the Cold War gone hot, do you think the Harriers from the US LHAs like the Harrower could do the same roles as the Yak-38 from the Moskva or the Kiev, like taking out enemy maritime patrol aircraft or scout aircraft stalking the convoy? It's fundamentally not what the Marine AV-8s are for. The Yak-38 is a point defense fighter for the Russian fleet. That's its job.
Yes and no. It's also there for limited ground attack or surface attack, really. But Yak-38s didn't fly off of Moskva. They were Kiev class only. And I guess you could say land bases too, but the Marine AV-8Bs, or really AV-8As for most of their service in the Cold War, were there to provide close air support to the Marine amphibious units that were on board on board the ships. Like, they weren't really there to do anything else. I mean, yes, they could carry Sidewinder, so they could do limited cap, but the LHAs, so the Tarawas, weren't there to do convoy escort. They weren't there to do escort at all. They were the ships to be escorted.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They were there carrying the Marines. So it's not really their job. If you're sending, particularly in a Cold War context, an amphibious unit somewhere, you're probably going to have a carrier backing it up in a Cold War gone hot scenario. Because if you don't, you're losing it. Yeah, I know they did test it some off of Moskva. They were not operational from them, and with good reason. The Yak-38 is probably closest in concept to a hybrid of the AV-8A and the Sea Harrier, although it does not have the radar. The Sea Harrier's role is more expansive, but it's there for supporting other aspects. It's not there to be a striking arm, really. It's there as a support, and it's quite limited in its capabilities. Very short range.
Yes.
Very limited payload, but that doesn't mean that it's not useful. So. Knight, it was not a tech demonstrator at best. It was an actual, honest-to-God, naval aviation capability. Not a great one, but it was one.
Yeah, it was one. It absolutely was. Yak-38 was... It was the Russians taking their first steps, and they planned to go further. Like, it was never meant to be the end state. It was basic, somewhat reliable capability.
141 would have dramatically improved the Kievs.
Yes. Yes, it would.
But ultimately, what would have been better is, for the Soviets, is a actual Katobar capability.
Mm-hmm. Which they kept being stymied every time they tried to get it. Kremlin Politics 101.
Less Kremlin, more lower down, but...
Yeah.
Oh, it was Kremlin, okay. I stand corrected by the dude who's got a degree in this.
Damn. Okay, I was actually right about something. That's
It does happen on rare occasions.
pinch myself. No, I'm not dreaming.
Imagine giving up carriers for Kindas.
What a horrifying thought. Nick is apparently on his way. So I'm keeping my eye on the.
No, wrong one.
Oh,
Everybody
James is here.
prepare for the Lieutenant Colonel.
James is here. Excellent, excellent, excellent.
You see, so when he gets it, can we ask him that question about the effects of 6-inch artillery on modern tanks?
Yes.
Can't imagine it's pretty.
I'm sure we can.
It's not.
Yeah.
You can ask both the Russians and the Ukrainians.
Like,
It's
152mm
But
shells versus a tank. Even if the tank survives, mostly intact, people inside aren't having a fun time either.
You are now
Yeah, but
ringing.
it's sort of the difference between, okay, the tanks rattle to knowing exactly how it's going to go back.
Right.
The phrase a significant emotional event.
Oh, hello. Oh.
Yes,
no,
I think
not yet.
very much so.
Yeah, but is it a case of you can bolt the tracks back on and it's some degree of usable, or is it just
Probably
No.
not, because the explosive,
So
the damage it would do to the hull.
one of the things, so if your sight covers are off, your sights are how do I put
Atomized?
this? Not so much
Look at
atomized
atomized, yeah.
as in, have you tried looking through a car window that's been smashed?
Yeah, it doesn't work.
Not fun.
Yeah, you're not shooting through them. Your backup sight might be all right, but your commander's periscopes are probably screwed. Your field of view for the gunner and the backup sight is like looking through a straw compared to the main sight. And that's assuming your backup sight is okay. It very well might not be.
Mm-hmm.
There's a good chance that the shock delivered to the gun barrel has off-balanced the gun or caused problems on the gun carriage. There's just all sorts of problems you're almost certainly running into. That tank needs to go back to a depot.
Yeah, but is it a case of, is the tank salvageable, or is it?
It's potentially salvageable. It's also potentially not, because if it hits on the top of the turret, for example, goodbye.
Goodbye. That's just it. Goodbye.
The crew never knew what hit them.
Yeah.
Right. Onwards.
Also, hello, James.
Hello, Dr. Clark's here, by the way.
Oh no, he's on a telephone call. So he has been invited up, but he cannot accept right now. So Rex and
Just hand up.
James are now are 2 out of 5 of the special guests.
We are Legion.
5 of them will be coming eventually.
I'd say I'm a guest. I'm not special.
Fleet, I will say I am here instead of fishing, so.
True. Okay, that's cycling as well. One of the special guests.
I mean, look, I'm here instead of sleeping, so you know.
Okay, and
Oh, I'm not going to say I'm a special guest. I'm just saying you owe me.
with what? With
The
what?
debt shall be paid in blood.
With
As
what?
I look down at the
I'm stepping
at the
down.
bass fishing rod I've got sitting right here.
I'm stepping down at the end of this stream. I will no longer be on staff. What can I possibly do for you?
I'm kidding, Fleet.
Payment in blood, clearly.
You can't have it. I need it. Like, my blood is important.
We can set up a pretty good altar.
Remember, Fleet, all you need is blood in the name of God.
Horn does not care from whence the blood flows.
Hey. Something blood for the cornflakes.
We need to do it in a way that deserves this ball for the throne.
Milk for the cornflakes.
Oh god, lads.
Why do you sound so depressed, comrade?
Clearly has not been to a battlefield soon enough for a Cornite berserker.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Exactly.
Horn.
Oh, his Terminator armor fell through the floor.
Yeah. Fell down a building.
Stephen
Fun
Meyer
fact,
asks on
in one of the newer books, that's how
YouTube,
chronically iconic Berserker in Terminator Armor dies.
what currently classified system is the panel looking forward to being declassified, even if only to shut up internet trolls? I don't really have an opinion.
Honestly,
on this.
I don't care enough.
I don't have an opinion.
Sorry, it's a boring answer, but I don't. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the question?
What
I can't even think of.
what currently classified system is the panel looking forward to being declassified, even if it's only to shut up internet trolls with its specs?
My opinion on specs is spec schmecs. They matter, but they also don't matter anywhere near as much as people think they matter. So
Okay, we are now
like-
3 out of 6. Venom Geek Media is here. Welcome to Bleak's Random
Hey.
Ramblings. Drac and Dr. Clark, I think, are on their way, so is the Chieftain. But you are now 3 special guests. And welcome to the panel
Yay.
with the rest of the regulars.
So yeah, like my view on that is just it doesn't matter, and like I don't care about internet trolls. Honestly, I think watching them argue is more entertaining than
Yeah.
proving
fair
them
enough,
wrong.
that's-
Right, so, next question. And also, yes,
Wait, I'm gonna ask. Cyclic. Why do you laugh at the Wicked Witch in the woods?
What?
No, did anyone hear just how he laughed? He laughed like a Minecraft
Yes.
witch.
I do get that.
I
have many different laughs. I
yes.
don't know which one you're referring to because I've already forgotten
The
how
one
I
you
laughed.
just did, but
Never mind.
I don't
It's
know
fine.
which one that was.
It's fine. It's fine. Moving on, folks. Okay. So,
Blake,
yes,
I've got some weapons for you.
you've got some weapons for me. This
Yeah.
is making me worry. What weapons do you have?
Well, the
Well,
ones that to be declassified.
oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, I don't have weapons randomly in this version, you know.
you say that, but we literally have Foxo.
like
Right,
the musket.
right. I would literally
Oh.
point out we have Foxo in the room where she probably could just pull out a rifle,
The musket.
or probably Cyclic could
Oh.
probably do the same.
Honestly,
I mean, not
yeah,
rifle,
I
probably a
honestly
pistol.
having a look at the musket would not be a bad thing.
I know I can get hold of one.
Oh, that's probably best left unsaid. So, on Discord, your typical gunnery officer asks, Venom Geek, if you're saying anything, we can't hear you.
Oh, hello. I haven't said anything yet.
There we
That's
go.
right.
I just wanted to check because I wasn't sure if your mic wasn't working.
We just want to make sure you weren't pulling a rune on, forgetting about push to talk.
Yeah. Yes.
No. Yeah, I'm
cut me
here.
out.
I
Oh,
can
did
hear
I?
you, and you can hear me. Hopefully.
Yes, we indeed
Yes.
can.
You said something about the musket, James?
Yeah, those are taking the mic. I was actually going to give you some decent weapon systems to, you know,
Go on,
specs.
go on. I will shush. Go on.
Thank you. Zircon.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the roided onyx.
You can sample that remark.
Kinzel.
Yes, you do rune on.
Yeah, so Zircon, Kinzel, Onyx,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe
Anti-ship
YZ-83?
caliber would be a good one. Anti-ship caliber
Yes.
would be a good one.
Caliber.
That
And the
super
new,
characteristics of the supersonic sprint would be interesting.
Yeah, Sizzler, which is a caliber one, and also the ballistic missile that the Chinese are going to fit to the 055s. There we go. Finish. Carry on there.
Typical Gunner Ops asks, what if the US sent P-51 Allison-engined Mustangs to the South Pacific and arrived by January 1943? How would it be useful against the Japanese aircraft, and would they send these P-51s instead of the P-38s to shoot down Yamamoto's plane? The P-51s wouldn't have the range.
No, they would not.
But
yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong; they'd be happy to have extra aircraft.
Oh
but,
yeah,
like the P-38s are still doing that mission because the P-38s are the guys that have the range, and importantly, they're going after bombers. The P-38 is designed as an interceptor.
yeah.
That's why it has the 20 mil.
And I mean, let's not forget the fact that, like, in Europe, the Allison engine Mustang is not ideal for the sort of mid to high altitude fighting going on. In the South Pacific, you might have more luck with them. They're not going to be as good as Merlin engine Mustangs. but you might have better luck. Zeros might still chew them up a little bit, though.
Yeah,
basically, once it
if you're
gets above
not
16,000
fighting
feet,
right,
it really drops off.
Yeah. But still.
But I mean, realistically, they're not going to get used too much different than like P40s, because it's the same sort of balance of strength and weakness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to be honest, even the better Mustangs are the same way. If you're down in a low altitude fight, you're going to treat it the same way, because that's how you fly down there in that aircraft.
Hello, Alex. Nice to see you. Do you have any information on when
Hello.
the other Alex is coming?
He does.
Because I messaged him.
Give me a second.
I will
say he is a dad, so
yes,
you know.
Yeah.
He is about. He's wandering around. He's wandering around. He's doing something, but I've just got off a phone call which was supposed to last 20 minutes, and has gone for 2.5 hours.
Oh my lord!
So
man.
I apologise for being late.
It's fine. Look,
My brain might be a little fried. I have to admit, I have ordered something to try and help me get over it. So
yeah,
Iron Brew.
No, I've got Iron Brew. No, I've ordered a McDonald's. Because I was supposed to be cooking some food so I could eat something, and I'd be ready for this tonight's live, and it'll be all good on nicely. But I spent the last 2.5 hours on a phone instead, explaining to someone the simple fact of archaeology. If the site isn't physically there, you can't find it.
Wait. Excuse me, sorry? Wait. What?
Isn't that like archaeology
I feel like there's
101?
context needed here.
Within the limits I can discuss. Basically, someone wanted it to be wanted us to find a lost Roman fort in the UK, in England.
Uh-huh.
But do you know what the word lost means?
Specifically underneath an already well-established property, which has been around for a long time, and which you are not going to get permission to start digging up.
Oh boy. Also, hello, Killerman.
Their view might have been because they had a lot of money behind them, and it was going to be for TV, that the company that they would be allowed. I was explaining acts of parliament.
Oh dear, this.
Also, that something which might hypothetically be one of the world's busiest of its type is not something that people would like you to dig up in the middle of central London.
Wait,
it's the M25.
Right. Well, no, right. I say we move on now.
No.
Information's been given that's as much as
I think I've already figured out. I'm just going to keep my mouth.
So have I, yeah. And I'm going to shut my
it's either
mouth.
one of two places, and
Neither of them.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we've all come to the same conclusion, and we can't say it. Right. Moving on.
And also, the Romans didn't really. Well, they did live in that bit, but not.
Well, literally London.
They didn't build a fort there.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Moving swiftly
Chester.
on. So that was. So the last question was. Anyone remember? Okay, I'll mention Mustangs. Right, I know where I am then. Right.
Yes.
96831. Is it accurate to say that the de Havilland Mosquito mostly replaced the Bristol Blenheim Beaufort and Beaufighter? In the light bomb, the Beaufighter wasn't really a light bomber in the same way the Blenheim and the Beaufort were. The Beaufighter is a heavy fighter / ground attack aircraft. The Blenheim and the Beaufort, you could say the de Havilland Mosquito was basically a direct replacement for. It could do anything they could do better, and can do things they can't do.
Yes.
Also, we now have Killabin here as well. Hello, Killabin. My panel grows larger. All I need now is the land warfare expert to complete the holy trifecta of land, sea, and air.
And also, you could probably say it replaced the Hamden to a degree in that role. Like that would probably be a better one to say instead of Beaufighter.
Oh, you would believe the Halifax replaces the Hamden?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you argue that it does actually replace the Beaufighter? Just because the Mosquito gets converted to night fighters, which is what the Beaufighters did a lot of.
It replaces the Beaufighter in certain roles, Night Fighter and Interdictor specifically, which means that Beaufighters get mostly configured for maritime patrol and attack.
Yeah, because the
Beaufighter... You can't drop a torpedo out of a Mozzie.
Yeah. Beaufighters can only carry one, I think, across all marks. I believe.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's one for the
That
bow.
was probably good for the survival of the Regia Marina that you couldn't drop a torpedo out of a Mozzie.
Because I think the maximum torpedo armament is the Wellington, which could carry a pair.
Yeah.
But it's also the reason that the Lancaster, Stirling, and Halifax have such long bomb bays, long unobstructed bomb bays, is because the original specification indicated the use of torpedoes. And that would have been an interesting attempt to try and use a 4-engine heavy as a torpedo bomber.
Of course, because the Royal Navy desired to smack high explosive and lots of high explosive into the side of warships using the Mosquito, they developed a smaller version of the bouncing bomb to do exactly that, because you could drop that out of a Mosquito.
Yes, yeah, highball.
Yes, oh dear.
It wasn't the Royal Navy, it was
really
that. That's the Royal Air Force.
Yeah.
No, it didn't.
Highball not really work. No.
The Royal Navy tried to use torpedoes instead.
Oh, yeah.
It was the Royal Air Force who was trying to develop highball.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So, I mean, yeah, but the Beaufighter and the Mozzie both served to the end of the war. And the Beaufighter is better in the Pacific because it's made of metal, not wood.
Yeah, a little bit. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Having a plane not rot under you is usually a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't even think Australia had access to the woods required domestically, because Canada had access to the materials required, which is why
you can't get the wood.
See production.
You can't get wood for it. You can't get the wood, you know.
Yeah, you can't get the wood, you know.
Most of the woods from Brazil, if I remember correctly. That's where the balsa.
Can I just tell people something? I've realised this over the last few days of spending a lot of time with Fleet while picking around Cornwall, building computer, those things. The puns he makes when he's live, he actually makes worse ones in person.
Oh yeah, certainly. And
it's non-stop.
I can imagine.
It's non-stop. It is.
It's almost unbearable.
Hey! You've only met me once, Cherry.
You can try
laughing. That bad.
You can try laughing along with them. You can try ignoring them. They just don't stop. But at least it shows he completely is him. We thought it was an act all this time. No, it's actually toning it down.
Thank you very
I feel
much,
Dr.
Dr.
very
Clark.
much the same as me.
You get what you get, and you will like it.
You get what you get, and you don't get upset.
Basically, yes. Click.
Also,
20mm will not fire itself.
Okay.
I have had another heavy drinker to the shipshape crew are going to Japan, so it looks like I am officially not only Desoba Sally, they're officially all going to be staying in the same hotel as me because I'm not taking them all home to different hotels and after we visited the stories.
Yes.
Makes sense.
Just not.
Okay, Dragon. I'm going to need you to deploy into Theatre at Sea text chat the gunnery officer meme image, please.
Give me a sec. Do I even have that on this PC?
It's only,
I don't actually have that on this PC.
No, Dragon,
Give me a sec.
Dragon,
it's in
the it's in the DMs. It's in the DMs.
I know. I'm more just thinking I was about to go to my actual, thing
because there are a lot of.
What I'm used to.
Right.
Where is this meme image?
You're gonna see
well,
it.
it's not really that much of a meme, but gunnery officer, not gunnery officer, sorry. Venom will probably recognize what it is very quickly, or at least what it's modified from.
In Theatre at Sea text chat, it will be.
Give me a sec.
One other
there you go.
less well-known advantage of the Beaufighter over the Mozzie is you can reload its cannons in flight.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
That was the job of the second crew member in the Night Fighters.
Very good.
Ah.
It is remarkably
Helps when you have a bit of elbow
annoying to
room.
find a decent Omega Protocol image.
Because did Beaufighters ever get Mark V Hispanos?
Oh.
Or did they always operate with magazine-fed versions?
Ooh, where's my... Where are the ancient texts?
Yeah.
The ancient...
No, I can't get the ancient text because they are in the other room, and there is a sleeping human in the other room. And if I wake her up, I will be crucified and flayed alive.
Do not wake the sleeping human.
Do not wake the
Do not wake the sleeping human.
Nope.
Yeah, because Mark 1's are 60-round drums.
Yeah.
And Mark 2 is belt fed. They probably got Mark 2s, so probably only early bow fighters had the ability to reload their guns in flight, because I assume later versions had Mark 2s. And then obviously you're not reloading the wing guns.
I don't think the Bristol Beaufort did. The Bristol Brigand did, and the Hornet and the Sea Hornet.
Yeah, the Brigand I know got the
didn't
Mark
get the Mark
5.
They got the. They didn't get the other ones didn't get the Mark 5.
Right.
From what I can see, going through my own list, which is I have to admit was a list.
I don't think they used Mark 5s.
Once you get to Mark 2 though, it's belt fed anyway.
Yeah.
Because that's the big because the Mark 2 is just a Hispano configured for belt feed.
Yep.
Is the Brigand the most disappointing Bristol aircraft of the entirety of World War II?
Does it count as World War II? No, the Buckingham.
Ooh. Yeah, Buckingham.
Because the Buckingham.
Yeah.
Because the Brigand is just a ground attack optimized bow fighter.
Yes.
The Buckingham is attempt to basically replace the Wellington when they've already basically put out the requirement for what becomes the Canberra.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, using Bristol Centauruses for a medium/light bomber is inspired, but Brigands I think get used in Malaya. I don't think the Buckingham ever even sees production.
I will say though, the Buckingham does look nice. And apparently 119 of them were produced. So
it was produced in a small batch.
Units.
Yeah.
Although, can we also agree that the Buckmaster is possibly the Bristol Buckmaster is possibly the strangest naming of their attempts with BBs?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can't remember if it's the Brigand
Buckmaster. We're going to call an aircraft the Buckmaster.
I don't even know what it refers to, I'll be honest.
Yeah, no idea. I think it's Buckfast for some reason.
They were running out of really good names by 1945.
Moving on.
Because because I think it was the Brigands had problems in the Far East because
and they didn't take Beelzebub or anything like that for one of their aircraft
because their air brakes were actuated by basically leather bellows, which rotted out in the Southeast Asia. So you deploy the air brakes, and then nothing would happen.
Yep.
I'm sure that will always end up fine.
When you're 800 feet over the Malayan jungle on a cannon and gun run, isn't the best time to discover your air brakes don't work.
You're also forgetting about the whole incident involving improperly treated propeller locking rings, which caused them to randomly shed a propeller blade mid-flight.
That's exciting.
Whoops. Right, so, typical gunnery officer asks on Discord, in terms of a peer-on-peer conflict, can you use the AGM-45, 78, or 88 arms or harms against enemy ships? Since enemy warships have radar and they emit radar signatures like ground-based radar. Yes, yes, you can.
Yes.
Yes, this was actively...
Yeah, go ahead.
This was actively part of engagement doctrine. People, like the U.S. procured a terrifying amount of air-launched harpoons. However, for the bulk of targets, particularly if you were in a complicated maritime environment, you would largely be using things like skipper or bullpup. So in that environment, you do need to be slinging things like standard arm or Shrike. Less Shrike because its CEP was really bad. But
didn't they use 88s against Iran?
88 started coming out in the mid to late 80s. So
when they went after the Iranian fleet, I swear they were using radar missiles in a not necessarily an anti-shipping role, but the logic was that
there were one or two fired
because they can shoot them in a busy waterway and the missiles are very unlikely to go for something that isn't a military target.
There were one or two fired, but the bulk of the stuff fired in a dedicated anti-ship roll was things like Skipper. So it's a rocket-propelled, laser-guided, 1,000-pound paveway.
I mean, in the Gulf War, the Canadians tried to shoot Sparrows.
Yeah, which was specifically developed to allow for attacks in complicated maritime environments where you've got a lot of stuff that would a harpoon you just can't trust. And it's not something alone to harpoon. Pretty much any anti-ship missile of this period is going to go, ooh, shiny, unless it's one of the big heavyweight Soviet ones. If it's radar guided, it's just going to do that. The Soviet heavyweight ones, things like basalt or granite, so shipwreck or sandbox, are networked and programmed where a certain percentage will go after the largest RCS target they can see, and the others will divide up among what is assumed to be the escorts. So you fire those in a complex maritime environment, you're going to have problems too.
You'll hit your target, you'll just hit everything else as well.
Yeah. You're really talking about IR guided stuff, but an IR guided stuff is, anti-ship missile as well is going to have a similar problem. It's going to go after the most attractive target it sees. So yeah, you would see walleye and skipper used a lot in environments like that, and even in you got to go sink a Krevac. There's literally no reason if you're a carrier for your strike to use your harpoons. You've got a limited number aboard. Yes, it's a lot, but it's still a limited number. Skippers, a couple of hits from skippers will do that, and they keep you out of the range of Gecko. So,
yeah. Right. So I think we've hammered that one into the ground, as we so often do. So, the next question, which is YouTube Minecraft Watcher. What if in 1941 all the dive bombers on the Allied side turned into A1 Sky Raiders? Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Well, unfortunately there are downsides to this. The first being that you've significantly reduced the air wing in terms of dive bombers that the Yorktown class and other US carriers can carry, because the A1 is a much beefier aircraft in terms of size than but
its dive bomb payload is
yes,
a full wing's worth.
Yeah, I think
of Dauntlesses, not just in weight, but also number of bombs. And the other fun thing that you've done is, if we're talking the initial version of Sky Raider, which I think we are,
81,
we're talking about an aircraft that can also carry 2 torpedoes with high fast kits.
Oh my! So basically, you're seeing the US is just and the British as well apparently are adopting this all-in-one, one-and-done solution for torpedoes and bombs.
That was the goal of the Sky Raider, yeah.
Yeah, and you've jumped US engine development 5 years.
When is this happening again?
There's nothing.
1941.
There's nothing fundamentally new about the Sky Raiders, because it's an R2800 or is it an R3350?
Yeah, it's a more evolved and nuanced version of not a familiar engine, but an engine they can look at and go, yeah, okay, makes sense.
Yeah, because is it an R2800 or a 3350?
I don't remember. Let's see if Moo comes up with the.
Yeah, because it's basically you can take it.
Oh, and if you look,
and someone in Pratt and Whitney can go
bigger than a Corsair.
Oh,
yeah.
So. Oh my god.
Well, yeah, but it's something like you can take that to Pratt and Whitney, and Pratt and Whitney can go, yeah, we know how that works. We just need to figure out the tolerances.
And here is the chieftain.
Also,
this
is going to be interesting because this means stuff like the Skua just got turned into AD1s.
Oh, that gives the British an awful lot of.
But the thing is, would Sky Raiders be able to work properly off British carriers?
They don't fit. I don't.
Yeah. I don't know. That's why I'm genuinely not sure if they fit on all the carriers.
No, HMS Furious suddenly becomes a really, really potent weapon system.
Yeah, Furious is the only one that can take them.
Yep.
Furious suddenly becomes the carrier that won World War II in the Allies of things, because there'll be the Italian fleet before Furious turned up, and there'll be Italian fleet after Furious turned up.
Lexington and Saratoga for the US as well. They'll be able to carry a lot more Sky Raider than the Yorktowns can.
If Saratoga can break her curse of being torpedoed every 3 minutes.
Yes, if Saratoga can. So that's that question squared away. Basically, bad times for all the Axis navies. But
I mean, the Yorktowns will be able to operate them too. That's the other fun part.
Yeah,
like the U.S. is going to turn around
might have to be hurried up.
Yeah.
The Essexes and all that, and the Yorktowns will be able to carry them. But yeah, the U.S. is going to turn around and go, can we get more of these and also clear out the Avengers and Devastators? Because we don't need them now. And you will dramatically expand the striking power of the carrier air wing. And you can also, even with a smaller amount of aircraft, now pack more fighters on board for defense.
Yeah, the British are going to be the customers for Avenger, for their non-Furious carriers. The British are going to hoover up Avenger production for the carriers that aren't Furious.
No. It's 1941. Think about what's being built at this time.
Oh. Yeah. Whoops, I forgot about that.
You modified a lift. This is attractive enough. You're going to modify the lifts.
Yes, probably. Right, so bad times for the Allied powers, but
this is a really big expansion of Allied carrier striking capability.
Yes, it gets.
The light fleet carriers will have a modification go through. Implacable and Indefatigable might actually also have that same modification.
And in the interim where they're not, they're going to do other roles, even if that means you just pack them full of fighters while you're waiting to run them through.
Mm-hmm. Right, so that is that question.
Here's the other fun part. When a Sky Raider jettisons its ordnance, if it needs to defend itself in this environment, it is going to be very scary to deal with as an enemy fighter. Yes, it's big. Yes, it's heavy. But it generates a lot of lift and it has a lot of power. So while it's not going to be able to climb away from you, you've got a dangerous opponent with a decent amount of firepower in its gun armament.
Yeah, because it's got 420 mils, which you really can't argue with.
No, you
One
can't.
thing that I think you're going to have to deal with is you're going to have to deal with the whole air forces being very upset because quite a lot of their bomber force now looks very, very weak compared to the carrier arm.
The B-17 is going to be sat there going, "Why do I exist, Father?"
Long range missions.
I mean, to be honest, I don't see the U.S. Army Air Corps getting too upset by it. They're just going to continue to be in their own little box like they were. The Navy's just going to sit there and laugh as the IJN becomes an artificial reef a lot faster.
Yes.
And also, as it's replacing all Allied dive bombers, the other people are going to be very happy are going to need Australians.
Oh, yes. Multi-vengeances are gone, and the A1s are in.
There will be a couple of squadrons in the Army Air Corps that will be very, very happy as they go from the land-based version of several Navy dive bombers to this.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just...
Yeah, there's going to be a lot more artificial reefs a lot earlier.
Yes, indeed. Right, so, actually, while we're transitioning between questions, do we want to talk, since the Chieftain has arrived, do we want to talk about the whole thing about being shelled by 6-inch howitzers on the effect on an MBT? We had a whole thing where the Germans someone asked a question about modern armor, and basically they were saying, if the Germans had modern Leopard 2s, they could the Russians couldn't deal with them in terms of the World War II Russians if all German tanks in World War II were Leopard 2s. And we said, well, you just drop artillery on them.
I mean, that wasn't all of it, Fleet. That's kind of reducing it down. But
I'm trying to. I'm not.
The overall statement was it doesn't change the outcome, the eventual outcome of the war. Like, the Germans are still losing.
Yeah.
I mean, I assume a Leopard 2, even with a modern diesel engine, is thirstier than a Panther 4.
But it's more
congratulations, you've just.
I would not say that.
Oh, would you?
No.
Would they be comparable?
I did an assessment for one of my Q&As as to how much fuel a modern M1 platoon uses versus a World War II Sherman platoon in terms of just gallons. And the answer was that they actually were pretty much equal. The only difference is that an Abrams uses 4 vehicles and a Sherman uses 5. But in terms of miles per gallon, there actually was not much difference. And that's with the Abrams, which has a reputation for being thirsty.
I stand corrected.
I mean, that's probably what you'd... And I mean, given the capability gap, that's pretty good. I'd rather, if you have the fuel to run 4 Abrams or 5 Shermans, I mean, you run the 4 Abrams.
I think it's also on the basis of the question that we know in a modern combat situation, an effective method of killing a modern MPT is indirect artillery fire in the 152, 155 category.
The whole idea of killing a modern tank with a 6-inch gun is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah,
and you also could kill World War II tanks with a 6-inch gun perfectly reasonably, as the U.S. Navy demonstrated off Sicily.
Yeah, it was a lot of the debate was basically about if you direct hit a tank on the turret roof with a 6-inch shell, that's basically a write-off. But if you shell shell the area the tank's in, and you basically get near misses or hits.
Yeah, you'll get a mission kill.
Yeah,
there was. I need to find it, but there was maybe about 15 years ago on Artillery Magazine or Field Artillery Magazine. There was an assessment on this exactly. Let's see. I'm looking. Who says dumb artillery rounds can't kill armor? Let's see what that was. December 2002 of the Field Artillery Magazine. I'm looking at a T-72 that took 1 round of high explosive to the face, and it didn't come out very well.
What's missing?
I mean, we're fairly certain the Challenger 2's knocked out in Ukraine were a result of artillery impacts.
Some of them, yes. There's also some fairly good footage of what appears to be a Lancet causing a catastrophic kill. But, yeah.
Now, granted, those are rare. I mean, how many rounds exploded nearby that did not cause a catastrophic kill?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can't exactly rely on it, but you can certainly do mission kills because all those optics are fragile. The tracks are relatively fragile in wheels.
The K kill I was referring to was a Lancet impact on the top of the turret, so that's a bit different.
That's up. And I mean, now we've got guided artillery munitions as well, which makes it even more dangerous.
Isn't it in the warhead weight of a Lancet in the range of artillery shells?
Depends on the Lancet, and some of them are shaped charges.
I thought there were a couple of EFPs or something.
Yeah.
That's the thing with all the drone tech, is like trying to remember which one is which and what carries what payload, and is it just a racing drone with an RPG-7 round duct taped to it?
Lancet
to a large extent, a lot of these specific details are not particularly relevant, though. Same with, you're going up against a T-90 or a T-72 B3. There are differences in technical capability, but the differences in practical capability are such that you treat them exactly the same.
Of course.
I mean, I don't care if the Lancet coming at me with a 6-inch shell warhead or a heat warhead. I'm still going to try to shoot it down before it hits me, or jam it, or otherwise, avoid the miss. In practical terms, it doesn't make a difference.
Yeah.
Dumb question though. So, I would have thought that a modern armor would be much more hardened against blast effects, given the prevalence of HGMs nowadays. But an
ATGM isn't a blast effect, that's a shape to charge effect. I mean, how do you harden against blast and fragmentation? The only way of doing it is thicker metal, better welds. And things like the glass that the thermal imager looks out of, which I think is technically a crystal of some sort, you can't really harden that. It'll either take the hit or it won't.
Yeah, and at that point, it comes down to the fact that it's not so much the vehicle's armor that's gonna save or not save it in this particular case. Obviously, a direct hit will obviously get through that anyway, but it's more the fact that everything else on the... Like, yay, my tank is intact and we are alive. Okay, we can't move, we can't aim, we can't shoot. So we're alive, but the tank is not, yeah. At that point, you've got to call for recovery, if you can be recovered. If the artillery isn't still raining down. Right, so...
That's where you get out and you run home and you get another tank.
Yes.
Which, again, it's people missing the woods for the trees. People say, oh, yeah, I want the best personal thing. What's the best pistol? I say, who cares?
Yeah.
It goes bang. It keeps the other guy's head down. I really don't give a damn about the terminal ballistic effects of a 9mm versus a 45 ACP.
Yeah.
You are missing the forest for the trees.
Yeah. I mean, could you... I mean, I know that...
The job is, I don't want to be fighting a battle with a pistol. I want to be keeping the other guy's head down while I get out of there.
Yeah.
It's not the weapon I'm going to be choosing to engage in a fight on a battlefield. If I'm in a battlefield and all I've got is a pistol, I am not fighting you, I am getting away from you.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. There will be situations where it actually does matter.
Yeah.
And you see other guys, oh, look, the special forces guys, they wear plate carriers instead of the big armor. So, well, that's true. But most guys aren't going up against the same threats that special forces are going up against, or vice versa. So, Joe Infantry is going to have lots of artillery you're talking about, and grenades, and all that sort of fragmentation that your big vest will stop. Whereas, the special forces doing a raid are probably not going to be subjected to 152mm artillery rounds. They just need to stop the AK-47 that's facing them, and that's it.
Is there a?
If they are facing artillery, something's gone wrong.
Yeah. Would you say there's a lower limit? So, like, if, say, the enemy has 105 or 100mm guns or heavy mortars, can that have the same effect, or is there a point where you go, you cannot mission kill this tank with this amount of HP?
There is a lower limit, yes, and that lower limit is dependent on two things: one, how close the round was when it went off. And two, how much weight of armor and protection you placed on the vehicle.
Yeah.
So usually when you see a level of protection, it states not only what it is protecting against, but the distance at which it is protecting against it. So will defeat let's say, an M113, a nice simple box. Will defeat a 152mm fragmentation explosion at 50 meters. Right. Something like that. But if you get within 25 meters... And then 113 is thin aluminium armor, and it will go through.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I get it. Brilliant. All right, so moving on to the next question, which is,
I guess the related things, the concept of immunity zones. I mean, the Navy were always big on immunity zones. We don't talk about it in design process much. In army worlds, but part of the reason that the Greeks, for example, got the Leopard 2A6 with the bigger gun was to face off against the Turkish Leopard 2A4s with the not so big gun, and that way they had an immunity zone that they could engage the enemy, that they weren't being seriously affected.
Vital NATO allies, by the way.
Indeed. Even
my uncle served in the Greek Air Force and was kind of like
armies right now, I believe, too.
Yeah.
In NATO.
They point the two largest non-US tank fleets at each other.
I was amazed Finland had as many tanks as it does.
That's because Finland has to go from...
We're up against an artillery army that happens to have a lot of... Well, used to happen to have a lot of modern tanks.
Yeah. The Finns also have to... Basically, they need that armor to bulk out their formations when they do hit the big red mobilization button.
They do have an interesting way of keeping the equipment in service, though, because their equipment is determined by the conscripts. So a lot of, say the US, we get a new tank. Usually the active duty get the tank first, and then the reservists get the hand-me-downs, or at least they used to, but now, second generation. And that will happen with a lot of militaries, and the conscripts get the stuff at the bottom of the list, but it just cascades. For Finland and to an extent Israel, they don't do that. It's if you entered service, if you were 18 years old and drafted, and the tank that was the latest tank available was a T-72, you stayed on T-72s until you were so old that you were no longer eligible for service. And if the T-72 no longer had a crew trained to operate it, that was when it was removed from service. So it wasn't removed from service necessarily because it was no longer viable or it didn't have any miles left on it or whatever. It was simply because the crew that was trained for it no longer exists.
Yeah. It was like my cousin. My cousin, he's Finnish. He did his national service in the artillery. And, for example, he had some limited training on the Russian 122, so the 2S1 self-propelled howitzer, and some training on 152. But the majority of his training was done on the new K9s that they were getting from Korea.
Oh, okay.
Because that's what's coming in. Yeah, he got the unenviable job of being fire support coordinator. So he decided who got fires and who didn't. Oh dear.
I mean, looking at it, going from a 2S1 to a K9, you're like, yeah, no, we picked the right side of the world.
Yeah, it's
air conditioned. Oh no, more than what is Finland. It's got heating.
Yeah. He said it was like chalk and cheese. It was just not. There was no comparison. Like
the Swedes were saying we don't want heating in our tank because if you're heated in your tank, you're wearing more than this. You're wearing standard BDUs. But then you got to get out and either you're bailing out because the tank's on fire, or you're just getting out to do maintenance. Well, guess what? You're not wearing the right kit. So they figure if it's cold outside, it should be cold inside the tank as well, and just make the tank big enough that you can wear your marshmallow suit or whatever.
Yeah,
and provide the right rations so that people are getting the calories they need.
Mm-hmm.
I also recently, oddly in the Czech Republic of all places, got to wear a British Army heated chieftain suit. And I had, and while I'm sitting in the tank, all plugged in, I had that sudden memory from Operation Think Tank.
I was about to say,
of like, and I was sitting there going like, I wonder how. It was like, they're supposed to be quick detach, and I tried to move, and it's just, no, I burned to death now.
Yeah. And so did it go from lovely warm to really quick?
Yeah, no. I was told I was given a pair of gloves to wear under the gloves.
Oh, right.
It was like, when you feel it, tell us, because it is genuinely on or off, and it's just fabric with a heating element like a kettle through it.
Oh, was this at Lashani?
This was at the Czech National Tank Museum.
Which I presume is Lashani.
Yes.
Okay.
Because
I actually don't have any contacts there. I don't think. Do you? Can you put me in touch with somebody?
Maybe. Because we just turned up and said we're wargaming. They didn't ask that we were warships, not tanks.
Oh, never mind then.
It's like, would you go in the tank? Sure. But no,
if it works. It works, I guess.
The collection there was quite interesting because you could see some of the nicer Soviet kit had been inspected. Let's just say.
I see.
Someone recently from a 3-letter organization had gone through and went, "Does this BMP-2 still run?"
Right.
But no, I mean, it's an interesting collection.
So, Lazy Author asks, and I better get this in quick before Rex has to jet off. Jet off. I'm funny.
No, look, I will buy a business class flight to Heathrow.
From where?
Brisbane.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that in steerage.
No.
I've seen people survive doing
what
that
was the
in
question?
steerage.
Sorry,
it was not good.
It's fine. This is what happens when I make puns. I just get people planning to come and fight me. Lazy Author asks, a semi-continuation of the Jets question. It's 1939 and Britain, the US, and Japan in that order deployed their first operational carrier-capable jet, as well as necessary refits to carriers, which is basically nothing at this point. How will this affect the carrier battles of the Pacific War and possibly the Battle of the Atlantic?
Doesn't really.
You have
Battle
jets.
of the Atlantic. Battle of Mediterranean is going to have an impact.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
The fleets fight closer
Well,
together.
yeah, I
because
was
the
thinking the
range is worse.
Pacific.
Can the paddle wheelers take the jets in training?
Yeah, that's a point, because you have to train for
yeah.
jets now. You can't train with piston-engined aircraft. You've got to train for jets.
Correct. Yeah, you're basically having to essentially completely change your training infrastructure.
You'd probably still have the paddle wheelers with piston engines, but that would basically be...
Yeah.
They are therefore, this is a carrier, this is the basics of landing on it.
Also,
was this just
escort
for the
carriers are going to
Allies,
have
or
a bit
was
of a
this
problem.
just for?
It was the three major
was this
carrier
for-
powers. So it was US,
So,
Britain, the US, and
is
Japan.
the panel familiar with Japan's first carrier-capable jet fighter?
They adapted the 262, didn't they?
No, for carrier-capable. That is
It was
the
Japanese
F-35 Bravo.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The Kika is Japanese Navy, but Japanese Navy land-based fighter units.
Yeah.
They never had a... By the time the Japanese have a flying jet, their carriers are all camouflaged, hoping they don't get bombed.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
There is no... Yeah.
thankfully, they're not pulling those refits off. Or being able to really use the F-35B, so we can move that off.
I mean, I guess for the US, do you count? Is it the Firebrand, which is a piston? It's a hybrid.
Oh no. Well, thing is, it's a continuation of a previously asked question.
No,
so
for
it's
the British,
it's
domestically produced jet aircraft for the British, it's going to be the Supermarine Attacker.
Yeah.
Yeah, because for the US Navy, it'd be the Firebrand, which is a hybrid.
Well,
which in theory solves your training issues
by
because it's piston powered still.
By this point, given it's, I'll just very quickly give context for those who weren't here.
I've got the US's one already.
This is a question that was asked previously, where the powers of the world have 45 era jet technology in 36. This is 3 years after that, and they have now all brought in the first generation of jet aircraft.
How's the fuel refining capability in 1936?
Probably not great, I'm going to be honest.
Sad. Well, that was the point I was going to get to next. Is okay. Yeah, you're going to have this. If we're going on the assumption that we have developed the jet technology, everything else has still got to catch up. You know, airframe design's got to catch up. Wind tunnel development's got to catch up. The logistics has got to catch up. The training. Oh my god, the training. You've got people that are now going from biplanes to jets.
Oh dear lord, that's a horrible.
Like you've got you're not pilot. You're not going to have pilots that are going to have the experience of going somewhat fast in like later model, Spitfires and Mustangs and stuff. You're going from
traded your swordfish to.
Yeah, you're going from poor Jeffrey Tidlidsworth, who was flying around in his Gloucester Gladiator in 1935, to all of a sudden, oh my god, what is this? It's yeah. You think you had training accidents in the 30s? You're going to have a lot more now.
Which is why I maintain that the Firebrand is probably the best one, because it is a transitional design in the extreme, which means it's less likely to kill its pilots.
Yes, no, I'm in full agreement with that, honestly.
Though I will counter that with the U.S. Navy's, according to Naval History and Heritage Command, first jet fighter. So in the spirit of what I think they're talking about in the question, is the FH-1. So you are going from, if you look at Theater at Sea chat, from the F-3F to the FH-1 Phantom.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Good luck.
The original Phantom to this.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
That is a widow-making experience, shall we say?
Yes.
Yeah, that is good night, Vienna.
Yeah.
Well, that's easily solved. Only recruit unmarried pilots.
I mean, the way you'd probably have to do it is you'd probably have to have joint development. So what you'd have to do is you'd still get the single-engine piston fighters as the majority of your carrier fighter aviation, and each carrier would probably have a squadron of jets specifically for cap. That is what they are there for. They are your cap.
Yeah, they're not going to be necessarily your strikers, but before we even get to that point, you are going to have a bear of a time training pilot. So it's entirely possible that you see an intermediate step of turboprops.
Yeah, that's probably...
But, like... To be honest, the amount of training differences even there are huge. So you're still talking about years between these aircraft appearing with all the support and the ability to actually create a credible combat capability. Just because an aircraft is first introduced in a year, generally it's 5-6 years down the line. It's a little bit faster in this period, but I'm talking more 1980s here, where you actually start to see the credible combat capability appear. Now, in this case, you're probably looking at 3 to 5 years because of the amount of difference in training, in tactics, in operation, in all of that you need to develop before you actually have a credible combat capability here. Because these aircraft fly different, they land different, they fight different, they're maintained different, they have a different operational tempo. And that all of that really matters to carrier operations.
And this all comes in 1936, right? From the earlier question?
Yes.
Yeah, but these fighters are coming on stream.
So you're looking at 39, 40.
Yeah, but then, yes, but the thing is, if you've got this fighter, so you're going to have heavier aircraft because that's coming in, because this is technology and they're planning. Remember, they negotiate the Second London Naval Treaty in 1936-37.
Yeah, there's that aspect too.
And part of that was lowering the size of the aircraft carriers. Now, if your aircraft size are going to grow again, are the Americans, let alone Japanese, the Americans going to sign up to that? The Japanese don't sign up to the 1937 agreement anyway. The Americans don't sign up to it. Then, in terms of lowering the treaty, the individual tonnage allowance for the carriers, the British aren't going to do it. And you end up with you can build as many as you want, but they're limited to 27,000 tons coming in 1937 as limit, which means the illustrious class design probably goes with the 27,000 ton variety.
Gunnery officer, what you just said there about stronger flight decks,
and
better
so
launching
does
system
with the Yorktowns
and landing system.
That's
a common
misconception.
Yeah, that's also a common misconception with early jets. You don't need those for early jets.
I mean, you do.
Yeah, but
you're just going to be going through flight decks a lot faster if you don't.
It makes life a lot nicer to develop, but there are things which come in as you get used to operating those jets.
Yeah.
They're not going to be something you have to operate those jets initially. They're going to be something you're going to quickly develop.
Yeah.
But for the British, the Supermarine Attacker is their first naval fighter, jet fighter. And,
it wasn't great.
You'll notice that I'm being specifically quiet upon mention of the Supermarine Attacker because, you know, the old saying, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all.
Well, it does have 4 Hispano cannons, so...
Hey, you can say something nice. It was a jet aircraft with 4 Hispano cannons.
It had
like every other first-gen British jet fighter.
It had about 500
but this one can fly off of a carrier.
It had about 500 nautical miles of range. It had a fairly good rate of climb and a
fairly decent service ceiling, and let's be honest, if it found itself operating in 1939 against the aircraft of 1939 rather than the aircraft you probably find in this scenario with this amount of technological change going on, it would have done fairly well. It would have certainly been a zoom and boom attacker.
It could have been. It could be worse.
But that would be
it could be the gutless cutlass of its era.
Oh.
The ensign eliminator.
Worst.
The cutlass looked cool.
If it looks right,
You know what didn't look
right.
cool? The pirate. The pirate did not look cool. It looked like it was drawn by a 10-year-old.
No.
The pirate did.
No. Sad fleet noises. Right, so next question. So I'm gonna do a quick fire round for Rex, because Rex's time here is sadly limited, as he has told me. So we're gonna try and hoover up as
I have
many.
to take my lady to the airport soon.
I'm gonna try and hoover up as many aviation questions as I can see. Luckily, both questions are closed, so I should be able to hoover, like literally hoover, as many.
Pictured in theater at sea, the gutless cutlass in its natural environment.
Yeah. So
Is
very.
The thing is, right, I really love the way the cutlass looks.
It does look.
It looks like something straight out of Thunderbirds.
Right?
Good
but
It does look
What
good.
is that here?
Here's the nice thing about this photo. That canopy is being blown off.
Yeah.
That means the guys pulled the cord because it was a cord in the aircraft. And while I don't think it had a 0-0. He's not technically 0-0.
Oh dear, that's did that pilot get out? Because I'm noticing both the jet engines are amidst that cloud of fire behind the aircraft.
He's got a better chance than if that was on a land base runway.
Actually, I think he's possibly just getting out. Looking at the, if you look at the
Yeah,
canopy's
you can-
gone.
you can see
I think
him.
you can just about make his head getting. Yeah,
he is
just
his head is
getting
above the
out.
canopy now. So
Yeah,
he is,
very
he is,
well-timed photo.
That
he
is
is having
I
a
mean-
significant emotional event while he is rapidly egressing the aircraft.
Yeah, it's just a bit. Right. So very quickly,
I think he needs an emotional support missile. He definitely needs an emotional support missile.
That reminds me, I have to
Is
go
that a
talk to
wooden
the
jack?
manufacturer. I'm being nailed by the tariffs thing, I think.
Oh,
Really?
Well, I mean, they're all made in China.
Oh.
So all the companies I was talking to about giving me a cuddly emotional support missile, they also, I mean, be they in Canadian or American, they said, well, manufactured in China. So the thing only costs $30. And how much of that is shipping? And the tariffs are going to absolutely murder into everything else. So I haven't even seen a prototype for the thing yet.
Oh.
But it reminds me, I
right.
have to give them an email. when it was
183
spill.
plushies.
So Hosh plushies. Anyway, so Steve Clark asks Fleet, which is Fleet and Rex and the panel, which is uglier, the MEO 143 or the Blackburn? I have the French flag in my name. I have to go for the Blackburn. The MEO 143.
I agree, the Blackburn. Yes.
Which plane,
If there's anyone who disagrees about it being the Blackburn, I will have serious words with you and serious considerations about your
What was the
your
question?
Okay, remember the Blackburn being pretty heinous, all right?
I mean,
Yes,
but like,
it is.
Yeah, that's heinous.
What
What
am I
was the
choosing between?
alternative?
The MEO 143.
Spell it.
militant
AM
AMIOT.
143.
Just militant French flying greenhouses.
It's a
Tell you
flying
what.
greenhouse with a wine rack built into it.
Oh God, no!
That's nowhere near as bad as
What,
the
would-
Blackburn. That's nowhere near as
Yeah, it
bad.
reminds me a little bit of a Wellington.
Yeah.
A Wellington mixed with
Oh,
French.
look at that beautiful French engineering.
Especially
Oh.
the later versions of the 143.
Hey, it's even got a spot where you can absolutely enjoy the view as a crew member.
Oh yeah, like
I'll-
absolutely.
No, like, as
Okay,
much
could
as I
you-
don't
Yeah,
like
yeah,
French
yeah,
aircraft,
yeah,
I think
absolutely
this is an area where
abysmal.
we can go. You don't have to compare because they're different aircraft for different roles to save people's sanity.
The worst thing
The
is
Mettre
they
Le
actually
Fleur
used,
or the Sou?
they
Or the Soleil?
used those things to in the sort of the desperate last weeks of the German invasion. The French used these things to try and attack armored columns.
Oh my.
And
It was.
surprisingly, they took a lot of crew casualties from ground fire because they were in a flying terrarium.
Yeah, I think
but at least they had good visibility. They could see the bullets coming.
I mean,
the Blackburn is definitely the more.
The Blackburn is definitely the ugliest. Yes. Yep.
Even the tanker agrees with this one.
Yeah,
I mean, if we're
like,
talking
did you
about
get casualties from gunfire or glass wounds.
Both.
I mean, it gets worse because if you think about it, the German columns in 1940 do have small amounts of flak Panzer 1, so you've also got 20 mil coming your way as well, and tow 20 mil. It's just yes, daka, 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 daka.
Oh, you've also got the Blackburn Blackbird, which was a matchbox with wings.
Why is it tail backwards?
What is that? What am I looking?
So this was they were trying to build a torpedo bomber that was going to be easy and quick to build, and so they literally just went, why don't we just build a matchbox, stick some wings on it?
Oh my god!
Have an ejectable undercarriage.
For a second there, I thought
Because
the
basically-
aircraft.
Yep.
For a second there, I thought the aircraft was in flight, and that poor gentleman was hanging on for dear life.
Sorry, ejectable landing. This does not.
Yeah,
seem
because
wise.
basically the earlier ones had crossbar axles, right? So basically they take off, the undercarriage would get jettisoned, it'd do its torpedo attack, and it would just belly land.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, look, it's got skids. It looks like it has skids underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got skids. Yeah.
This can only go well for everyone involved.
I mean, if you're landing on
Rex
grass,
from Blackburn.
skids aren't terrible.
I mean, hey,
No,
at
they're
least
not. No,
at least it's not
yeah.
the funny explosive firecracker that is the ME-163 Comet landing on a skid.
Yes.
Right.
But if you're having to go
No,
that low,
the Blackburn is definitely the ugliest.
Okay,
back to
so-
the original question.
Yeah.
Yes.
So the next
I've got a
question.
fact for the Blackburn.
Boxer, we'll move on. I'm afraid and get back to
The next question.
No.
Rex's thoughts on the Finnish re-engined MS-406s. You know, the ones that got the meaty Russian engines that became the Moko Morans.
Oh.
Moko Morans.
I'm actually partway on a script on those somewhere. One of the 2 billion projects. I haven't really gotten to that part of it yet, but honestly, yes.
Yes, apparently. That is
yes,
the answer.
honestly.
To the
No,
question.
like I if anyone, like, if I was given the option to re-engine it, I think you'd get more reliability out of it with in the conditions they were operating them in. If we're going purely from like an operational standpoint, I think inline wouldn't have been the best way to go. Also because of the altitudes in which the Finnish used them, like used a lot of their fighters in the original war and then in the continuation war. I think it would have done better if they could have adapted it with radial engines, but with the late powertrain power plant swap, I think it was one of the better, honestly, one of the best things they could get at the time. Because it's the Hispano Suiza, they were not historically good performers in the cold.
Yeah.
Like when they were performing, they were good, but when you're always looking at sort of like this northern theater, and when they're getting equipment from other countries, the thing that always gets them, and I guess it affected all planes at the time, but it affects these ones even more, is when it comes to winter operations.
Yeah.
Like in spring, summertime, it's fine. Obviously, you get muddy runways and stuff, but everyone has that issue. The main issue is when you have these winter operations, which, you know, the whole front grinds down to a halt, but, you know, both sides take turns in trying to use the winter to their advantage, and both sides get humbled by the winter for various reasons.
Yeah.
I think these would have seen a little bit more success had they obviously had a different engine. But again, the French were very set on using that, the Hispano Suizo.
Yeah, but luckily the Finns did strap a different engine in, so they had more success.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yes,
the Russian
exactly.
inlines are better suited for the conditions.
Yeah,
exactly.
I don't know if it was a Russian engine. I will just check.
But I would also guess that the logical engine replacement would probably be similar to what the Romanians did with the IAR-81, which is Nomen Rome.
Yes.
They were. Yeah, the engines were replaced with Kilimov M105Ps.
Yeah, which are the Yak series of engines.
Yeah.
So still a V12, still water cooled, but built with the knowledge of Arctic operational requirements. Because a Russian engine of the period will probably have the widest expected operational conditions.
Oh, easily.
Maybe the US Army Air Corps would be like, we'd like to see how this works in Alaska and in Texas. But the Soviets are more likely to be like this has to work everywhere.
Well, in fairness, the US Army is also looking at the Philippines, which is, I don't think the Russians have an equivalent.
No.
Perhaps not. I guess.
Yeah. No, I think what they done with the IR-80, if you could strap a Nurmgron Mistral Major into the Mocha Moraine, that could definitely be a fun combination.
So the next question, I'm going to show it to Discord quickly, and then we'll go back to YouTube because I'm just powering through these questions. Did the Soviets like the US supplied P-39s and P-400 Airacobras over their own domestic Yaks? Have a yak about it. Hey.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? My internet dropped then.
Did the Soviets like the US supplied P-39s and P-400 Airacobras over their Yaks? I guess we can have a yak about that, can't we?
Oh god, there is a lot of. It depends on what you're reading and what sources you're looking to. Honestly,
the Yaks usually flew top cover for the 39s.
Yes,
I know they prefer the 39s to the 400s because the 400s have the weaker engine.
Yeah,
and the smaller gun.
Yeah.
The Russians like
the 20 mil.
The 39 is a Soviet doctrine fighter built by the US, basically by accident.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the 39s, because several of the higher scoring Soviet aces scored heavily in 39s.
They liked the 37.
Would they have scored better in the Yaks?
That is a valid question.
They did like the mix. They did like the mix because it has a 37, 50 cals, and 30 cals. So you've got guns for every occasion.
Well, it's less
that depended on the variant, though, no?
You have more of your regular machine gun ammunition, and you have better visibility out of the cockpit in the later Airacobras than you did in a lot of the earlier aircraft. So it's a combination of visibility, more available ammunition, because a lot of the Yaks had a single 50 cal in the nose.
50 cal and 20 mil.
Yeah, 50 cal and a 20 mil, and that's
not a lot of ammunition.
That's a rather light armament for engaging fighter-sized targets.
I guess it's a question of role. If you're flying a patrol over the Stalingrad front, you probably want to be in an Airacobra. If I know I'm going to run into 109s, I want to be in a Yak.
I mean, even
that's
then,
probably the best way to describe it, honestly.
I'd probably still have the P-39 because, yes, the Yak is more maneuverable. But that BF-109 has to be very, very careful. Because if you catch him even once, he's dead.
Sure, but I'd rather probably be in a Yak 9.
Yeah, okay.
Yak 9, yeah.
Yeah, Yak 9, yeah.
Because
now, if you're comparing more aircraft, though, I mean, don't know.
I think early Yak 9s are contemporary.
No,
to the Stalingrad front. Yeah, I think they are. Yeah,
early Yak 9s were coming out but not in the same numbers. The other thing is a lot of Soviet pilots went from an aircraft like a MiG-3,
which isn't
or
bad.
a LAG.
They went
Well,
great.
haven't been even the I-16s in some cases still.
Yeah.
Yeah, or like I-15s or I-16s, and they went straight to an Airacobra, which if that's your upgrade, you are going to be one very happy pilot.
Yeah.
That's going to be a dream
the,
machine.
So the Yak-9 entered Soviet service in October 42.
Mm.
I think its first operational deployment was over Stalingrad.
Makes sense. Right. Next question is actually a fairly interesting one that I think everyone on the panel can actually answer, because it's a very personal question. What rare World War II aircraft would you personally want to own and fly? Personally, he would want to own a BF-109. This is YouTube Minecraft Watcher. For me, personally, I desperately would want to fly a... I know it's not a combat aircraft, but I would desperately love to fly a Boeing 314 Clipper, Atlantic Clipper. Desperate.
You can go and see one in the Uva-Hazy part of the Smithsonian out in the west part of DC.
I didn't realize
it's very shiny.
I didn't realize any 314s had survived.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello, Drag.
The Smithsonian has a quite extensive collection.
Isn't it the round the world one?
I think so.
I think it is.
Yeah.
But I really love that
I'm
collection
fairly sure
because they do a very good job in demonstrating the complete absurdities of some of the classifications of various aircraft at that. And I think it's deliberate because they have things like the Arado 234 jet bomber sitting next to the Pafil, the twin-engine fighter. And it's like, one of these things is a bomber, one of these things is a fighter. Size is not your friend trying to determine which is which.
Yes. So I suppose we now go from... So what I'll do is we'll start with... Because everyone gets to pick one, I guess. We'll start with Rex, and then we'll go straight to the top, and then Dr. Clark down. So Rex, you first?
Out of anything from that era, if I could own and fly, I'm probably gonna cop flack for this, but I'm a sucker for the Curtiss XP-55 Ascender. I love that thing.
Nice.
Good choice.
I love that thing.
The only World War II aircraft that looks like it belongs in Rebel Alliance colours.
Absolutely, yes.
The Shinden does as well, I think, if we're going by that logic.
It's why I would have loved to see the XP-68, which is even more of an insane version.
So then it's Dr. Clark next.
No one told a Wildcat in this, but I'd love a Hellcat.
That's a good choice.
Ooh.
That is a good choice. So then...
I like me the pugnacious Grumman fighters.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Next is the shipyard, James. And he's got a smirk on.
I mean, I'm not good at planes, so I've had to Google, had to do a quick little Wikipedia.
I'm doing that right now.
But because it's unique, I'm gonna say a Heinkel HC-162.
Ooh, the Volksfighter. Interesting. I mean, I hope
Volksjäger.
I mean, I hope you enjoy being on fire. But
I hope you never have to bail out for any reason.
Yeah, so it's
certainly rare.
Yeah, so it's the chieftain is next if he's ready. If not, we can come back.
Well, so by irony, I'm having a look. The last thing on my logbook. I don't know if you can read that. Right there.
Spitfire.
Ooh.
However, I was not PIC for that entirely, and I'm worried that it will kill me. It was kind of like you fly Cessna and you do this with a Cessna and the airplane kind of does this.
Yeah.
You do this with the Spitfire and it goes whoosh. You
are now on your back.
I mean, I used to fly to drill because my unit was like 6 hours drive away from where my home record was. So I learned to fly.
Oh yeah.
And and we were at Stead where the air races happen. So they closed down Stead Airfield for the air races about 4 or 5 days before the races start. Just general aviation gets shut down, and that's it. So I'm rushing to get out of Stead before they shut the field down, and I'm stuck there. So here's me tootling along in my little Cessna 172, and they're going by Sea Fury, Spitfire, Mustang, Corsairs, and one of us does not belong here right now. So for keeping myself alive and just enjoying the act of flying around and looking at the window and so on, a Feaster Stork seems to be pretty suitable. But if I actually wanted to get from A to B reasonably quickly and safely, I think I'd go with a Sturmovik.
Ooh, that is a good... both good choices, and both actually a bit out of left field there, yeah. Okay, so, Chair, what have you got?
I mean, it's a bit similar to you, but a Sunderland. Just sort of, from ever since that was like one of the first big aircraft, I was like, oh, there's a kitchen in it. And all that, and thought, this would be a brilliant caravan.
The man wants a kitchen.
Well, no, but as it, I want to go on holiday, so I'll fly there.
Well, mine's the same. I've got.
I'm just imagining the phone call to the Caravan Club of England. It's like, yeah, sorry, what are you trying to register?
Okay, Fox, what do you got?
I got two, I must admit.
Okay, go on. That's
I
fine.
get altitude sickness hard. So first option is a Blackburn Buccaneer S2.
Ooh. Hang on a minute. That's not World War II.
Yeah, I was about to say. I mean, that's...
yeah, World War II.
I'm trying to hit the World War II.
World War II.
Go back to our 1936 jet question.
Yeah, okay.
By 1945, Buccaneers in service.
Yeah.
So
okay, with
that context, it's got to be a short Empire.
Ooh. So again,
I'm sorry, a short Sunderland, but you've taken out all the war stuff and you've made it into a proto-airliner.
Well, the short Empire was an airliner. It's actually the way around. The Empire came first, the Sunderland came second.
Yeah.
So it really is going to be good joining the Caravan Club.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so...
my Empire's better than yours.
You should... If you've ever read the menu that they were serving on those flights, oh my lord, it makes you hate modern airline food.
BOAC did not skimp. BOAC did not skimp at all.
No.
I mean, look at the Sorrow
Beef
Princess.
Wellington, freshly cooked to order, as just the way you like it. You know, your choice of seasonal vegetables, pick from our wine cellar. It's...
Yeah.
I don't drink, and even I'm sitting there going, "Oh my lord!"
Just on a slight tangent, I mean, after the war, I mean, BOAC were not planning not to skimp again. I mean, I'm sure some of us have heard of the Sorrow Princess, but then they planned to build the Duchess and the Queen. The Queen is basically the Queen is basically Sorrow going, well, what if we strap 16 jet engines to an aircraft that can carry 400 people from Britain to Australia via India, and the aircraft will weigh about 1,000 tons. Yeah, that works. Yeah, we'll do that.
I have the project files for that P&O commissioned from Sorrow.
Yeah,
actually,
it's
so
a heck
that's
of
going to be a fun video
monster.
one day.
So, Dragon, your World War II aircraft of choice?
Oof. I'm not sure necessarily of choice, but there's still ones I would there's two that would immediately jump out to me that I'm interested in, and one you could technically argue is not quite World War II, but still. YB-35. Or BV-238.
Ooh, BV-238. That's
BV-238, especially in the planned production variant.
That's a choice. So we've got a German flying, but a lot of flying boats on this list.
Well, it's mostly because the BV-238 is just very, very weird.
Yeah.
You see, I'm just too practical for this question. I'm looking at the 6-engine monster and thinking you can't take it up for a flight on your own if it's a Sunday afternoon and you just want to have a spin. And you have to drive, especially where I am in Central Texas, you probably have to drive a fair bit before you can get to a seaplane hangar that will accommodate this.
I mean, seaplane hangar, you're going to want to buy a full section of shoreline and build an entire scaffold for the thing.
I will point out, I live next to Tynemouth, which is very notably because it's Tynemouth, mouth of the Tyne. We also have the longest beach in the northeast of England.
Oh.
Very good area to dock a boat.
Yeah.
Just ignore the North Sea.
You still need a lot of friends to keep running, though.
I live in Cornwall, which literally has the sea on three sides, and I still did not go for the flying boat or seaplane because.
So.
I'm all going
for you flying boat aficionados. We all know aircraft are expensive, but do you know what BOAT stands for?
Blowing out my account.
Rake out another 1,000. You're going to be paying money out through your fees because it's an aircraft plus a boat.
I was asked what I wanted, not what would be practical to fly. All right,
like if I got YD,
Chieftain, I saw that smile appear on your face.
YD-35 has a chance of killing you, doesn't it? I mean,
but that's why That's why I've got a simple solution. I
What
take
is
it
your
down to a
simple
little thing called Duxford, and go right. I'll let you have it. I'll let you rent it out. Just stick it in the hangar.
Flying wing.
Or we might need to build you a new hangar.
Stupid flying wing moment. Right. Okay. So that is. So the next person is
Making
Guy.
it down to Duxford. You're never getting it back off them. That's the Imperial
Ah.
War Museum.
It's the Dutchman's turn. So Guy, what are you picking?
Well, so I'm obligated to say something Dutch.
Yeah, you should go for it.
But I'm not going to pick the D21.
Oh, you could have had the
That's
D21.
But I'm not going to because there is a full-scale flying replica in the Netherlands. So if you ever want to fly with it, you can essentially just be like, hey, I want to fly with this.
So what are you picking?
So that's why
then?
I'm not picking that one.
Are you picking a Fokker?
Yeah, he probably is picking a Fokker. Yeah.
G1.
Oh, Fokker G1. That is a twin-engined machine of
The
destruction.
twin boom tail.
Yeah, that's pretty good. So, Cyclic, what are you bringing?
Honestly, I'm thinking a Devastator.
Ooh.
Because that's an aircraft I can fly by myself, but if I want to take a couple people up, I can. And I'm a sucker for the underdog.
Yeah, no, that's a good. And
But also, at the time that aircraft came out, it was the most modern torpedo bomber in the world.
Oh yeah.
But like, what was the torpedo bomber at Midway? What was the torpedo bomber at Coral Sea? It was the Devastator.
Yeah, no, you got a point there. Drac, what are you picking from the hangar?
If we're allowed anything that technically flew during the Second World War, I would go with a Hornet.
Ooh.
Purely because based on Eric Winkle
Stylish.
Brown's reports of just like, yes, I am in a level flight and it's perfectly fine, and then I just point it skywards and I vanish.
Yes.
I am hovering in place. Why do you ask?
Yeah. If I have to take something from that's like actually got a combat record during the Second World War, I'm actually going to go for the Dauntless.
Oh,
because I'm a dive bomber with a ridiculous payload, and a pretty darn good one at that, and pretty rugged, occasional part-time fighter.
You can take
when
people up
needed
in it.
for combat air patrol.
You can take people up in it. Yeah, that's a good point. So I know Venom Geek Media is away for a minute, so I'll probably ask him that question when I get back. So I think it's then Kilobin next.
He's also currently. Oh, there we go.
No, I'm here. I'm thinking of aircraft that served actively, a Kawasaki Ki 100.
Ooh.
Okay.
I like
So
that.
you guys all know what these things are. Every time you say something, I'm hitting Google.
The
This is where War Thunder has helped me out.
Yeah.
But if I apply the Drac logic, a Martin Baker MB5.
Oh god, that thing was so good.
Okay.
Ooh, MB5. I had forgotten about them, but that is a very good choice.
But no,
Yeah.
so
Like speaking of air races, like that thing would make a.
finish.
Sorry, go on.
No, yeah, I mean, yeah, like if an MB5 was around, if they built some, and they lasted long enough to be in the air race scene, they would definitely be up there as some of the most competitive air racers in the world.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's just like put the throttles forward and just you're gone. That's it. Good night. And then the last person is Richelieu. Do you have a aircraft?
For me, it's probably the Bugatti 100p.
Ooh.
Because it's beautiful, but it's not really a fighter. So for fighters, I think I'm just gonna go with a 0, I guess.
Ooh, I've actually forgotten about the
Interesting
Bugatti
aircraft.
100p. It's an interesting one. It's
like how much streamlining do you
it's
want?
like you're sitting right on the prop shaft.
Yeah, you probably
You're
are.
scouting the
Yeah.
prop shaft.
Yes, the prop shaft is going between your legs in that.
Oh my lord.
It's shielded, but it's there.
Oh my god.
Just like a tank.
And I've read some paragraphs about how it was gonna maybe become a fighter, but I don't really believe it.
Where would you fit the gun?
Wait,
Where would you fit the fuel?
You'd probably have. You could probably get away with 2 rifle caliber machine guns, either inlaid into the fuselage or in the wing roots. But that's all you're getting. You can't get cannon. You can't get heavy machine guns.
I think the bigger question is your range will be precisely 300 feet.
Yeah, I think.
Where is the fuel going?
I think you are an interceptor.
You are effective to the end of the runway.
Yeah, you are an interceptor.
Yeah, I'm just looking to see what happens.
I like
when
Moon's
they-
thing. It's not a fighter, but it's a hydroplane takeoff racing.
Beautiful
aircraft.
But yeah, what were you saying, Chieftain?
I'm just looking at the actual flight history of the B-100 and its replica, and yeah, you're welcome to it, mate.
It crashed. I know.
Less than a minute into its third and final flight, I wonder what was its final flight, the aircraft banked sharply and dived into a nearby field, impacted nose first, instantly killing the pilot.
Yes.
Oh dear, that's...
You play with a non-traditional layout, you could have non-traditional outcomes.
Yeah. I mean, look...
Another reason for my Stork and Sturmovik.
I mean, Chieftain,
a few of
with
us
the-
just want to stick these in museums.
With the Stork,
just have one.
Like with the Stork, Chieftain, there is nowhere you can't go. You could take that thing anywhere. You can land it anywhere.
Oh, you go to one of those bush pilot competitions in Alaska. You know,
I was
okay,
about- I was
beat a
about
10-foot takeoff rule.
I was about to say you could say that about a lot of bush a lot of bush aircraft up in Alaska, and a lot of them end up flying into mountains. So be careful with that.
Yeah, there is that.
Well, I actually had to get mountain certified before I was allowed to take a rental anywhere near Tahoe, because I used to fly over the Sierra Nevadas, and the problem is the Sierra Nevadas, they top out at about 14,000 foot. But unless you're going to go with oxygen, you can't go above 12,500 in a Cessna. I mean, the airplane will get there, but you'll have asphyxia, whatever the hell, hypoxia. So you do have to navigate a little bit. And the last time I was flying into Stead, actually, it was for the air race weekend. I mistimed my flight, so I'm going over the last couple of ridges. I have to make this choice: am I going to land at Truckee for the night, or am I going to push one more set of ridges to try to get over them before I lose visibility? Because I can't just go on the map, because the map has grids that has just within this 10-kilometer grid, this is the highest peak. So if you're above that number, you're safe, even if you don't know exactly where you are and what you can see.
Yeah.
But how much are you going to risk this? So between scud running and flying at night and so on, mountains are not something to be taken lightly. So I absolutely barely make it over the hill before the last ridge before I lose sight of it. And by the time I land at Stead, which if you look at a map is only like 30 miles further down, it's pitch black.
That was lucky.
Yeah, but if you crash in a mountain, it's because you took a risk you didn't need to.
Yeah.
But as one of my teachers told me, experience is a terrible teacher because it teaches you the lesson you need after you needed it.
That's a very good point.
And oftentimes with aviation, you only get that once.
Yeah. So very quickly, I'm just going to hand the floor, because Rex will have to go in like 10 minutes. I'm going to very quickly hand this over to him for one last question, which is the last one I can see that's directly for him. So,
oh no.
What is your opinion on the rocket interceptor in World War II? Do you think it's only a one-way trip aircraft for the pilot since it has poor range of maneuverability? And, since only one saw service, that being the Comet, also has no guarantee of you coming back, because if you land badly, kaboom.
Yeah, and also, if it leaks, you melt, which is also not ideal for pilot safety. Honestly, as I'm of the opinion that the rocket interceptor is more or less a dead end, because it's essentially it's
surface to air missile with extra.
Literally, I was trying to think of the word. It's essentially bridging. It's essentially bridging a gap that does not yet exist.
Yeah.
And in a couple of years, you're getting within a decade, you're getting to the point where you're getting reliable jet interceptors. You're developing early surface to air missiles. It's not going to go anywhere. It's incredibly dangerous. It has ludicrously short endurance.
Even at the time,
and
the Germans are working on the Wasserthal program. Imagine how much further they could have gotten with the Vassifal program, which is an actual surface-to-air missile that's radio-guided, with I think it's half a ton of explosive warhead. Imagine
the biggest thing is the safety issue.
Yeah, like, and
well,
also
could there be words around it? If it's liquid fuel, you just jettison before landing, or if it's solid rocket, then there's nothing to worry about when you land.
the problem is they needed the rocket to be. They needed not only did they need a liquid fuel rocket, they needed it to be throttleable, and the Germans basically went through a bunch of different options. And the only one they found that gave them the energy density and the light weight that they needed was the horrific mix of hydrogen peroxide and
hydrazine and
hydrazine.
Yeah, hydrazine.
Methanol.
Yeah, hydrazine.
Hypergolics are fun.
Yeah, and
that was. I mean, if you could build a 163 in a country that isn't being blown to pieces, so that you could actually produce all the fittings and fixtures to the quality that the design demanded, and build and have the capacity and the refinery capability to make the fuels of sufficient quality, there is nothing fundamentally wrong with the 163.
Except you don't have the reason to build it in that case.
Exactly.
You have the space in the Air Force to use more traditional
exactly.
interception techniques.
Slight problem. Even if it's a perfect aircraft, those fuels are still going to kill you. Even in a good country. Like, it doesn't matter how well the aircraft is built and how good the material science is. If there's a smidge of fuel left in those tanks when you come down, explosion. If the rocket fails mid-flight, as it sometimes does, you have to glide back with full tanks, explosion. If the rocket suffers a false,
is the problem.
Yeah, it's just it's a dead end. Like the British actually, Saunders Roe came at this in a much better way with a jet interceptor that has a rocket kick and a solid rocket fuel kick for takeoff and climb.
Well, France had it with the Mirage 3 deployed with the capability to fit a rocket booster under the jet exhaust for rapid altitude intercepts.
The way I always like to sum up the 163 is that the Germans tried building Walther submarines and eventually went, "This is dumb. We're all going to die." And that was with a power plant that was trying to bring about a controlled reaction using high-test hydrogen peroxide. And then the 163 is, that's half of our fuel, and we're now going to turn it into a rocket and shoot ourselves into the sky where people are firing explosive rounds at us.
The funny thing is,
possibly go wrong.
The funny thing is,
in combat, there's even reports of 163s being surprisingly resilient to battle damage.
Yeah.
Well, if they've all their fuel.
Yeah.
Yeah, but basically, 163. Because in reports it's 163 absorbs a surprising amount of ammunition, or we hit it once and it exploded so violently it almost took me with it.
Yeah, the thing with and also the choice of weapons they picked for it. It was either So they first tried to fit it with 20 mils. Those didn't work because they wouldn't work at the speeds the Comet flew at. Then they fitted it with the MK103s, which, and in case you haven't heard, the MK103 sucks. It's a rubbish gun. It was rubbish in the ME262, and it was rubbish in the Comet.
There's context to that.
By the way, I need to flee.
Right. Thank you, Rex. It's been
time.
Swell.
I have to go and do the airport thing. Yes, no, thank you for having me on at 2 a.m. I hate time zones.
Goodbye, Rex. Thank you for giving up your night time for us. I appreciate it as always.
You're welcome.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
See you, lads.
So you're saying cyclic?
The big problem with the 103 is its muzzle velocity. It is a couple steps above grenade launcher. If I'm not confusing the two, there's a 10 something that's high velocity and there's a 10 something that's low velocity.
Yeah. They liked the low velocity one because it could chuck a shell that had more explosive.
You land a hit on that against a bomber. Statistically, the bomber's going down. That's why they liked it.
Yeah.
Because it's so aerial gunnery in World War II is very hard. It's one of the reasons that the Browning 50 cal was so well liked because it was very high velocity and you had a lot of rounds.
The thing with the 103 when it comes to its application to the jets and the rocket fighters is that for some reason when you fitted it to these aircraft, it jammed a lot compared to its application on piston-engined
it's a large caliber. It's a large caliber cannon in World War II like this.
He said so. I'm hitting a jammy dodger.
That's good timing. No, but on the piston-engined aircraft, it was fitted to. It jammed a lot less, and I don't think they ever diagnosed why it had problems with jamming more on the 262 and the 163.
Would be my guess.
Yeah,
because
probably.
if you're maneuvering at higher speeds, you've got a larger G-force. But that's surface. I haven't dug into it. And,
I mean,
as everybody has heard, I am somebody who confuses the two different kinds of cannons and names here. But
I mean, we haven't even gotten to the funniest weapon of the 163, and that was yes, let us fit 10 73mm recoilless rifles either side of the.
That's not as crazy as you think.
Well, no,
it's nowhere near as crazy as you think.
No, it's not crazy. It's more just the way these were set off was by the shadow of the bomber passing overhead, which is great. What if you fly under a cloud? Or the recoilless rifles just go off randomly, which they did.
Then they go off.
Then they go off and you fall back on your guns.
Yeah.
No, as in they go off.
These rocket fighter didn't have guns; it just had the recoilless rifles.
Well, then you just fly back. You just glide back home. Like, not much you can do as a pilot.
Yeah. It was.
We'll take a bomber with you.
Yeah.
Right.
Like the overarching issue with the 163 is the reason Germany felt they had to go for the 163 is they were desperate. Their Air Force was losing. It was losing badly. And they could not successfully intercept the volume of bombers that they were up against. So they were just grasping at whatever straws they could find.
That's the common story, but in reality the 163 project had been in the works since about 1935. In fact, its gestation comes even earlier than that. Because the whole thing.
That doesn't mean it's necessarily going to apply in the field, though. I mean, all sorts of things get experimented with. Like, I thought infrared was mentioned. So, the German tanks had infrared. Well, yeah, they were the only people desperate enough to put it into the field, even after trials.
Yeah. And you'll notice most of the discussion about infrared was about the Cold War sets, and I completely ignored the German stuff because of that exact reason. But when it comes to the 163, of course, it starts in the 30s because somebody's crazy enough to think of this. It's how desperate is the Luftwaffe and German government to actually go for it.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. That's a really good way of looking at it.
But a large part of the justification for the project, though, is the alternate fuel supply.
Yeah, because it's not something covered by their side.
Desperate for fuel.
Yeah, because Lippisch convinces Udet on the benefits of his designs as gliders, but then you get the whole Milch-Udet rivalry and Milch hating Messerschmitt, so forcing Messerschmitt to fund Lippisch's development, and then all of the internal Nazi bureaucratic politics that eventually produce the 163, but if they had wanted it sooner, they could have had it sooner, but it would not have been the aircraft that we know as the Comet.
Yep, because the Nazis can't work together on anything, even fighting the same war together.
Well, it's when the guy in charge of your Air Force's technical major aircraft company, personally and religiously, you're going to get problems.
Yeah. Right, so where were we?
And also, in a nicest way, it's not... one of the things I don't like about that analysis is when it puts it down to just the Nazis. This is something which affects all countries. You have a huge product of the amount of times ego replaces logic and good governance and good leadership when it comes to procurement. And the amount of the battles you end up with that, and that's before you get the politicians involved in it. Even just amongst the people in the various levels in the forces and the companies, Add in the politicians on the political layer, and it turns into an absolute mess.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why most of these programs turn into dogs' dinners.
Yeah, there's a specific rifle program I could mention, but I won't right now.
Right. So I suppose we should get back
That
to
is current.
to normal service. Right. So where was I? Ah, yes. Here I was. No, I wasn't. Typical Fleet moment. I had it and then I've lost it. Fantastic.
Yep. Fleet. Once again, I believe me and Runon recommended how you fix this.
Ah, here we go. Typical gunner opposite us on Discord. Opinions on the Sherman Calliope tank or the Whizbang? Why did they fit rocket launchers on a tank when you can instead install them on a deuce and a half or a half track with fewer costs and freeing up Shermans to be the usual medium tank?
It doesn't
All-terrain
explode when
mobility.
you... And armor protection.
Well, I asked the same question. I think that question was posed of me at a Q&A, and my answer is that I have absolutely no idea why you would do it. Except for the fact that the tank is there, it's going the right direction anyway, so why not just load it? What the hell?
And I think they did put them on Studebakers, right?
Yeah, Whizbangs went on Studebakers, and the Calliope racks did, yeah.
I mean, there's a whole slew of different types of rocket you can put on a ship. We only think about the Calliopes, so however you pronounced it, because they're the most common. But there was a whole slew of them that were trialed, and a number of them were used. Even the British, they put the tulips, or whatever those Typhoon rockets
They
are.
also used RP3s on the side of Cromwell's.
Yeah.
I was actually going to ask, why did they do that for the British, if you had any ideas, but...
But the difference with that, though, I think they were slightly closer range, a bit like the Matilda Frog that the Aussies had. That was it was almost like a heavy mortar that just lobbed out in front. Why not?
Yeah, as I understand, that was the purpose of Tulip. It was just to give the tanks some, especially for fireflies. It was, I think it was the Coldstream Guards had them, and one of the logics was the HE capability is better from two of these 60-pound rockets than whatever piddly 17-pounder HE the tank has.
That makes
so we'll just fire
that, and especially also if the 17-pounder tank is behind the other ones by some distance because it's an Overwatch, then the arc of the Tulip actually makes a little bit of sense.
Yeah.
But the Calliope is not a short range thing. Calliope is a long range thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
I've never really seen anything explaining why you would saddle a tank with this when you could put other things on it. And outside of the fact that you could actually drive it around all sorts of odd terrain that perhaps a truck might get stuck on, I can't think of a reason for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How much of it might have been US military, like,
here,
it's a Sherman, we have 1 million of them, why not?
And
I don't think so.
And I mean, a Sherman can go anywhere. Like, I mean, you can't
If they were going to do that, they'll just pull the turret and say, if we're going to convert it, pull the turret, put the Calliope, and just make it a proper Calliope, make it simpler and cheaper.
It really is an interesting thing, isn't it?
So was the Calliope an indirect fire weapon then?
Yes.
Unlike a lot of the other rocket tanks.
Yeah, the Calliope was a rocket artillery, not rocket direct fire. The rocket direct
Let
fire.
me see if there's anything instead of Sherman here.
But yeah, the Calliope was very much rocket artillery, and of course there's the Calliope's lesser known sister, the 7.2-inch Whizbang, which is a 7.2-inch rocket with 20 tubes on top of a Sherman.
So real quick, if I can get a word in here, the U.S. did use a lot of truck-based rocket artillery. I have a feeling it was a mix of they wanted something that could keep up, but there's also an aspect of what the range was for the rockets that were being used by the Calliopes. If they were a shorter range, which from what is Moo is digging up, he's saying 4,100 yards, you might want some armor protection on that.
Yeah.
As well as all-terrain mobility.
No, I don't know. I mean, you do that though, you're still hobbling the tank in its tank roll.
It can't fire.
I understand.
It also,
I'm not going to sit here and say it's perfect.
It just can't fire with the mod. Some modifications did enable them to fire, but reduce the elevation. But in the normal configuration, if a Sherman has Calliope, it can't use its gun.
Could it disconnect Calliope quite quickly?
Yeah, they could.
I think it was like it is quick detach in the classic sense.
The only thing I can think of is that there was quite a large obsession just generally in the Second World War about morale and breaking enemy morale to make things, bombing, like a lot of stuff like bombing cities and some of the weirder weapons was all about, well, if we do this enough, we might scare people and then they'll go away.
Yeah, that's what the U.S. Army Air Force is for. A close support.
Yeah, it's probably not the whole story, but I suspect at least some of the thinking was, if enemy armor sees our armor or enemy troops see our armor and they're expecting a 75 mil or so or 6-pounder shot, and then suddenly it's flames and explosions and screaming and rocket trails all over the place, it might it's going to be a bit distracting and it might make them think twice about being there, which obviously then you can follow up with your machine guns and your regular gunfire.
I mean, I can think of worse things to remove a fortified position than mag dumping a bunch of rockets into it.
Well, I mean, the classic rocket artillery elements in all the World War II militaries definitely had the reputation of the noise they made being considered a morale effect. Nebelwerfers, Katyushas. You don't really hear as much from German troops on the receiving end of Western Allied rocket units, but then they were far less common.
I mean, landmass.
Yeah, they were far less common, and the sheer amount of tube artillery that they had to deal with.
Yeah.
And if a German soldier in the West is going to remember anything, they're probably going to remember an airstrike, or if they were in Normandy, being at the mercy of Bomber Command or the 8th Air Force, rather than, say, their colleague who was on the Eastern Front who was in a trench when a Katyusha regiment opened up.
Yeah. And that's a regimental scale barrage. That is just, dear grid coordinates, please no longer exist.
Oh, that happened a lot on the Western Front. It just wasn't rocket artillery, yeah.
It was Rodney.
Yeah.
Or the Americans calling down an entire sector's worth of artillery, everything from 75mm pack howitzers to Black Dragon 240s on an area.
That is something a lot of people forget about the U.S. Army of World War II.
I think it was you, Chieftain, who brought up the whole Germans complaining it wasn't fair. Stop shelling us and fight.
What's the old meme about? If you shoot a bunch of rifle fire at a bunch of people in a foxhole on the Western Front, if they shout back in German, they're German. If you get a brief fusillade of accurate rifle fire, they're British.
British.
If you receive no reply and then 5 minutes later the entire area you're in is just gone and replaced with explosions, they were American.
I mean, it's the sort of thing I said, like the what is it, SLA Marshal Dupuy said, oh yes, on a statistical basis, the German rifleman was 25% better than the American rifleman. Well, that's fine, but the American rifleman only needs to be good enough to get on the radio and call a grid square. I don't care how good your rifleman is, the 105mm fragmentation is going to do him in.
And there's also, the German rifleman might be better, but here's the
Or the
thing.
napalm.
Yeah, it's like, congratulations, you're a good rifleman with your Kar 98K. I fired 3 rounds when you fired 1.
You're a great rifleman with that Kar 98K, and your squad is a MG42 in it, but you're up against 13 guys with semi-automatic rifles or a mag-fed automatic rifle. Oh, and 2 of those guys have rifle grenade projectors.
Yeah.
And the squad leader has a radio.
Well, and the fact is, your machine gun is likely to have the American machine gun is likely to actually still have an ammunition supply 10 seconds after opening fire.
And there may be given the field procurement
proclivity,
yes, of the American GI, there's probably more than one BAR.
It's like, yes, you see, we don't have as much ammunition for our BARs, nor as much rate of fire, but you see, I've got Dave and Joe and Fred and Steve. We've got 4 of them. Yeah. So do you want to try that again?
And Smith and Joe over there somehow got their hands on grease guns.
Yeah. It's kind of like when I went to Iraq. Look, you've given me too many weapons. I won't leave the bayonets.
Oh dear. Oh dear. We have fun here. I'm trying to find where I am.
What's the other? Oh, the M1 Garand had this terrible ping that when the clip ejected. It's okay. So one of your 9 guys has just had a ping. Are you still going to stick your head up? I mean, is this really in practice an actual problem?
And it's also more to the point if the
And that's
ping...
assuming anybody heard it over the.
Yeah, and it's also like the guy. If there is a ping, the guy has fired 8 rounds. Those 8 rounds have got to have gone somewhere.
Yeah, you're already fairly certain where the chap is by that.
Yeah, like it's not that big of a deal. Right, okie dokie. So, next. YouTube Minecraft Watcher on YouTube asks, which I know will be kind of obvious, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, but hey ho, it's what I have to say. What if in 1936 the US had all triple 14-inch class standards converted to carry twin 16-inch guns?
Doesn't really change anything.
Not really, no.
I mean, I'm assuming Pearl Harbor is still going to happen here, so
I mean,
shrug shoulders.
Yeah, you have bigger guns.
Surigao Strait's going to be a little bit more interesting, but nothing else.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not that it was that particularly interesting to begin with.
The standards do good, useful service, but it's not service that's going to be meaningfully changed by having 14s or 16s. It's not going to change what they do.
I mean, what's the difference with rate of fire? I guess if the 14 is good enough, then your rate of fire is your distinguisher.
And I mean, yeah, it's not that different when you're talking about that level of caliber. You're talking about point something of rounds per minute in terms of the difference between 14 and 16.
Slightly
so surely
quicker.
with less guns, you have less.
I mean, yeah, you'll have
Like,
less. You'll have less shots per salvo, but your broadside weight should be about the same because of the bigger guns. 8 16s and 12 14s, you should have about the same broadside weight between them.
Well, it'll be slightly larger because that was one of the guiding principles of World War I naval gunnery choices. It's one of the reasons why you keep jumping by 1.5 or 2 inches, because you want to have a point where your broadside weight is heavier, despite the fact you have fewer guns.
Yeah. It might help them in shore bombardment, so it might help them against some of the fortresses they deal with in Europe. So the 16-inch guns might smash them apart slightly quicker because they're heavier shells. And same thing in Japan as well.
There are the cons to that.
Okay, I'm listening.
If you've got an extra shell going from each gun,
Yeah, that's what I think.
then in theory you can hit a lot more stuff. So, for example, if you're firing a full 8-gun 16-inch broadside, that's 8 shells. In theory, going to a position that you've requested. If you got 12, if I asked that correctly, yes, it's a smaller shell. Yes, it's slightly less explosive, but there's more places that can go, and it causes a bit more of a terror factor.
Yeah.
Not only that, but your area of effect is going to be larger.
Yeah, as well. You're going to cover more ground with the.
Yeah.
I mean, having been to a bunker in Normandy which took a direct hit from one of the US 14-inch battleships, and the shell didn't explode, but it came through the front of the bunker, and according to survivors, hit someone, ricocheted off the back armored plate door, then went out the ceiling of the bunker, and then buried itself so deep in the ground they haven't found it.
Well, that would almost in Texas.
No, I don't think it was Texas. I think it was one of the other four. But the shell came in at an arc through the gun shield of the gun in the bunker, went through that armored plate into a dude, which according to the survivors, because the shell didn't explode, it just
At least it was quick for him.
Yeah, that's your
basically
fault.
they said like his shoes were there.
Oh, yeah, he's gone.
The rest of him was gone, but the shell came in at a ballistic arc, like through the front of the shield, through someone, off the floor of the bunker, into the ceiling of the bunker, and then out the roof. And it's like,
oh, sure.
A 16-inch shell isn't going to make much difference in terms of like individually more destructive effect, but a 12-gun ship is going to be better for shore bombardment.
Yeah,
because you're going to hit more per broadside.
Maybe the fuse on a 16-incher is better, and it would have detonated after it hit the human.
I mean, it probably would have. It
Probably
would
not
have.
meaningfully so.
Yeah, it might not have ricocheted out of the bunker.
They use the same fuses.
Yeah. It's
so like that was a really sobering veteran's account of just hands just
was no longer there.
Reminds me of the story of the Republic Guard RPG gunner at 73 Eastings.
Yeah.
Oh, the guy who stands up and the gunner's like, "Oh, Iraqi," and just shoots him.
I think put a sabot right through him.
If we're talking about artillery and fires and stuff, Sea Dodders has sent me a quote that I have seen before, but it is a very very good quote to just emphasize the sheer amount of artillery superiority on the Western Front. If I may. High in the ruins of Belleville Chateau, Captain John Shaw perched between the rafters to observe the battlefield, calling in fire from his battery. Through the afternoon haze of dust and smoke, he discerned German armour forming up in the triangular wood from which previous attacks had been launched. 9 or 10 tanks visible, and doubtless more in the vicinity. Yet again, he called in the defensive fire task DF 109 Southwest 400, emphasizing the urgency of the call to give us all you've got. In return, he got more than he expected. The Royal Artillery of 1944 was superbly efficient at coordinated and rapid delivery of firepower to a vital spot, and at this moment the most important target was clearly the expected Hohenstaufen assault. Captain Shaw had counted on receiving a battery stonk, linear predicted targeted fire by 8 guns. That is, fire on a given range and bearing as opposed to the using ranging shots, and with shells landing in a line, each gun firing on its own allotted part of the line. Unbeknown to Shaw, his request was broached to Mike Target for a full field regiment of 24 guns, and then further promoted to a divisional target of 72 guns, and then a Victor target involving all the guns in 8th Corps, mediums and heavies, as well as the field regiments, and a similar call went to 30 Corps, whose guns joined in. 8th Corps had 240 field guns, 25-pounders, plus 16 mediums, 5.5s, and 16 heavies, 7.2 inches, and 30 Corps had, respectively, 96, 64, and 16. With an almighty crash, a torrent of high explosive descended on the Germans' forming up area. This biggest bang of the day effectively halted the threat to the British defences.
I believe that qualifies as a destruction barrage.
Yes, and later... And later in the day, an armoured sweep along the Noyers Road confirmed that no active enemies remained within 500 yards of the front line.
now, cyclic.
It's not just the Americans who could do it; the Brits can do it too.
Term is slightly too. Cyclic. I feel that term is slightly too warlike. It's not a destruction barrage. It's a sanitation barrage. It sanitizes the grid square of the enemy.
The artillery definition of destruction is actually different to the rest of the army. Let me remember if I remember what the definitions are.
Fleet.
Yes.
Fleet.
Yes, I'm here. What is it?
I do owe you an apology. The reason you don't have dot 15 is because I never forked dot 15 for you.
Ah, that's okay. I did see that, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's not a problem. I haven't really been missing it.
Oops.
It's fine.
One of the artillery support stories from the Second World War I always enjoy is the people who were under attack by various German troops, mixed infantry and armor, and basically just grabbed the nearest guy with a radio and asked for any gunfire support available, and expecting some of the, because this was Normandy, so he was expecting some of the recently landed field artillery, or maybe one of the light cruisers. But he was expecting more of the field artillery because some of the light cruisers, like the 5.25-inch ships and some of the older 6-inch ships, were out of range at that point. And so he's kind of sitting back going, well, a scattering of like 25 pounders or something might put them off long enough for us to withdraw to a safer position. And then there's just this screaming, air-ripping sound, and then the near horizon vanishes in flame. And it turns out that the nearest artillery unit on call that could rapidly respond was HMS Rodney, which had just opened up with its main battery. And it was just like, oh, okay.
That'll do it.
Yeah, because he'd asked for a 10-minute barrage, and Rodney was like, okay, have 10 minutes of high explosive 16-inch.
Well, you've got the similar one from Vietnam as well. It's kind of like, hey, we need fire support this grid. How close are you? We're about 500 meters. Oh, you're danger close. You need to fall back. What? Fall back. Okay. Then after. Okay, we're clear. We're a kilometer away. Okay, splash over. Shot over. And then he'll just disappear. Say, who the hell are you? USS Wisconsin.
There's a map in the Imperial War Museum in London that was captured from the Germans that has the range of every Western Allied artillery piece that they had confirmed in Normandy, and just the ranges. And it gets like bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then there's a huge gap in range, and it's just Nelson class battleships, which I think for Operation Goodwood, when they're trying to take Caen, Rodney and Nelson are still capable of providing fire support to the extremities of the lines, because they're still just about in range. When if you were in Caen today, you'd say, yeah, I'm inland. But there's inland, and then there's inland relative to naval gunfire.
Yes.
Question: Did anybody ever attempt to fit a VT fuse to 16-inch high capacity?
Technically, yes. There are anti-aircraft range tables for the Iowas.
Well, I'm talking more for airburst on ground effect targets.
That is a
no, because they at the time they were very nervous about using the VT fuse over Europe, over land in Europe, because if any of them malfunctioned and the Germans got hold of them, they really didn't want the German flak batteries.
But in 1991 or in whenever the Lebanon thing was in '82.
Yeah, I think Vietnam and later the Iowas were using Airbus 16-inch.
I know the Des Moines. I know the Des Moines used Airburst 8-inch and did some 8-inch rapid when they were off Vietnam.
Well, they also had dedicated dual-purpose HE shells too. So
they had Sabos for super long range HE.
I mean, the Des Moines are just yes, I'm going to. The Des Moines can quite literally go.
They're the penultimate gun cruisers.
Yeah,
like
they just
that's
mag
just
dump.
what they are.
Yeah, they can just mag dump an area and it's gone. Right. So very quickly, moving onwards and upwards. A typical gunnery officer asks, opinions on the Brooke-class frigates. Why did the USN build more of them? Do you think the class has the same role as the OHP-class frigates with a 5-inch gun instead of a 3-inch on the OHP? And do you think it's a better FFG than the Type 21 or 22s? Okay, first of all, the Brooks are earlier
21 and 22s aren't FFGs.
They're kind of like pre-Nox or something, aren't they?
Yeah,
they're pre or post-Nox?
They're pre-Nox, and my answer would simply be the Noxes and the OHPs came after them and were basically the next generation of frigates for the same role. That's
no. Like the Garcias and Noxes, kind of. The Noxes were where they felt they got it right. So they made a lot more of them.
What's the
The
difference
Garcias,
with the Brooks then?
Or sorry, the Brooks. The Brooks had a Tartar launcher on them.
Right.
What is this?
It's the U.S. didn't, relatively speaking, compared to the other guided missile ships of that period, didn't build a lot of Tartar ships relative to the Terrier, relative to Terrier ships. The OHPs have the advantage of they came around after. Yeah, I'm getting the names mixed up. It's Brooks that one of these had
No, you were right.
had a-
Brooke. No, Brooke has the the Tartar launcher. Garcia doesn't. You were right. You were dead right.
The OHPs come around later with a couple of things. One, the radars are better. Two, Standard Missile 1 is dramatically better than a lot of the earlier Tartars, even if it basically comes out of digital Tartar. And on top of that, they're using the Mark 13 instead of the Mark 22. They have a larger missile magazine. They can fire more stuff out of it, i.e. Harpoon, by the time they come around. And it fires faster. They're just a more useful combatant in that tonnage range as a guided missile warship. Tartar isn't really replaced by REM 7, Rookie. It's pretty much directly replaced by Standard Missile 1 MR. The Noxes are the next generation of that cheap, cheerful convoy ASW escort. They follow on from the previous DEs. Like that's what they are. They are a straight up DE. But the OHPs come around from a little bit different of a desire. They get used a lot in ASW because, hey, they have a towed array sonar. They have the ability to carry 2 helicopters. They're very useful in that role because of that. But the OHPs come around from a desire to get more air warfare capable ships that can defend and actually do area air warfare, which SM-1MR allows, to provide escort for lower priority task groups to increase the air defense capacity of those forces. The the Brooks really weren't that per se. They're an odd ship in the structure of the time.
Fair enough. Well, there you are. That was Cyclic very thoroughly answering that question, as he usually does. If anyone unless anyone has any more comments or questions, we can.
No.
No.
Only that the list. Only that the list is in descending order, not ascending order. So we're working our way down.
Yes. Right. So, question from Ruinon on YouTube. Oh boy. In reference to the Azurlane question for last night's brew ships, how top-heavy do you think an Azurlane Hosh would be, and do you think she'd have the same keel integrity issues that Lion does? And I can see Dr. Clock's face lighting up with macabre relish, because he knows full well Dragon and Fox are about to take me to the cleaners for this one.
Well, this one is an important question.
Hosh is not top-heavy, right? She's...
And if you can't hear it in my voice, I'm currently grinning like an idiot.
Look, Hosh is not top heavy. Look, as an ironclad, she has a lot of superstructure, but she's okay. She's not top heavy, all right. She's
let the carrying of water begin.
Oh, come on!
I don't know. I've got to agree with Fleet. Hosh and top heavy. She's hunchbacked.
Yeah, honestly, I get it. Yeah, no, that makes more sense. I mean, because thing is, the Tumblehome does make her stable when she's not taking on water, because that's what Tumblehome does. It's why
when it's not sinking, it's upright.
Yes, basically.
No, honestly, Hosh wouldn't so much be a ship girl as she would be a ship gorilla.
Hey. There's nothing wrong. Look.
All the proportions are wrong.
Look, Hosh is my favourite. Look, Hosh.
So, what do you dislike about gorillas? Why are you accusing them
for
of being
those on the
Hosh-like?
panel who aren't in on the joke? Hosh is Fleet's.
I'm insulted for gorillas.
Hosh is Fleet's favourite
Why
warship
are you insulting
ever.
your fellow primates?
Yeah, Hosh is
That's
Fleet.
just rude to gorillas.
Yeah, the Marine National Hosh, which Gunner Officer has
Gorillas stole
posted.
my lunch money, okay?
Let's finish, please.
Yeah.
They can at least give context.
So for those in the panel and in the audience who are not familiar, Hosh is Fleet's favorite warship of all time. Ceodolus has posted a good image of her there. And some people, for reasons I do not understand, think it's ugly. I think she looks very nice, especially in that lovely.
Because we have
Exhibit A is the photo posted by Sea
We
Daughters.
have working eyes.
My eyes work
Fleet,
perfectly
just hold on
fine.
again. You're talking about yourself in the third person again.
This happens on a
Also,
shockingly regular basis.
I just want to point out, for the benefit of the record, that Fleet just called his girlfriend flat as a board.
That's not. Oh, for the love of Mike, I can't even. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! No giggling in the back there. Stop it!
On both the fore and the aft, he just called his girlfriend as flat as a board.
Stop it! Come on! I don't mind a good bit of mild-natured ribbing, but come on! Stop laughing in the back there.
Yes.
It's funny though.
For God's sake, you're gonna set me off the edge.
No, it's a good thing this isn't real, because Fleet probably
Only.
would be getting strung up right now.
I declare you excommunicatus.
Anyway.
Please, I take you've never been on
Forgot
board a
something.
warship.
A little bit, yes.
This is the daily chats we have on board a ship. Everyone gets ripped.
Yeah, I know. Yes. I know. This is what happens, and I just have to grin and bear it.
Like a really ugly ship.
She's not ugly. She's nice. I like her. And she's an acceptable. Well, I can see Drax sharpening his knife there, but she's an acceptable
French and I don't
combatant.
even like her. Come on.
She's an acceptable combatant when she's commissioned.
I'll throw.
She's not ugly. She's French.
Wait, if you keep carrying that much water, you're going to have a hunchback.
Right. Anyway, shall we move on, folks? Because
She's got
this
a
was
face not even her mother could love.
That's
shall
not
we say.
fair to her. I mean, she's not.
I wouldn't say so much I'm
No,
sharpening the
that's my
knife
mother.
as much as I'm carefully drawing the sword of the man who designed the ships that would have sunk her had war occurred.
Well, it's all right. I mean,
And
I won't be on. I
Uncle
won't.
without even noticing she was there. Realistically,
Look,
they'd
it's-
have gone. Oh, did we just do that?
For those of you who are wondering, this is literally the sword of William White, designer of the British pre-dreadnoughts of the period.
Yes. Yes. Drac.
Why am I
Drac
not
has-
surprised you have that?
Yeah, Drac got that recently. But yes, and it's all right. It's fine. I can defend her fully now because this is my last stream on staff, and it's my last stream in the server, so I can afford to dig my heels in.
Thank God.
Hey, you're not.
I will defend her in
could,
the future when you're not here anymore.
You're not rid of me yet, Ruinon. When this moves over to my server next week, you'll still be there.
Oh, I will be there, but then when somebody tries to ignore the fact that I've told them 4 fecking times that we have closed off questions for the moment, I can delete their questions. Because I don't have I don't have managed messages permissions in this server.
I'm gonna
Ruinon?
guess night by any chance, Ruinon?
No, because I do.
This is
I
in
can delete
Discord.
messages on YouTube. I cannot do it in the dry dock because I don't have managed messages permissions.
Good
Is this
times.
gunnery officer?
Yes.
The man has
Gunnery
a
officer,
reputation.
Stop being cruel to Ruinon.
Now, gunnery officer, you're on the
choice of
server.
two.
This is your last chance.
Oh, I'm driving. I'm seeing
Is
how
either Knight on YouTube or Gunnery Officer on the Discord?
It's all right. Okay, moving on. Moving on.
Seeing as how chat has failed to abduct me to the UK, I'm abducting chat to Richmond so I can go pick up some paint for my stream on Wednesday.
Right. Okay. With that brief humorous aside at my expense now out of the way and everyone's mirth perked up again, moving back to
Isn't
regular.
that just ramblings?
Hey, Runan, look at what Moose put in.
Yes, that is just ramblings
I'm driving.
normally.
Oh, Richmond, away down south in the land of.
Yes. Right. Moving.
Raiders, rattlesnakes, and alligators. Look away.
Gentlemen and ladies, can we please right
No.
with
No.
Zen,
No.
please.
No.
Right.
Nope. Can't do it. Not today. Stars. Not
All
the right
right.
position.
Now, next question.
Yes, okay. Typical gunnery officer asks, Q&A, tank question 11. Why did the US tank destroyers in World War II have an open-top turret, and what if they had a closed turret like the Sherman did but retaining the same armor? Could you still call them TDs? And for the Hellcat, could you call it a light tank destroyer, since it's very thinly armored and has very high mobility? Well, who wants to go first?
Hellcat already was.
Mr. Moran, would you like to field this one first?
Yeah, definitely.
If you're saying anything, we can't hear you.
If you turned your microphone off to avoid us hearing the swearing you're about to utter.
So the brief answer is no, it wouldn't make them tanks. And they did develop a overhead protection kit after some of the urban warfare experience. But overall, if I remember correctly, it was for visibility. It's really easy to see things if you can just stand up, poke your head out nice and easy, because it's an open top vehicle, and use a pair of binocs.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, wasn't as far as the United States was concerned, the line between TD and tank a doctrinal one?
Yeah, US tank
More so than
destroyer.
a design one?
Okay, so yes, it was visibility. Is the actual answer, and they weren't alone when the Germans came up with their Panzerjäger concepts. Their concepts were very, very similar to American ones. They wanted lightweight, high speed, open top for visibility, a 360-degree rotating turret. The problem was that the manufacturing couldn't keep up. They only ever built 2 of the bloody things, at least, and saw service. The Panzerschwerer II. There were a couple of earlier prototypes that didn't work either. But the idea was, you want to be able to see the enemy before they see you. There were some attempts at making a closed-top tank destroyer. The T-49 gun motor carriage, which eventually developed into the M18, is one of them. But if it's see first, shoot first, kill first, is basically the way it works out.
Wasn't it the?
And if you want to make a light tank, there was some consideration that the T-49 might actually become a light tank and have to be given to armored force. Because especially at the time, it had a bow gun and a coax machine gun as well, and as well as the roof armor. And they said, look, we don't need a coax machine gun for what we're doing. We don't need roof armor, and that was the end of that. So the M18 was the ultimate of the tank destroyers.
Yeah, this is the thing, wasn't it? Because the tank destroyer branch started with a bunch of Porties and the M3 half-track with the French 75. Then they got M10, but what they wanted was a vehicle like M18, I think, if I've got that right.
Correct.
Yeah. Because M18's basically, it's fast, good visibility, you're protected against small arms fire and autocannon, and you do still have the Mardus on the roof if you want to brassier something up that's nearby, that you don't want to use the main gun for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so there you are, that's
the short version. I can go on long rants about it, but yeah, that's the short version.
And then, of
I
course,
have gone on long rants about it.
Yeah, and then
I was about to say, isn't there a video on this?
Yeah. Like I say, all of the special guests here, so Ven Geek Media, Chieftain, Dr. Clark, Drac, they all have channels dedicated to this stuff, so like a lot of the stuff we're being asked about here, you can go away and get more detail on it if you right, so YouTube Minecraft Watch asks, with the experimental...
And if you want to see Fleet forced to answer more naval history-oriented questions, you can join my channel for Brew Ships every Sunday, where we do make sure he has to answer the naval history questions.
And Dragon, on the off chance that people in the YouTube chat do not have links to the illustrious personages...
Oh, that's right, I forgot.
Here, would you mind dropping those in them? Because
can do.
Given that I am driving,
do we have permission to
you focus on driving?
Do we have permission to post links to my channel, Drax, since this is your server, and this will be the last time I do this?
Yeah.
Thank you. Also, Cyclic, I'm going to do the thing now because I forgot to do it earlier.
I am deeply concerned because
everybody?
I don't know
Yes,
what
that's the
thing
one.
is.
For the last stream while I'm here. Well,
let me go grab the body armor.
Can you add?
Summoned.
Can you add everyone except HUD because Hood looked at me funny as she left the chat room earlier.
The thing is, while I
Because
think
I
people will
accidentally
be
pinged her.
annoyed, they'll probably look at the theatre at sea and go,
Yeah, I'm already seeing why the ping. Bruh. Off to Gulag.
Oh dear.
Yeah, you just didn't add everybody in like an 8,000 person Discord, so.
Hello, everyone.
I don't know how many people are going to be jumping.
The numbers are rising.
Please,
Oh, no.
this is why I have set up a role in my server that is explicitly stream notifications, and you have to opt into it to get a ping. I've also set up
Upwards of
one for
32 now.
announcements, which you have to opt into in order to get a ping.
Yeah, they.
Because I hate pings as much as the next neurodivergent bitch. Or bastard.
Speaking of things that I could do an at everyone for, I've actually got my my box of author's copies of my new book.
Nice.
Yay! Has Amazon yet sorted itself out, or am I classing revenge on the head?
So the resolution appears to be at the moment that Amazon refuses to unrelease something they have released. But the primary, if you find the book on Amazon, the first ordering option is the standard one. Basically, you find the ordering option that doesn't that is free postage and packaging, and that's the main. That's the one that you'll get your books from.
Okay.
Right.
Good, because I do notice a number of people keep asking about this, and I'm going. I have no qualms. If we have to
I'm just waiting.
get your book out of
I'm
there,
just
we'll do it.
waiting for my for the confirmation from HMS Belfast. But with any luck, I'll be holding a book launch on Saturday, the 31st.
Beautiful.
In the afternoon.
That'll be
cool.
About the only problem is I have to ticket it because there is limited capacity in the event room. But considering the price of the ticket is basically 80% of the price of admission to the ship, and you get admission to the ship, it's basically come and spend a day on HMS Belfast with a discount.
First come, first serve, though. I would assume, Drac.
Well, I'm gonna release it in stages. I'm gonna keep about half a dozen tickets back. I'm going to kick the rest out onto Patreon first for like 24 hours. As soon as I've got confirmation in writing from Belfast, it'll go out to Patreon for 24 hours, and then I'll put it out on Discord. And then if there's any left at that point, I might put it out to the channel in general.
Right. So
because the room's only got a max capacity of about 50. So
for those of us whose immediate futures seem to be confined to the inside of a 40-foot Connex container, is your book available digitally or solely in solid state?
It's physically available. It's also available on US Naval Institute's new digital platform, which I'll be doing a video for in the near future. That's actually quite handy. I know it might sound a little bit annoying because it's not like Kindle, but it's their custom one. But it's actually the same digital distribution system that West Point uses. So you can have interactive maps, which mine doesn't, but it can also be updated, and it can have little video and audio segments. So I've sent them about 24 audio clips, which are included. So you can go through the book, and then it'll be like, here's a section on the pom-pom. But if I click on this, you can listen to me rant on for another 2 minutes about the pom-pom.
Right, so after having disturbed a hornet's nest, we should probably get back to the topics under discussion.
You've only gained 20 people, mate.
Hey,
it's fine.
Hey, Cyclic, after this,
deserve the right to know.
kick Fleet from the server.
That's no! No!
No, we'll just make an announcement that Fleet pinged everybody on the server and so had to resign all of his positions.
Yes. Forgetting that that's what was going to happen anyway. That's the whole.
Actually, you
Ring the
should
shame bell.
trying to make the announcement that Fleet was kicked from the server live by Drac4 pinging everyone, and therefore no one should ever watch any of his videos.
There is a record
because he's now.
I mean,
Drac.
Fleet is increasing his audience with that ping. So
And also,
Oh, it's gone up to 50 now.
if you haven't
several
already,
people are
Fleet,
typing.
The lurkers
you
are
should make
annoyed.
You should make sure that you have a link to your Discord server in a place where people who want to continue following ramblings can find it.
It's on the channel.
Fleet, you do realize your
Not at all,
viewership is larger on here than it is on YouTube for ramblings, right?
Yes, I'm aware. You don't have to shout. I'm only right here.
You have a very thick skull, Fleet. I need to make sure I get through it.
All right.
Fleet, we're trying to help you promote yourself. It's okay.
In other words, if Drac is not going to ban you for it, put a link to your server in your send-off message.
Although if you do a second at everyone, I will ban you because
I'm not doing a second at everyone, but I will just slot this in here. Oh. Ah. What? This is a minor setback. YouTube audience, you have me to yourself for now.
I did not know that Carter's ancient
That was not part of the plan. This was not in the budget.
He got auto-moderated.
Actually, Fleet, I did have a sidebar with the drydock moderating team, and we did put in a contingency line item in the budget explicitly to kick you from the server.
I'm sorry. That could not have been funnier if we'd have planned it.
Now, that being said, did you hear my comment about making sure the link doesn't expire in 7 days?
Yes, I did. I did.
Okay, so you set the link to it doesn't expire, right?
Yes, I did. Well, the thing is, not that one, because that one, well, I didn't have time to do that because it didn't.
To an extent.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm
possibly.
having Drac take care
Under
of
the
link
right
for
Thank you, because
Under
I
the
can't.
right considerations.
I can't do it, apparently. Dromasaurus is asking, when is your book launch supposed to be? Since some people apparently missed that because the ping didn't go out.
in theory, May 31st. It's literally just dependent. I've sent in all the insurances and the descriptions and everything to the company that Belfast, the IWM has organising Belfast event spaces. It's literally just waiting for them to come back with a contract to sign.
Right.
Is it a coincidence that it's on Jutland's anniversary?
Oh, Aki, it's not your personal bot. We know that. It's just the one that you worked on.
It may or may not be coincidental.
So, with the entire chat being here and all active, we have one Patreon question this week, and honestly, for rounding out ramblings, it's actually a very, very good one. It's from Timu. And he asks, for the panel, what has been the most earth-changing moment of your career?
Which one?
Oh boy, that's gonna be a fun one to.
Yeah, that's
answer
that's a good one. We'll go from the top.
My military career or my historian career?
I suppose both.
Your choice,
Both is good. Both is good, I guess. Oh god, oh yeah, that's right, the 2-year anniversary meme, I forgot about that. Hey Drac, look, history!
Well, shall we go in speaker order? So
Yes.
that means Dr. Clark gets first.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
I would say for both occasions, it's for both, in terms of history career and history career, both times like my history careers, it's saying hello. One, when I was a bachelor student, I said hello to Professor Andrew Lambert for the first time. And that's what sent me off doing a PhD and doing all lecturing stuff and going down that route. And the other one was when I said hello to a guy called Drakenafel. And I suddenly went from having a small channel, which I was doing a little bit of fun on, stuff for my students, these things during COVID, to actually doing some actual effort into it. And now I do all sorts of ship-shape tours, and I run off around the world, and all sorts of things I find myself doing and organizing, because that's what we've got ourselves into. So yeah, basically it's my mentor and my best friend, and meeting and saying hello to both of them have really shaped my career, and they're both annoying and lovely in equal measures for that reason.
So next is James, the shipyard.
All right. Following this, well, I've had 3 careers in the last 10 years, so I'd probably say for the naval career, the Royal Navy career, I'll carry on. Probably deploying on CSG-21. With the false promise that it's going to be the best deployment of my entire life, and turned out to not be. But let's say when I ended up on the TV, actually doing my job, and yeah. See? The naval history side, probably messaging Drac and getting on board the QE.
Oh, yeah.
That was me. Yeah.
So
long ago. And then
he's still going.
One more.
Go on.
And then, probably a bit soppy, in my merchant Navy career, ended up on a cruise ship and realizing that's where I want to work.
Nice.
And then finding a very nice girl along the way.
Good stuff.
Done.
Good stuff. Right. So me. It would honestly be, politely, it's ramblings blowing up into this, if I'm being honest. There's not an exact point when it happened, but it's basically the point where I can DM Dr. Clark, Venom Geek Media, Chieftain, Drac, Rex's Hanger, Killabin, these people with just a simple hi, would you like to do this, and that's all it takes. And the fact that I can do that and it all just clicks together quite nicely. It's an amazing feeling to bring it all together and have it come off without a hitch. It's something I could never have imagined 3-4 years ago when all this started. Well, actually 4 years ago to the 21st of May. Of course, the reason it's on the 19th and not the 21st is Rambling started as a Wednesday show, but then moved to Monday, ironically enough, because Drac couldn't do Wednesdays if I wanted him to ever appear, so we had to move it to Monday. And that's why Ramblings is a Monday show, and has been for years. So yeah, that's that. So Venom Geek Media is next.
Oh, okay. I think, put simply, I would guess it was when I sat down and decided to. I looked around YouTube and I saw, oh, there's this Romulan fan design, the Kirchen, I really like. No one's done a video on it. No one's talked about it. None of the major sci-fi Trek Tube channels of the time did it. So I sat down. I was on holiday at the time. I was at uni at the time as well, and it was just between 2 years of uni. And I wrote that script, recorded it, made a very something that is quite a rough video, but the fact that almost immediately got attention and that immediately, had interest, and people obviously wanted more. And then, yeah, I kind of didn't really look back from there. It was just a question of, how many ideas do I have and how many things are there to talk about? And yeah, here I am over 5 years later? Like 7 years later, maybe now?
It is kind of it is kind of amazing how it all spirals.
We're all getting grey hair.
Not all of us.
At the rate I'm going, I'm on my way there. Well, if Chieftain is unmuted, I think he's next in the voice line, I think. So I think it's Chieftain next. Yes,
Oh,
it
okay.
is.
I have no idea how it works out. As initially, I was thinking, two different branches, but actually, it all turned out to be one thing ran into another, even on two entirely different careers. So I mean, it traces back to my playing war games in college with a buddy of mine who was in the Irish Defence Forces. He got me into the Defence Forces, which got me into armour, and then the National Guard and the tank unit, which got me working in a museum. And at that museum was the CEO of Wargaming, who I basically put myself out there and said, I hear you've got a new office in town. Are you hiring? I was applying for an IT position, but whatever. And he gave me the job with Wargaming, and I came up with the Inside the Hatch idea for YouTube's, and it all kind of cascaded from there. And even the YouTube thing is getting me contacts in the army that I wouldn't otherwise have. I got my troop command, a company in regular terms, from a video. Well, I was playing Steel Beast, and the squadron commander happened to be playing Steel Beast with me. He thought I was a good player, and we seemed to get on well. So, hey, Nick, you want a tank company up in Nevada? I'll take a tank company. Thank you very much.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
It's really all. It's amazing how it all works out together. So I mean, is there any one monumental part of my military career? I mean, well, yeah, when you first take the flag and you say I'm now a troop commander, that's up there. But then again, I took the flag, a different flag, a bigger flag, a couple of months ago. I'm now a squadron commander. And it's kind of like, okay, I'm enjoying this too. And also, I mean, saying yes to Wargaming for the YouTube, that just kicked off so many other opportunities that my life is now, hey, I fly around the world and I go to tanks and I do tank reviews at German tank museum, Swedish tank museum. It's kind of.
But how good are you?
So I think it follows on from Alex's earlier statement that get out there, say hello. If you want to be successful, you can't be. I'm somewhat introverted. I'm not a very sociable person, even though I'm very friendly once I actually break out. But you got to put yourself out there and make those leaps of faith. If I didn't make many leaps of faith over my career, I would not be here. Even just leaving the country, I emigrated Ireland with like $1,500 in my bank account, $2,500 credit in my credit card, no job lined up in the US. No idea even what city I was going to go to. I just stayed with a week for a friend in New York just to keep me going. Works out.
It is amazing how things turn on little events like that, isn't it? It's just... So, Killabin is next.
I guess the beginning of it is my grandfather. So he was Royal Air Force Police, had probably got the best 10 years of any military service possible. He spent 6 months in the RAF hospital, 6 months in Gibraltar, and 9 years in Cyprus. So as deployments go, where he met, his life was in danger from actually General Grievous. The leader of the Cypriot nationalist forces at the time was genuinely called General Grievous. That's where Star Wars got the name for the droid general. He had a fantastic mustache. But he got me introduced into steam locomotives, model railways. And so that started an interest in like big engineering. And then it moved into weapons of war, aircraft, tanks, and such like that. And being of my generation, like video gaming was always a thing, like throughout my life. And started out playing World of Tanks, then Warships started, and I just swapped over, and I just played the game a bunch, like when I was going through university and all that, and just sort of built my reputation in the game's community to a point where I was being invited to events officially by Wargaming, and then when the position I hold came open, I was like, I graduated uni, and obviously right after the pandemic, job opportunities in the UK weren't the greatest. So the option came up. It involved moving to Prague. So I was like, worst they can say is no. Applied, got through the interviews, and made the move. And
that is a fantastic mustache.
Yes. And perhaps like the weirdest thing about it all was just the fact that the more I did stuff, I just like more and more people started to recognize me. And so it just sort of developed from there. Like when one person recognizes you, and then they refer you and refer you and refer you, and then all of a sudden, I'm in the position that I am, where I can, within reason, request the presence of any noted historian.
That's a great power.
Basically, like through a couple of emails. The one I need to chase up is John Parshall, though, because we want a regular American available, because we don't have one yet. We also need a German. But you
see, the thing is, you're going for John Parshall, and in the nicest way, you should be going for Sal.
I mean,
that's why I pulled the face there, because Sal Merkiagas is who you should have.
Our main problem
you
is
cannot
the Germans.
have someone funnier than him there.
Because like the amount of issues that we well, not issues, so we just did the longest night of the museum stream, where we had the German Type 21 U-boat as one of the guests, and we were like, can we get you like doing like a 30-minute video of you walking through the sub and answering some questions? And they're like, sure. And then we get 10 3-minute clips of the most German man possible answering the questions, and we're like, how do we explain nicely that's not what we were hoping for?
Ah, dear.
But I mean, it's just a case of just opportunities line up if you put the effort in. If you're willing to make, this is like leap of faith, basically. I don't speak a word of Czech. Like, I think it's like the little things moving, because especially in your case, Chief, at least the language was the same. Like, you can read road signs and stuff, and like what's in food and what food it is. It's like, I drink the same brand of milk with my cereal purely based on the fact that I grabbed it the first time I was here and I was like, yeah, that tastes alright. I've no idea what sort of milk it is.
Could be worse. Could be Finnish.
I
mean, any other country in the world, I can understand airport. If the sign says airport, it'll have flyg or aero or some word in there that says it's an airport. You go to Helsinki, look for the sign for an airport. You can't understand the word in Finnish has nothing to do with the word airplane or flying or anything else like that.
Well, shit.
And it can involve your best friend and you actually trying to attempt to beat each other up with swords on Epsom Downs.
Oh, that was fun.
Oh yeah, that's right. I've got.
Hey, in a couple of months now, you get to beat up.
You get to beat me up with swords.
The third random friend you made with swords in Japan.
Yes, I get to be the one hit
but
with swords.
The thing is,
So you're moving up in
you
the
see,
world.
the thing is, whereas a big thanks to lots of fencing and other training I've done with swords, I can fight back against Drac. Not always well, but I can fight back. Fleet's target practice.
Yes, I am. I am officially the target practice. This is Drax catharsis for all the ramblings appearances.
Who's next on our list?
Oh, so next on the list is Chair. I suppose you could talk about.
You're in the wrong country with swords. I mean, considering what I got in here.
Yes, myself. Well, I'd say for me it is failing my maths exam in sixth form.
Oh,
I'm going, oh crap! I can't be an engineer because I'm no good at maths at this level. What else did I do? History. Let's go with that. And now I'm on. Then I went to uni for a history degree. Well, just finished a history degree at uni and met a bunch of really great chaps who got me introduced into the military. So that's how I'm part of the Army Reserve, and now moving on to applications for the Air Force and sort of its shift to do. And it's also sort of made me a lot more into history than I was beforehand, because now I'm actually reading. I spend most of my time around it. I've actually got into that's how I ended up showing up in the dry dock, because heck, I'm interested in this stuff a lot more than I suppose the passing sort of novice level stuff that you normally have is sort of the sideline hobbies, and it's sort of my main thing.
And of course, you're the man who brings lovely bits of machinery to life as well. You're the man who makes them breathe.
Oh yes, steam engine. Well, that's something slightly different. That's
it's not a career, but hey, you're a fireman who gets to fire steam engines. That's cool.
I do get to get through as one of my friends quite nicely put it. It's throwing dead dinosaurs at Thomas the Tank Engine, and that's always quite fun to do.
You're making the geologist twitch.
So, basically, you're the person who, in Rick and Morty, when they had the issues with the dinosaurs and, you know, the whole planet-ending asteroid, you're the person who shouted, "I love trains now," and started attacking the dinosaurs.
You can put it like that, I suppose.
Okay, third time's the charm. This time for sure, yeah? Oh no!
I'm doing pretty fine.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Doing
actually decent at work.
Yeah, that's good.
Recovering from a 3 mile attack up a hill was fun.
Never mind.
You keep self-mutinying yourself, Fleet.
Hood keeps telling me it's fixed, and then it's not.
Dr. Clark, you may be interested to know that while it doesn't look like I can't open up a British bank account at the moment, as I have no British identification number, I did get a hold of your standards and accreditation people for the trade people who twist sparky wires.
Yes? And what do they say?
I haven't heard back from you yet. I just sent him an email and I wait.
Okay, so next is Foxo, I believe.
This is gonna be a mite bit corny, but as a 6 to 7 year old, I was at a Renaissance fair in North Wales, and I remember him. He was in full 10th century Anglo-Saxon armor with the proper Anglo-Saxon helm. And he saw me off for his side because he'd just come back from... so he had won a duel and he had just been disarmed, and he then used his shield as a club and won the duel.
Drac is smiling over there.
And so they're at the weapon bars, and he saw me there staring at this bow he had along on his back. He had a proper English war bow. And I just remember him stopping, going over the weapon racks, and sort of, it's about less than a foot long, but it's a 13th century Italian hand crossbow. And he decided to give that to a 7-year-old me, and single-handedly started my crossbow collection, as which I've now got 13 of them. The pride of my collection being a
So in addition to the plastic crack, you have that.
Yes, put it this way, I've got a Venetian heavy crossbow that's meant to be mounted on a shield that was designed to penetrate plate armor. I can't cock the thing even fully grown, but
she is the most heavily armed woman in a 10-mile radius.
Can I just say something? Chieftain's face just did this listening to it. And I think it was meant to go, this is video. I need to do a video on this. This would be a cool video. I might get to shoot some cool crossbows.
Foxo has inspired Chieftain. Many mothers much rejoicing.
Takes crossbow to two gun. We need to compare collections because I've got a 1,200-pound drawweight Kranikin crossbow, which at one point I test fired it, and although it cost me the bolt because it stripped the fletchings from the bolt, I discovered that a car will not protect you from this crossbow, and indeed hiding behind the car will not protect you from the crossbow because it went through one door, through the car, and out the other door.
Anti-material crossbow? Question mark?
Okay. Can I just clarify? Was this a car you were all planning on scrapping, or you had already, decided you were going to sell?
I found a very friendly scrapyard. I basically took my crossbows and longbows to the scrapyard, and I was like, I wonder how deep each arrow and bolt will go. And it turned out the 130-pound longbow and the 1,200-pound crossbow had similar levels of overall penetration, but the crossbow was slightly better at going through cars because the bolt was shorter. The problem with the longbow arrows, because the thing's about 3 foot long, you end up with enough flex in the shaft that it gets caught up in the... It'll penetrate fine, and it would have enough energy to replicate punching through both doors, but the shaft ends up flexing and catching on the first door that it's gone through.
So in case of a hold my beer and watch this, want to try something.
I tried the steel shafted bolts, because they're normally what you need for the really high draw weight crossbows.
No, this is one of Todd's workshop crossbows, so it's got authentic medieval bolts.
These things are far simpler than crossbows. I mean, much easier.
Yeah, this is true. But if I'm doing my medieval reenactment, the time period I do medieval reenactment for, the handguns they have at that period are essentially, here is a small cannon on an 8-foot stick. The reason it's on an 8-foot stick is because there is a 50-50 chance it's actually a pipe bomb.
I cast, you're gone. Oh wait, my arm's gone instead. That's a problem.
It's good to see that the idea for plasma weapons in 40k does have some root in history.
Yeah. Well, it's like the invention of the Rebaldaquin, like lots of little handgun sized barrels on a big artillery set of I forgot what it's called.
Well, it goes back almost then to the question we had in the Calliope. You look at the Korean thing; it was like a cart with 40 rockets.
Yeah,
what the thing is called.
It's basically that, but for the 14th century, and they became very favoured on the battlefield for a short period because early iron cannon had a distressing habit of exploding, and after they took out several monarchs, people were like, maybe we need to revisit the idea of heavy field artillery for a while until we can scrape together enough bronze to have non-exploding field guns.
Yeah, just a bit. I mean, hey,
that's always is a preference at certain points to have non-exploding field guns.
Anyway, where were we in our list of career-defining people?
We just had Foxo. That just branched off into the whole crossbow bit.
Yeah.
So we're on now.
Dragon.
Yes, dragon.
In terms of career defining, I will be honest, it's me getting annoyed at government cutting national rail budgets.
Okay, and
so I went into one of the out of the entire United Kingdom has a grand total of 3 rail academies. These are highly funded and highly prestigious. And I actually was one of the few people who got into one. And by the time the end of it, we were told, oh, well, sorry, there's no longer any budget for people, so you're all out of luck. Well, drat, where do we go from there? Well, I did well in railway electronics. Let's go into electronics. 3 years of university where 1 year we had a tutor, 1 year we had 7 tutors, and 1 year we just didn't have a college/university because COVID. That's fun. So not exactly a fun bit there. That's probably been the actual most defining bit of the actual career bits, but
yeah,
of actual
That
doing
makes
life
sense.
stuff, probably branching out into Discord from playing games on TeamSpeak and such.
Yes,
because it has massively expanded such various communities. Because I
yes.
first started playing games back in 2010 and didn't even know stuff like Minecraft.
The common Discord revolution.
I actually got to Minecraft very later. Well, in particular, I started with TeamSpeak. Like, if people back when TeamSpeak was the new thing, relatively speaking.
I
that led through various different, science fiction more themed things. Because I've always more been into science fiction than necessarily military. Until about 6 years after that point, I then got incredibly invested in military history, and I went further down rabbit holes. I think the entire reason why I found Drac was I decided to reminisce, because anyone in the UK who's done history might remember history teachers basically going, well, I can't be bothered to do anything this lesson, so here, have this BBC drama, BBC documentary on various different events. Immediately. Yeah.
Dr. Clark.
Yeah, that reaction. They were good enough to get people into history, but they're not brilliant, to say the least.
Do you know what Do you know what made my life actually better at school? Was it when it reached the point at which I was 15 years old and the teacher went, okay, the video's not working. Alex, yeah? Give a talk about something, I'm bored. Yes, thank you, right then.
I actually had it wasn't quite like that, but I had a history teacher when I was in 6th form, and he knew that I was a complete smart ass.
Very weird signal, Dad's
And so it was literally like he'd set a task and he'd set people to talking about a topic, and then he said to me, right, you don't get to help your table. You have to stay silent for 5 minutes, so they have to work it out themselves.
Oh, I had that moment. I was in the RAF cadets for 2 years at secondary school.
Ugh.
And look, it was that or the army, and I wasn't going to march around fields all day, not when I can go and visit museums for free.
I always knew there was something slightly worrying about fleets. I always knew there was something slightly odd.
The only reason I picked the air cadets is because the naval cadets weren't available at my school. If there had been naval cadets, I would have joined them.
A baby crab, you know.
Alex, I think that explains the Francophilia.
Yeah, it does. It does.
So, is the reason you got out of air cadets was because they put you on a no-fly list?
I mean, I went flying 4 times with the air cadets, and I didn't crash once.
Wait, are you telling us
you crashed 4 times?
James, we can't hear you.
Yes, I might have gone to what might be considered
You just weren't loud enough, that's all.
Yes, I might have gone to what some in the community might discern as a private school, perhaps.
And that matters why?
I was a scholarship boy to a private school in the nicest way in my era going through, and this was the great fun. If you know enough about British education, you'll know exactly what I'm saying. I was the era where they discovered dyslexia, decided all dyslexics had to go to a special needs school where they'd be limited in their qualifications they get, so parents had to fight tooth and nail to get their kids who had a dyslexic diagnosis into a private school on a scholarship so they could actually do higher exams. And that lasted for about 2 years in British education experience.
Fleet is not a rich kid, believe me, considering that the entire family on both sides of the divorce had to club together to get me through that. So that was 4 separate incomes plus the grandparents for 5 years. Yeah, but anyway, so I also had a little thing where I wasn't allowed to help anybody when we went to museums. They had to go and I had filled out my little book of facts I had to find before we got off the bus, and everyone else had to go and find them themselves.
Yeah, I've actually just checked my CV to make sure I got dates right. Is that 2016 was basically when I got my actual history qualification from GCSEs. So it was actually about 2013 first of all. An exact same thing. Though, of course, my history teacher for my GCSEs was brilliant. Because his solution was, well, how do you get people interested in what the teacher's saying on the first day? Well, what if I just start throwing World War II grenades at people?
Wait, what?
That'll work.
Wait, what?
Not at the people, but at the tables.
Catch!
Yeah, basically.
It does
My history teacher revealed to us in day one that he was one of only like 2 people called back for an interview in the Yorkshire Ripper case because he had the Newcastle accent.
Right, okay. Next is Guy. And then we've got Cyclic, Hood, Drac, Richelieu, and that's it. So, Guy. Or
The joke answer, realizing as a child that I was not gonna go professional in football. The absolute tragedy.
The tragedy. The football world was denied the might of the Dutchman, as we all know you.
Or scared.
The serious answer, when I was just looking at things to do after finishing high school, then ultimately having a talk with someone who was studying history at uni, and then it's like being like, okay, I want to do this, and well, though it took some extra time longer than expected to get into the program, I am almost finished with the bachelor, planning to do masters after that, and after that we'll see how things go further.
Good. Right, so the next is we're picking up speed now. Cyclic.
All right. So I don't know. 13 when I came down with rhabdo. I was on course to commission in the army, but
I remember.
Yeah, a really, really, really bad case of rhabdo leaves you behind quite a bit on your musculature endurance. So from there I pivoted, end up studying geology, and now I work in a field that a lot of people who get that degree just dream of and can never work in it. And I get paid to drive boats all day. It's great. Drive boats on rivers and inlets and stuff like that. Small boat work's fun.
Does that make you the boatman?
Let's just say I know how to do a lot of technical driving with a lot of technical boats. So now, granted, a good chunk of what we use is John boats, but there's some other fun shallow water boats we use.
Just the other day, Cyclic and I were talking about boat stuff and the fact that Cyclic works in very close proximity to American wolf spiders. Or huntsman spiders.
Horrible. Do not mention spiders. Make me shudder over here.
Look, I'd rather not work in the part of the country I work in. I'm not really built for this kind of heat, but
you go where the work is, and it's good. It's good.
That's giving me a great idea. Do we think we could get Fleet to go cranberry picking?
No.
Oh no, that is evil.
No. I know what happens. No, you can't force me. You won't make me. I will throw myself into an ironclad battleship and steam off over the horizon before I do that.
If it's the Hosh, you'll break down long before it reaches the horizon. We'll be fine.
They'll be able to pull you off it.
Hosh's machinery
Or just throw whatever they want to on the Hosh.
Hosh's machinery is not... Oh, I can't
No,
even...
it's simply we handcuff him to the golf caddy and drive him around.
Oh, never mind. Sag Fleet
No,
noise.
Still works for me.
Mad Max style on the front.
So, next...
We just get him to pick. We just get him to pick
so next is Hood.
cranberries by saying, "Do it for her."
Next is Hood, and then Drac is last, I think.
Okay.
Hey, I exist.
Oh, sorry, Ruin, I didn't realize we'd skip you. So, okay. Ruin on quickly, then Hood, then Drac, then we go back to normal questions, I think. If I've got my maths right. I think I do. Probably. Look, it's rambling.
Getting my confidence shattered by the Virginia State Police course of training. Because that kind of scuttled my dreams of going into law enforcement. 2, that actually set me on a path where I was forced to take a look at my mental health. And 3 kind of said, well, I've got my journeyman's license. I might as well use it. So I entered 2022 intending to become a state trooper and go into investigations. I was also straight and neurotypical. I left 2022 an electrician, trans, and diagnosed ADHD.
That's one of the ways to leave a year.
The pipeline is so real.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the ways to leave a year. So it's Hood, then Drac.
I'm trying to think because I don't really have one for this.
Do you want me to come back to you and have Drac go?
At least not one that I can really think of off the top of my head. There's
Right.
no real standout thing I can think of right now.
Okay, fair enough. I guess then we wrap up with the person whose server it is. Drac.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll try and speed run you through the various things I've been thinking of while other people have been talking. So I'd say probably the first major thing I can think of that probably significantly affected the trajectory of future career prospects was when I was about to head into high school, and because I'd been advanced a year, I skipped the third year of school, year 3 in the UK. I went straight from year 2 to year 4 because there was a mandate from the government that said no class should have more than 30 pupils in it, and the class I was in had 33. The class above us had 27. So right, we're going to take the 3 most gifted pupils from this class and skip them a year so that we have 2 classes of 30. So fast forward to year 6, which is the last year of primary school, and most of the standard schools that you could apply for secondary school were just like, no, you're too young, go away. Which was fun. So my parents started applying to various different schools, including some of the fee-paying schools, which had scholarship programs. And I got 2 offers which could have worked out for me. One was the school I eventually ended up going to, which was Sutton Grammar School, and the other one was Eton. And I actually got offered after doing various exams for them. I actually got offered a full scholarship for Eton.
Nice.
And thanks to being kicked up a year, I would. This was one of the things they tried to put as a selling point. I would have been in the same class as Prince Harry. That I suspect, if I'd had 7 years at Eton in the same class as a member of the royal family, might have affected my future career prospects a little bit.
Much less interesting.
Yeah, but
I mean, you're here now.
Exactly, yeah. But the in the end, the thing was, my parents live in southwest London. Eton's out far to the west of London, and they weren't particularly comfortable with sending me off to become a weekly boarder or full-time boarder, and there was no way that they were going to be able to drive me there and back every day. So I went to Sutton Grammar School instead. Then, subsequent to that, then there's the 2 times I tried to join the Navy at the other end of things. So I tried to join the Royal Navy as a rating, fresh out of high school, fresh out of 6th form, this was in the early 2000s. You know, back when peace was going to reign forever, and
Massive reductions.
Massive reductions, minimal recruitment targets, and the Afghanistan was just kicking off. But Afghanistan's a little bit landlocked. Not much call for naval support there.
We'll put the ship on wheels, drive it over land. They can't stop us.
Yeah. So they said to me
they use the Navy in Afghanistan a lot. I mean, I had troopers that were under the command of nuclear missile submarine officers. Now, God help him when it came to tactical decision making. He may have been the best boomer driver in history, but he knew absolutely nothing about how to fight on ground. But they were used.
Was his response to any threat being to call down a nuclear strike on the target?
This being the early 2000s Royal Navy, the recruiter literally said to me, he said, "Look, you've got all the grades, you've got all the enthusiasm, that's fantastic. However, our recruitment targets are so low for this year, we can find someone who's just as good as you who doesn't have glasses." Because I had glasses at the time. And so I went off to university, I got my engineering degree, and then I thought, but now I have a degree, I can go to Dartmouth. And I'd saved up money while I was at uni, because you could do that back then. And,
I remember doing that.
Yeah, uni fees were a lot lower. So I got LASIK.
Those were the days.
So with LASIK, obviously I didn't have glasses anymore. So I was like, great, I can now be an officer, and I don't have glasses, and that was the only thing that stopped me applying before. And then the recruiter this time said to me, "We're very, very sorry, but this is now the late 2000s, and LASIK is on our list of experimental surgeries because it had only been available to the public for a couple of years, and they don't take anyone who's had an experimental surgery." So I was like, well, okay then. And then a few years later, circa 2010, when I'd started work as an engineer, I then got a letter later on saying, concerning your application a few years ago, we don't class LASIK as experimental anymore. Would you like to apply now? And I was just like, well, kind of yes, but also I have a working career now. And at the time, from what I understood from people who were in the Navy, there was the promotion system in place where, once you've been at a certain rank for a certain amount of time, so you got to a certain age at a certain rank, and then it was like, have you been promoted, or are you on the promotion list to the next rank? And if not, you're out. You can basically age out at a given rank, which, okay, that's fair, but at the time, from what I'd been given to understand, it was based almost entirely on age. So if I'd started the Dartmouth program 3 years late, I would essentially have had to have been constantly at the 95th percentile of my year bracket, because I'd be 3 years age-wise behind, and almost certainly would have been aged out of the Navy within a few years, so it just wasn't worth it. They have subsequently revised it, apparently, to now it's from when you graduate Dartmouth, which is kind of what they should have done a long time ago, but never mind. So yeah, that meant I became an engineer, and then I would say after that, the two other most career defining points were in the mid 2010s when I was senior engineer at TfL, and I was dragged from the Southwark HQ all the way over to the motorcycle helmet, the Greater London Assembly building as it was back then, next to Tower Bridge, because my bosses had questions to answer.
Oh,
because there had been a 3-month closure of Tower Bridge for resurfacing works. And you can imagine, anyone who knows London, closing Tower Bridge for any significant amount of time is guaranteed to cause problems.
I remember this story. You told this to me on the deck of Belfast. But carry on.
Yes, and as you might imagine, closing a major piece of London infrastructure, bit of a big project, and I'd been supervising said project. And very unlike a TfL project, it had come in early, because the bridge was supposed to reopen on January 1st, 2017, and it had reopened just before Christmas 2016. We were also 5 million under budget. So early and under budget is basically unheard of in British infrastructure projects.
It's not only in Britain. Skimming it off the top.
Yeah, well, no. Well, what happened was the GLA had said, "Wow, we're really impressed with this flagship project. There was like all these well thought out transport routes, an emergency ferry service for pedestrians when we had to fully close the bridge. There haven't been catastrophic traffic jams. We've got loads of really good feedback. We'd like to meet the executive director who did this." At which point, the people in TfL had to explain that yes, this was an executive director's level position to supervise a project.
But there wasn't one on the project.
But no one wanted to touch that project, so the exec directors had kicked it down to the to the management team leads, and none of the management team leads wanted to do it, so they'd kicked it down to senior management. Senior management didn't want it; they'd kicked it down to regular team management. None of the team leaders wanted to do it, so they kicked it down to the principal engineers. The principal engineers didn't want to do it, so they kicked it down to the senior engineers, and then me as a senior engineer was the sucker who went, yeah, why not, I'll do it.
And literally walked out of what should have been a shitstorm smelling like roses.
Yes, and then the GLA were like, we'd like to meet the person who did it. They dragged me up, and literally everyone on the GLA was, what were you thinking assigning someone so ridiculously junior to head up this project, but also how the hell did he manage it? And then there were questions like, hang on, if one of your senior engineers who's like 4 or 5 ranks down the pecking order can do this job properly,
what the hell do we need?
Why can't you do all your other jobs similarly?
Or better.
And me sitting there listening to all this back and forth and just going,
oh dear,
I've probably just gotten myself out of a job, haven't I? Because now everybody who's senior to me at TfL hates me. At which point, when the next available position came up at Croydon Council, where they're like, we need someone to head the regeneration of the entire town centre, and your position will essentially be exec director, except we're going to call it principal engineer because you won't have any direct reports. I was just like, great, I don't have to manage anyone and I can do what I want. Bye.
I'm out of here. See you, suckers.
Yeah. So I skedaddled down to Croydon Council for a bit. So that was probably the highlight of my engineering career. And then I think as I started to switch over to doing naval history, the highlight of my naval history career, honestly, funnily enough, given that Killabin has mentioned John Partial, was shortly after I'd done my first tour of the US back in 2022. I thought, nothing ventured, nothing gained. I'm going to email and write to a bunch of people that I'd like to interview about things, about naval history, because the worst they can do is say no. And I got my first 2 responses on the same day. And one of them was from John Partial, of course, author of Shattered Sword. And he was like, yeah, sure, this is great. We'll talk. And I was like, someone who's written, an extremely acclaimed book that I've read cover to cover multiple times is just like, yeah, sure, I'll talk to you. I have no problem with this. That's kind of a deer in the headlights moment. And the other one, which I've still got the letter for in my special papers document, is a handwritten letter from Prince Philip.
Okay, all right.
Because again, on the principle of nothing ventured, nothing gained, I wrote to him and basically asked, "Would you mind giving me an interview about the Battle of Cape Matapan?" Which I figured he might appreciate a little bit more than most of the normal questions he gets from people. But the gist of the letter, and I know I've mentioned this to Dr. Clark before, the gist of the letter was essentially, yes, he was perfectly happy to do an interview with me about the Battle of Cape Matapan. However, you'll probably remember, early 2022, we were still under a number of COVID restrictions. So he said, look, because I'd mentioned in the letter that the Queen had just resumed doing some of her duties, but via Zoom, remote opening of things and everything. I said, look, I will do anything you want to facilitate this interview, even if it has to be remote. And he said, again, then summarizing the gist of the letter was, this matters enough to me, I want to do it in person. So basically, write back once the restrictions are over and we will do this interview. And then, of course, he went and died.
Yeah.
I figured that
which was very
inconvenient. That's
so
tragic.
One of the one of the things that you say, my God, Sean Parshall wrote back. Is it now that we are all, well, most of us at least, yes, relatively famous people, celebrities.
Well, I mean,
and we realize how am I? I mean, I'm a friendly guy. Why would anybody else not be a friendly guy who just wants to hop on and have a chat?
I'm not quite there yet. I'm still behind James and Dr. Clark and Drac and Venom Geek Media. I'm not at the
but you will get there.
How do you think I
you're
feel?
going to change?
No,
when
probably
you do get
not.
there?
Probably
Exactly.
not.
The moment I
say
figured
the thing
something
is-
was up was when I got invited to something using, and the message was addressed to my gamer tag. And at that point, I'm like, "Oh, this is real."
Oh yeah, actually, that reminds me. One other incident that I think has always stuck in my mind. I would deem it the first time I was publicly recognised or recognised out in public, and one of the people on this panel knows exactly what I'm talking about because I was at Tankfest.
I was going to say,
going
sounds like
home,
Tankfest.
and a very, very tall man went, "Are you Drakinfell?" And I turned around and I was like, "Oh my God, it's the chieftain!"
He's not joking. It was at the gate. It was at the end of the show, and we're just walking out the gate, and I see him standing there, and I catch his T-shirt, and that prompted it.
I remember seeing that picture. I think it was on Twitter of like both of you pulling the "look who I'm with" sort of face and pointing at one another.
I think I remember a video somewhat like that too. Now the question was he wearing a Stetson at the time?
No,
Yes,
I don't believe so.
I think I was.
Possibly, yeah. I mean, all I remember at the time was just like, "Oh, someone I'm subscribed to has recognised me. This is unusual."
I do feel compelled to point out, how do you think I feel, the person who started streaming barely a month ago and considers 5 people at one time a considerable amount of people
It's just
to have in a tree?
It's kind of funny in that since talking significance and just to bring it back, I can trace everything that's happened here, all of this, everything, back to one event. And that is, I'm sat in the canteen at Peaks Campus, Sheffield College. And it's lunchtime. And I'm looking for something to watch on my phone. And I'm scrolling through YouTube, and I see this video called How to Make a Stealth Battleship in World War II. And I think to myself, oh, it's some guy who has no idea what he's talking about. This'll be good for a laugh. I'll watch it. And then as the video goes on, I'm like, this guy does know what he's talking about. Okay, I'll give him a subscribe. Oh, he has a Discord server.
And it's a Royal Navy raid on a German position on the French coast.
Yeah, and I'll give him a subscribe. Oh, he's got a Discord server. I'll join that, and the Discord server just started up, and so it was. I think there was me. Arm was still here, and then there was, and it was. And
I think
from
one
that,
of my first ever photos, like in an official capacity, has Drac in the background. Because we were on Belfast.
Oh yes,
one of the warships events, and one of my friends is talking to you, Drac. I'm in the photo as well, and another friend of mine had discovered that Domino's London has Belfast as a delivery address.
What?
So he is in the background of this photo, inhaling a banoffee pie.
I mean, it's quite funny. All threads seem to flow through Drac. Like, if it hadn't been for me clicking on that video, I wouldn't have found the server, I wouldn't have become a moderator, and I wouldn't... Ramblings wouldn't have started. Cyclic and Hood probably might not be on the moderation team, since I did recommend them to be elevated. It's all weird.
My thread doesn't. If you want to find who to blame for me being here, aside from the Virginia State Police Academy, you can blame Jingles.
Ah, yes, Jingles.
I think
good man.
Jingles. I've had dinner at his house. I was in Portsmouth.
My first ever mention on YouTube
Jingles
was
is his white whale.
My first ever mention on YouTube was many years before a few years before I started the channel, because World of Warships did a small event in London. I think it was PC Gamer did a World of Warships event in London, and Jingles was going there. So I was like, oh, you know what, I might as well catch the train and head up there. And then I thought, well, you know what, if I'm heading up there to meet Jingles, I should probably do something other than just show up and demand a bit of his time. So I bought
Tog, right?
I bought the Flames of War Tog too, painted it up, put it in a little presentation case, and took it with me. And then I got mentioned on a
Jingles, isn't it?
yeah, on Mingles with Jingles, and I was like, hey, I'm on YouTube. I'm not there on YouTube, but Jingles mentioned me while holding a little Tog.
I think that the oddest thing for me was being invited by the Imperial War Museum to go to Belfast for when they opened up the warship's gaming room on board her. So I'm having small talk with the CEO of the company and the head of the Imperial War Museum because they'd hired a cake maker who had won awards and had made like a cake for the Queen at one point, and there was a 7-foot vanilla Victoria sponge Belfast.
Oh my
cake
goodness.
That we were.
Was I there for that one?
You might have been. I don't think we knew each other at the point.
I remember I was at one where there was this really weird massive cake.
Yes, there was a Belfast cake because I was, and I just remember standing there eating cake, realizing that I'm talking to two very important people, going, "How the fuck did I end up here?"
Those are always the greatest moments, though, aren't they?
It's just like I was having small talk with the head of the Imperial War Museums, asking them like how complicated it is to move stuff in the museum in London, like when they've got the Carl Gustav shell that's now at Chatham, and I was like, how the hell
is now?
I was like, how did you get it in the building? Like they said, oh, we had to remove the roof. Like, okay, because that's a perfectly reasonable explanation.
Yes, C-Cube, C-Cube, I know. You asked Drax when you met him. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, it's in Chatham now, next to a Polaris missile.
Well, that's one way to move a large amount of explosives, and there's another way standing right next to it.
Like they have basically just like it's a bunch of Napoleonic War cannons assaulted like a section of a floating bridge that's rated for chieftains, and then there's a shell from the Gustav gun, and then just a Polaris ICBM.
I mean, I suppose you could call it a display of escalating firepower, I suppose. That's...
Oh yeah, that weird room in chat. Yeah.
It's just of different ways to end arguments, that's all.
Yeah, and so it's just this...
Right,
sensation.
As nice...
I need to duck out, because I need to go and bid my little offspring good night.
Farewell, Drac. When you return, I shall no longer be on staff. But good night.
There you go.
Right, so with that all done and dusted, I think we'll get through a few more questions.
Wow.
Right, so I think it's...
Got like interesting things you did with each other. Me and Dragon just sort of nagged you into getting on this podcast.
I mean, you
No,
kind of
no.
became...
Technically
Yes,
speaking,
you
technically speaking, I'm here because of EDF.
Oh yes, that's right. I met you through somebody else, didn't you?
Well,
in fact, in some ways, though, Fleet of Oceans is Foxhorn Dragon Cyrano de Bergerac.
What now?
You might want to put in, you might need to put a little bit of context on that one, Dr. Clark.
Well,
I'm just a post turtle. I have no idea how I got here.
Now, Cyrano de Bergerac, and I'm probably mispronouncing the French terribly, is the gentleman who basically managed to bring a couple together. Now, he does this by acting as an intermediary for them, but you've brought them together by acting as a mutual punching bag for them.
Actually true because of
you
game
are
night.
their own Cyrano de Bergerac.
I suppose that is one thing I could...
It does make it very easy.
If nothing else, that's one thing I can be proud of. I fostered young love.
and I still persist that I am a post turtle who has no business being here, but yet here I am.
Right. So to get back on
second that one.
topic, and I can't believe. Well, to be fair, that's one of the best rambles that we have had rambles off topic that we've had in a while. That was fun. YouTube Minecraft Watcher on YouTube asks, and this all feels a little bit anticlimactic after what we've just discussed. Would the experimental term 3.5 centimeter work as an effective AA gun in World War II? Now, I've tried looking this thing up on the interwebs, and I can't figure out what it is. Anyone else in the panel have a clue? I will repost the question.
I don't know what it is.
I will repost.
You mean the 5.3?
I will repost the question in Theatre at Sea Check Chat, and if any of you can figure out what he's talking about, and if any of the audience members know what this is in reference to, please let me know, because I have looked on the internet and I can't find anything about this gun or anything like it. YouTube Minecraft Watcher, YouTube Minecraft Watcher, please clarify this. You are on YouTube, I see you there. Please clarify this. I do not understand.
The only thing I get results for is the fucking 37mm, and that's the wrong weapon.
Do you mean the coaxial gun on the Term 3? Is that what you mean?
The weird oscillating turret.
Well, that's not a
prototype. Not oscillating.
Don't remind me of that.
3-axis stabilized.
That looks like a 20mm, not a 33.5.
Yeah, this is what's confusing me, because my first thought was the. Yes, okay, so yeah, you're asking if that will be an effective AA gun. I don't think it can elevate far enough. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah, 30mm HSS
831L
cannon.
Maybe again. What? Okay, when was that a prototype? I don't know. Time wise, is that like 60s?
60s, yeah.
Oh, so
maybe he's some 60s era helicopters.
Oh, he's talking specifically about the.
What do you think?
Oh, he's talking specifically about the 30mm Hispano-Suiza or autocannon, not the tank itself.
What? Okay,
Well,
right.
I mean, yeah, I figured that, but I mean, it's a 30mm autocannon. It's going to be really good against helicopters and very slow, low-flying like CAS aircraft. If it's lucky.
I mean, put that on a bipod or tripod mount. That is a very effective low-level AA gun.
Oh, yeah, it's effectively that Moo posted. There is a. I mean, yeah, it'll work in that regard.
Could probably have its own independent like turret mounting on the top of the turret. It would be better there.
I mean, honestly, that would be a. That would
I don't think it was intended for that role in that.
No.
In that prototype, so.
Well, that's also a time that the 20mm coax was a thing. You look at the MBT-70, you look at the AMX-30, even the early Centurions had it, although granted by the 60s I realized it was a stupid idea and they got away from it.
And I mean, you could put that 30mm in something like the... I mean, remind me again, but correct me if I'm wrong here, the Ostwind is a 30mm itself, isn't it? Or is it 37?
37.
Ostwind's 37.
So if you put a more rapid-fire 30mm in, that's going to make it even more effective, surely. Replace one 37mm with one 30mm, and boom.
I mean, wasn't that the idea behind the Marksman AA tanks?
They use 35s, but the point.
Well,
of
I mean, it's the general idea.
Is the thing that puts the Marksman apart is that in theory you could put it on any chassis.
Yeah.
Like
I'm grabbing fleets,
turret, I think,
rapid fire 30mm onto a
You've
different
got
chassis or mount.
Yeah.
Because you've got the Sabre turret which is also the twin 30mm, but that look to be put on Centurions and Chieftains.
A mid-caliber AA in the sort of 30 to 40mm range has been something that NATO militaries have experimented or put in active service several times.
Yeah.
Gepard, Cheetah, those are the main two, but like the French had their DCA AA tanks, the Americans looked at it several times. though you could argue that in the American systems they tried to do too much at once.
Or just flat out use the wrong sensor systems.
Yeah, besides, we had the Vulcans in service anyway. That's plenty of Bert.
I mean, yeah, that is literally. I mean, honestly, Chieftain is
And like,
Chieftain is
if
right.
you're a hind pilot, if you're a hind pilot and you see a wall of 20 mil come at you,
I mean,
it doesn't really matter if you're not in effective range. That's enough tracer to make you go.
Yeah, I'd say the only problem with the Vulcan was fire control and any sort of search function to be ready. But
I mean, that is true, but here's the thing: let's say you are,
otherwise it's perfectly serviceable.
Let's say, for example, you are a low-level Soviet CAS pilot. You're coming in, and the Vulcan, you somehow escaped all the other air defense. The Vulcan goes Bert. You brake to avoid. You successfully avoid. Now the Stinger has you. He fires, and then you're going higher still to avoid him. The Chaparral sees you. He fires, and then if you go higher to avoid him, the Hawk battery sees you, and then tries to nail you with a radar
Back in the day
directed
where
zap.
the army actually had air defense, but it's air defense, not air destruction.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Virtual
your whole
attrition is
point
a
is to keep them from hitting their targets or mitigate the damage from them doing that. Like,
you've got a multiple layer defense grid to do exactly that, and that is you've got point to medium, which is your Stinger, which is the infantry will carry, medium to long, which is your Chaparral, and then long to slightly longer, which is your Hawk.
outside of the range bands you're using to define that, yes.
Yeah, that is the gist of it.
But that's me nitpicking there. Hawk,
Did they ever consider an armored Chaparral unit?
Probably should have.
I can't see why you would.
I mean, if you armor a
I don't think
Chaparral,
it was going to be it wasn't supposed to be getting close enough up range to be actually have needing the armor.
Yeah.
Well, the problem there's a couple problems.
It's more
I
using
don't
the
believe-
hiding scenario to
I don't
protect
believe
itself.
Chaparral ever had an all aspect seeking missile. I believe it was rear aspect only, unless it got that in the early 90s. Oh, it did, Mill? Okay, I stand corrected.
In that case, then danger, danger to Soviet aviation.
To my limited knowledge, Chaparral is just land-based Sidewinder.
Basically,
they bolted a Stinger Seeker to it in the 80s, but yeah, according to
It's an AIM-9 Delta, is what it basically is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, that kind of falls into the short range bracket, with very short range being Stinger. And,
Out of curiosity, in the Cold War, is there any idea of in emergencies using short-ranged AA, like the Gepards, the Vulcans, as anti-infantry or just anti-land units?
Yeah,
it happened a lot in World War II with USAA.
Yeah, but I meant more like for the Cold War vehicles, like the Gepards.
Vietnam, it happened too.
I think the chieftain's got.
Yeah,
I think he's unmuted. Take it away.
No. I mean, he's handling it. I mean, the examples are correct. Korean War, Vietnam War with the Dusters.
I mean,
Shilkas in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
And I mean, I haven't seen a manual for the Vulcan, but if there isn't a direct fire engagement option on there, I will be absolutely astounded. I mean, there are direct fire gunnery tables for the M109. Why wouldn't there be one for a Vulcan?
True.
I think
If you're reading this
Avenger-
page, something has gone wrong.
And I know the Marines with the LAV-AD, they ended up bolting a Hydra 70 pod to it to give it additional direct fire beyond its 20 or 25 millimeter rotary.
Yeah.
Which is terrifying.
Yeah. Here are your instructions for direct fire in the M163. 0.6 barrels at target. Pull trigger. Do not release trigger until target stops screaming.
Well, the Soviets even dedicated production resources to making a ground effect only version of the Shilka.
Yeah, they just removed the radar.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
They removed the radar, they increased the armor.
Afghanistan, they needed stuff that could fire up high enough.
Yeah. Pulled the radar out, doubled the ammunition capacity, and filled in some of the gaps that the gun elevation system left to stop an Afghani tribesman shooting literally into the turret with his rifle because there was gaps in it.
Yes.
But yeah, so like that's perhaps the most of all the AA vehicles that got developed in like World War II and post-war, the Afghansky is probably the most purpose-built version of the concept for ground support, but all the systems had the capability.
Absolutely.
Like you go back to the 11151s on half tracks, and it's not going to kill a T-34 on the Eastern Front, but if you shoot a tank with enough bullets, the crews tend to go, I don't want to be here anymore.
Well, and the thing is, if it's a low build quality T-34, you throw that much 15mm at a T-34, the spalling, all of the spalling.
Like as it's been said in several cases, if you've got it, you would use it.
Yeah,
absolutely. It might not be its intended function. It's like using tank destroyers as artillery and using anti-aircraft systems in the ground support role. It's like, if it's there and you got it, why not?
Yeah, basically. That's the long and the short of it, isn't it?
It's a use it or lose it scenario, because if you in that situation, you're going to get overrun shortly. So if you can't move,
I don't know if like probably today with systems like Pantsir, it's probably much more on the self-defense usage rather than using it in a semi-offensive asset where something like a Shilka, Afghansky, or even maybe a Tunguska, which has a sort of armored tracked platform, whereas Pantsir is on a truck chassis.
The Russians did come up with a way to get rapid high angle fire forward without using an Afghansky or some form of viable BA vehicle. They got the ZSU 23 twin mount, and then they looked at the MTLB and said, you know, what if we bolt these to the back of the MTLB and give them gun shields? Mobile rapid Burt.
There was an anti-aircraft system on a BMD chassis for the VDV.
Yeah.
Which was more light support fire than anti-air because it was optically aimed.
I mean, yeah. We really did hammer that question, didn't we?
Based, I think which is optically aimed in that grade is probably more morale than actually anything.
Yeah. Typical
or
gun.
You can just look into the Toyota Tech Tree and see what they slap on it next time.
The Toyota Tech Tree is a pathway to many abilities some consider to be unnatural. If Toyota ever comes back with a bigger semi truck, as in they come out with a tractor trailer Toyota, you better believe that somebody in Africa is going to go, right, okay, get me the flatbed and the tractor trailer. I'm going to put a T-35 turret on a box chassis on it.
Look, I still like the BTR with the the ZU-23 effectively ratchet strapped to the top of it.
Isn't that a BMD?
No, it's a BTRD, but yeah,
those two blend together in my head.
It's the VDV's APC.
Because like you can throw a BMP out of an IL-76, but you don't want to.
So this is different from the BMDs. This is a APC. You can't throw a BMP out; it will go crunch.
Yeah. Throw a BMD out. We'll get there. We will land. We will get there.
Yeah, everything is airdroppable once. BMD though, it's literally a pure APC.
Every ship is able to mine layer once. Everything is able to be dropped once.
I still remember seeing footage of that Sheridan drop where you see the Sheridan hit the ground and become noticeably shorter. as it slides to a stop, and there's just the troops standing next to it going,
"Hey, Bolivar, yeah? Did you deploy the drogue chute? Of course I did. Oh, no, I didn't. Ah, shit. We ain't got no Sheridan.
I talked about the time I discovered that the M556 Sheridan in, I think it's Cup for armor, does have a rapid fire functionality to its 8-inch gun.
That's absurd.
You simply fire and then use the scroll menu to change ammo type, and it cuts the 8-second reload down to half a second as it switches between the ammo types.
Bang,
really
bang, 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 bang.
That's why I was barred from being able to be the gunner in the Sheridan forever.
Rapid fire Sheridan.
Because I would abuse it.
Rapid fire Sheridan is terrifying.
Was airdropping a Sheridan more effective than the Russians strapping wings to a T-60?
Probably.
I would probably argue yes, because the Sheridan lands with a 6-inch gun. And yes, while Shillelagh is an interesting
And
missile,
the chieftain has popped back in.
6
well,
inch.
I've always been listening, but I
6
think it was a
inch.
T-37, not a T-60.
Oh, it is,
Yeah.
yeah. One of the little Russian tankette
T-38.
thingies.
Yeah, 6 inch HE. Yeah, the Sheridan will remove that building and the wall behind that building and the people hiding behind the wall behind that building.
Well, more importantly, the 6-inch canister round or flechette round, which will staple the enemy to trees.
Yes,
that as well.
Not really care about the building that was in between.
If ever given the opportunity to take flechettes, I will take flechettes. Flechettes are great.
Question to the chieftain then: if you've got the M60 in service, the regular 105 M60, do you think the Starship would have had a better reputation if instead of trying to replace the regular 105 M60s, they'd gone, this is the modern version of the 105 Sherman?
Ooh.
And use it in a sort of support assault gun, heavier fire capability role?
No. Because the 105 was perfectly useful as an assault gun. Hell, the M10 was supposed to use it. I mean, the entire purpose of M60A2 was Shillelagh. If you don't have Shillelagh, if you're not using missiles for long range combat, you don't need an M60A2.
Thank you.
There it is. There's my favorite Toyota Technical, the one with the fucking cannon.
Oh yeah.
Okay, secondly,
Inside the hatch when.
This has been brought up. Do we know what happened to the new M10?
We don't know yet, do we? We just know that
it was a victim of its own success.
It being about 15 tons heavier than it should be.
I don't believe it has been officially cancelled. I believe it's been put on ice.
It is curtailed. The army is getting 80 of them. They haven't decided yet if they're going to put them into service. The 1st Battalion is supposed to be activated, or at least was supposed to be activated next month. If it is activated, then obviously that's evidence that the system is good enough to put into service, and it merely became a prioritization problem.
Mm-hmm.
The army isn't getting as much budget as it used to because you got the Air Force and the Navy are slightly more important in the Indo-PACOM series. And just because you've run out of money, you go down the list. Like priority number 1, what might be Sergeant Stout air defense vehicles for counter UAS. And you buy lots of those, and then you buy lots of this, and then buy lots of that, and then you've run out of money before you get the Booker. That doesn't mean the Booker's a bad vehicle. Now, that said, I also think there's been a lot of perception issues. I think the Army made a mistake by giving it to the 82nd first, because it set the discussion that this is an airdroppable vehicle first. Was originally an airdroppable vehicle first, but it never was. It was always a vehicle for all the infantry teams, of which the airborne types are only like 10%. And airdropping and proper combat capability are kind of counterproductive. So they said, look, are we really going to hold this program for 90% of the force? Because who don't care about chucking it out of airplanes?
Yeah.
Because 10% of the force can't use it. And the answer was no. So they nixed the airdrop requirement at that point, and they said, let's just get a proper assault gun for the other 80% of the customers.
So that's basically what Booker is, isn't it? I mean, it's similar to the first time you were ever on Ramblings. You and I talked about the fact that a lot of older vehicles now in various militaries that still have them, so things like the Type 59, T-62, T-55, are not so much tanks anymore. They're turreted assault guns for supporting the infantry.
They're being used as assault guns, yeah.
And that's kind of what M10 is, basically. It's a turreted assault gun rather than a light tank.
Yep.
Yeah, so there we are with that. Next question. Typical gunnery officer. Opinions on the IGN light cruiser Agano and the Iodo class, and why they introduced them so late in the war. What if they started building at least 8 Aganos and 6 Oyodos in 1937 and 40 respectively? Could they match up against the Brooklyns and Clevelands in World War II and win? Would the IGN be more aggressive with their cruiser force in World War II, since they have more capable and modern CLs?
They were very aggressive with their cruisers.
Oh, right. So, if you want to do that, what are you cutting? What are you not building? This is the thing. The Japanese max out their building capability. They max out all their infrastructure. Yeah, pretty much. You are. It's a 2 carriers you're not building. Or there is something you're not building to build those ships, and it's going to be quite a lot.
Yeah.
So, and the thing is, they are not. James's face going back and forth. He was being nicer to me. I was going, no. If you could get them as addition to what you were already building, if you suddenly found yourself with extra dry dock and extra infrastructure to build these things in addition, would they be useful? Yes. Would they match in against those ships? Probably not. But
No.
would they be useful in other ways? Yes.
The Aganos are good as destroyer leaders, and if you're building proper flavor Oyodos, that's with the 12 guns in 4 triples, as they were designed as before the rest of the class was curtailed and she was converted into a training ship. Then the Oyodos, while they are very small, they are good enough to... You can use them against cruisers, but I wouldn't expect success against anything like a Cleveland or a Brooklyn. If you matched up against something like De Ruyter or one of the Leanders, you could probably expect success. But against something like a Town, a Crown Colony, a Brooklyn, a
That's
Cleveland...
not what we're talking about. And I know we've got Killip in here. I know we do World of Warships. It's a lot of fun and it's very cool. But real naval battles rarely involve you having a one-on-one. It's task group on task group.
No, I know.
What do they add to the Japanese task force? They add a lot of AA. They add a lot of firepower. They're pretty darn useful in that mix-up. You know, I know we like to do ship versus ships, and it's always fun. I do them myself when I do my own videos. Sometimes I talk about them. But the thing is, that's not going to happen.
No, the reason, no, that wasn't me going ship v ship. That was me saying if they're in a task group, if they're leading a task group, if they come up against, if their opposite number in the line is this ship, this is probably what's going to happen. If their opposite number is this ship, this is probably what's going to happen. However,
that's way too granular.
They don't line up in a task group. They don't form battle line. That's World War One. Not even really World War One for most of the cruiser and destroyer fights. They don't form lines.
No,
I mean the Aganos. The Aganos are weird in the sense that they're brand new hulls, but the Japanese fit them with the most archaic armament they have access to.
Yeah.
Given they are literally the guns taken off the Congos. There was a proposal, even for the original Aganos, not the C-44 follow-on, to give them basically twin versions of the Megami mounts, but that added 150 tons to the design. And they decided not to go with it. But the thing with the Japanese light cruisers is that, yes, their original ones need replacing. I think everyone can agree that the Tenryus and the Kumas, either you treat them like the C's and D's and use them for special purpose conversions, AA cruisers, even the Japanese night attack force with, let's just fill a section of water with 2 years production of long lances and hope we take a Tennessee or 2 out.
Yeah,
and end up taking out their own forces. Yeah,
yeah, and end up sinking the other Kuma on the other side of the U.S. formation because Japanese torpedo RNG is insane.
The Kumas were made phenomenal mine-laying ships.
I mean, here's the thing.
I think they were capable of it.
What a lot of people what a lot of people miss is that the Japanese churned out a lot of those Kuma and Kuma successor style ships. They built 5 Kumas, they built 6 Nagaras, they built 8 Sendais. So that's a total build out of at least 6 plus 8
24.
Yeah.
The problem that Japan has is that they're like Italy in the interwar period where they focus their cruiser construction on heavy units, on heavy cruisers, because those are pseudo capital ship units in a period where Japan is limited in its true battleships. So you end up with very not overbuilt heavy cruisers, but cruisers that look impressive. They look intimidating. And so the light cruiser force, because they've built so many, it's like the V&W, it's like the Clemsons and such in US service. Like, you have so many of a decent design that what money you have is going into other units. For Italy, they go cruisers over carriers. In Japan's case, they're going for heavy cruisers, carriers, and then the Yamatos.
Yeah.
Over upgrading their light cruiser force because doctrinally, the light cruiser in a Japanese force isn't expected to do as much.
You've also
and
got
you
them...
can also make an argument that the Japanese setting the gold standard with the Fubukis and the follow-on destroyers, the weaknesses in their light cruisers is made up for having very good destroyers.
And I mean, let's not forget that when they start building the 8-inch cruisers, this is pre-London. They're not heavy cruisers. They are 8-inch cruisers. This is the new standard for what a cruising vessel is. Now, the British and the French are building 6-inch cruisers as well, but the Americans and the Japanese are basically going all in at this point on
their
the
light
8-inch
cruisers
cruiser.
are 8-inch armed.
Yeah, the 8-inch cruiser. And you see this with the Sendais. So, because I did get it wrong, and I will apologise. They didn't build 8 Sendais. They planned 8, but you see them curtailed at 3 as the Japanese pivot into their 8-inch cruisers. Because at this point, they're not considered heavy cruisers. They're just the Sendais are not good enough to be cruisers. The 8-inch cruiser is the future. Now, of course, at London, there is an artificial distinction put in, which is, and it is artificial, for the heavy and the light cruiser. But that didn't exist before. And at this point, the Japanese have committed to the 8-inch cruiser. And they give them more capability per tonnage. Why would you build an 8,000-ish ton 6-inch cruiser on a slip when you could instead build a 10,000 ton, with change because it's Japan, 8-inch cruiser instead on that slip? It's a no-brainer for a nation in Japan's position.
Yeah, and by the time the 5.5-inch ships are up for replacement, it's the mid to late 30s, and Japan's shipbuilding infrastructure is dedicated to much larger vessels.
And when it looks like they are going to replace them with the Megamis, that's literally just an out to get more 8-inch cruisers.
And then you've also got Japan's plan to use light cruisers to coordinate submarine flotillas. So you end up with
they had some fun ideas.
So you end up with a requirement like we need 8 cruisers with good aviation capabilities to coordinate submarine forces, which just puts this image of just a random Japanese cruiser just around Midway.
Yeah, surrounded by submarines.
It's like, good luck with that.
If
Yeah,
I recall correctly, the remaining like Kuma class as well that didn't get turned into the two of them got turned into the torpedo cruisers that we see memes of, but the others were just like, oh well, this one got super damaged by a submarine. Kaiten cruiser. This just carries manned torpedoes around.
I mean, to be fair,
we're desperate now.
It did give it gives the Japanese some asset. The Kumas and their successors give the Japanese assets that, if they, especially in the fighting around Guadalcanal, they're somewhat disposable large assets that they can use to support and bulk out other formations or lead destroyer actions. Because I will admit, the Kumas, the Sendais, and the Dagaras, they're not going to match up that well against even something like an Arethusa. But if
any contemporary light cruiser.
But if they're leading a destroyer action, they have torpedoes and they have a decent number of fairly potent guns. That in a destroyer action, that's going to mess up something like a Fletcher or even some of the US 8 gun 5-inch destroyers. That is...
They struggle because by the time they get into a shooting war, they're not fighting Omahas and Ds and E-class cruisers.
Yeah.
It's like, in the Solomons...
their destroyer opponents aren't Clemsons, yeah.
Yeah. And so, like, once they actually get into a shooting war, it's like, it's Atlantas and Brooklyns and US
and the
8-inch
swarm
cruisers.
of very good mid to late war US destroyers.
Yeah, which have firepower that on at least on a broadside engagement, if you're fighting a 5-gun US destroyer and you're in a Kuma or a Sendai, you don't have that much of a firepower advantage over them.
And the worst part is they're going to see you, block you, and start engaging you before you've spotted them because they've got radar.
Well, depends on when, but
it depends on when, yes, but like,
and yeah, there's a lot of factors in there. Radar of this period is, particularly on U.S. destroyers, is somewhat hit and miss.
Not like,
and CIC is not yet worked out, so data gets missed.
Yeah, like
and
you've got fidelity issues.
night fighting.
I can see Dr. Clark just sort of poking his camera, waiting to jump in.
Just like
No, I was
has missed
sending
your mind.
James.
Yes.
I was helping James with his camera because his camera got out of focus. So I was basically showing him how I get mine to do it by putting the hand forward.
So,
and it
yeah.
it worked for James as well.
I mean, so like the Sendais and the Kumis, they're fine ships for when they're built, and they maintain their usefulness throughout their service. But it's by the end of their service, they have been overtaken by 15 years of naval development, especially in the constraints of what we consider a light cruiser.
Yes, absolutely.
I guess as a bit of a thing with that, then.
Yeah, there's sort of an
how
analogy
would light
over to
cruisers actually
Tank
serve
World.
Japan?
So yeah,
if they
assuming
had modern light cruisers.
Yeah, so assuming they've got these 8 Aganos and these 6 Aganos, because that's what the question. Just to bring
Well,
back
no,
to the
I'm not
question.
going off Aganos. I'm actually I'm going off if they have something better than.
Yeah, but
our bargain bin. What parts can we get?
I do want to work through the questions fairly quick, so I understand, but I do want to bring it back to the question. Like it's a good point, Dragon, but can I twist it a little bit, bring it back to the.
No, because then you lose the point entirely.
P-44, that's your best option. It's basically Japanese Leander.
Yeah, basically. If you
Chat will be happy to know that I'm going to get a burrito because they always tell me I should get a burrito whenever I ask.
Because the reason likely is because we've had this debate of do we? Because I personally think Japan doctrinally made a mistake with abandoning light cruisers.
Well, they didn't.
Whereas
No, they
you
did.
think it was
They
definitely
did.
the right thing to
They
go
didn't
for.
abandon
I don't
them.
think they had a choice, to be honest.
They didn't really abandon them, Dragon, because the 8-inch cruiser was a light cruiser. It just had 8-inch guns prior to London.
Gents, may I just interject here?
Of course.
We had the same conversation a couple of weeks back. So may I suggest that we refer to Ramblings 398, I think it was?
I've not been going
And the
398.
conversation
It'll be 81.
That sounds excellent.
Yeah.
That sounds excellent to me.
Yeah, let's.
That would require me to actually index the ramblings.
I already indexed them, I think.
And James, I didn't think you hated me that much.
I don't hate you. I just think you could.
That's stare at the camera with "I don't hate you." Staring into the soul.
But
Do enjoy winding you up.
Yeah. So on YouTube, Steve Clark asks, "Do you think the World War II Région Marine made poor use of the 10th mass in the war? Their capabilities with Frogman and SLC origins with the Altera was virtually unknown by the RN in Gibraltar." Yes, he's talking.
All right,
If it's gone.
So because I literally just finished the war in the Mediterranean, and in that book it talks pretty extensively about 10th MAS. The impression I kind of get, and bearing in mind this is from reading one book and going when I did the Italy trip with Drac, and we looked at a lot of stuff connected to 10th MAS. It's more that I think they were used about as much as they could have been, given the every opportunity they had, they took, but it didn't always come off perfectly. It was at times hit and miss. When it worked really well. But it was I don't know if Dr. Clark would have thoughts on this. It to me it comes off as it was a bit hit and miss.
Usually what happens when people put the claims forward, and I do see the arguments made about, they should have used them for this, you're starting to add in more and more higher operations where it's an edge case scenario where the special forces are actually viable for it, and where they're likely to actually end up being killed. And then you lose them with their availability for other operations. So it's always a case of not just can I use these forces for this operation, but if I use them, what is the chances of a payoff versus what is the risk of me not being able to use them again because I lose them all? And you can't just replace people. People are difficult things to replace. It's far easier to replace equipment than it is people. Because someone might go, well, you just grab a body and put them in the job. No, you don't. That takes ages to train them. You know, just look at James's face when I said you just grab a body, or some say you just grab a body. And it's a case of, no, I have a crew. They all have their jobs. They all know what they're doing. I can't just grab some random person off the street and slot them in there to do the job. I have to train them.
Dr. Clark, have you talked to corporate HR recently about this theory?
Although I do want to say this. James, have you seen the recent article on the USNI about the idea for SEALs to be given command of ships when they finish their work with the teams without any more training?
Was in like the ones that go.
No,
Navy
we're talking about the
SEALs.
Special Forces troop.
Navy SEAls.
Navy SEAL.
Yes, I know.
Well, the army does it.
They are incredibly qualified people,
hang
but
on.
their skill set is not the same as running a ship.
I think I need.
And they haven't been recruiting SEALs out of the fleet in about 10 to 15 years as the primary method either. They've been recruiting them directly into the Navy.
I just want a little clarification here, Chieftain. You said the army does it. Can you clarify? I'm a little bit curious here now. What do you mean?
Well, imagine you're a paratrooper. You've been in the 82nd Airborne for your entire career. Maybe you go to 173rd, and okay. Well, all of a sudden you. I mean, I was talking to one sergeant major who spent like 17 of the last 20 years in 173rd. There is absolutely nothing stopping you from being given command of an armored battalion, which is similar rank as a warship commander. You may never have set foot in a tank. You may not know one end of a tank from another. You know it sucks more gas than your 5-ton truck did. That's about as far as it. But at the higher levels, that's why you have staff. That's why you got people beneath you who actually know the specifics of it. I mean, who is the commander of the Falklands War? The fleet commander, Woodward. He was a submariner. One of the great complaints that Sharkey Ward had was that he knew nothing about aviation, but he seemed to know well enough to do the job.
Oh, I see Dr. Clark is...
Yeah. Okay, right then. So the one small issue... The one small issue you have with a captain is he's responsible for he or she will be ultimately responsible for navigating the ship even in storms. And they have to be master and have to be qualified in ship handling and all those capabilities. Because they have to oversee them, and that's legal requirements and legal responsibilities, which means it's kind of like the US Navy
has to learn how to operate the tank. If he can't be qualified as a tank crewman, he can't do it.
I mean, I think that's the thing.
The example
if there was training involved.
Yeah, that was my problem. My problem with the paper was the idea was they wouldn't have any training. They should just be able to do it because they would inject martial spirit back into the US Navy.
The US Navy has been
and I was going, well, if you consider US naval aviators, who are a good example, because they're going to command carriers and they have to go to that route, they have to go off and do a nuclear course, and then they have to go and spend some time running on other ships, and then they have an XO position on a carrier, and then they have the command position. So you do a lot of training before they get to the top job. I can accept that as a good idea. That works to me because they're coming from one arch and they're changing it. And I can agree to it. It's one of those things as when people start jumping about in the armed force and they go, you can transfer between different roles in the armed forces with no training. You can't. The different roles to me are not sacrosanct, but they are skill sets which you need to understand to be able to do effectively.
I get that.
And don't carrier track commanders have to get into a deep draft captaincy, not like they can't necessarily go from a Burke to a fleet carrier. They have to go from
they go by an order frequently, don't they?
They typically end up after their aviation tour as a department head on either on a big deck, whether that's a carrier or an amphib. Occasionally you'll see them have a captaincy on one of the various amphibs as well. But yeah, there's a huge difference between how you would maneuver an Arleigh Burke versus how even a San Antonio maneuvers.
It's
let
not
alone
even,
a carrier.
Yeah, it's not the same.
Okay, it's time for me to head out.
All right, farewell, Chieftain. It's been lovely having you as always. until next time.
All right, well, good luck in your future endeavors on the other channel.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, not much is going to change. I'm just shifting servers. So hopefully at some point I'll see you on the other server.
All right. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Bye.
Right. So
So each ship has its own hydrostatic parameters and how she handles in the water. So, for example, an aircraft carrier, because she's long and technically thin, her hydrostatics would make her fast, but she's not great to turn. Whereas a smaller ship allows her to be able to get into places that are better, but she handles better. The issue is, if you're going to take a SEAL from shooting people in the Middle East and stick him into the captain's role of an aircraft carrier or a destroyer, it's not going to work. Because one, they don't understand the capability of the ship. Two, they don't understand how to captain a vessel.
Yeah.
Three, they don't know the hydrostatics of that vessel itself. Because, don't get me wrong, each ship, even in the same class, is very slightly different. Every single ship has her own slight quirks. And you won't realize that if you are the captain of a vessel come straight from the SEALs, because you haven't had that expertise and training. You're only a master of a vessel because you've had at least 10 years experience at sea on a warship or any vessel going to sea, because you go through Officer of the Watch, you then go through Commander, which is basically your XO, or Chief Mate, then you become your Master. You do simulator training, you do every single navigational bit of training that you cannot completely think of unless you've done it. SEALs can't do that.
Yeah, you see, this is why I have James. James knows things.
Wait.
Yes.
It's even more of this in the U.S. Navy. The U.S. So surface warfare officers in the United States Navy do not specialize. They have to know everything.
Mm-hmm.
They go through every department, whether that's as a junior officer or whether they're over two of those departments. They have to learn everything in that type of vessel. And that's well before their XO.
You've got to know the command inside and out.
I could see a SEAL, someone going from the SEALs through a training regime to eventually command something like an Iwo Jima or an America Flight 1, where the ship's role is more in line with what they can look back on their own experiences. But why on earth you'd take someone like whose primary initial training was ground warfare and give them an aircraft carrier when you have pilots?
Yeah.
So this article is coming from two misconceptions. One, I know I am saying this with things being recorded. One, that SEALs are what all their PR and books say they are. They are not. I will go ahead and say that right now.
Yep.
9 times out of 10, they have to get pulled out of fire unless they are specifically doing what they are meant to do. The SEALs are way too large, way too generalized now. They are not as specialized as they need to be, and their community has suffered greatly because they are no longer as selective. Other U.S. Special Operations forces of the same tier of special operations are dramatically more selective and will drop people from training if they feel the candidate so much as looked at someone wrong. U.S. Army Tier 1 and Tier 2, if you miss an A-zone target in the shoot house, you are cut. This is when you're active in the force. The SEALs are not like this. So that's the misconception on the SEAL part, that they have the fighting spirit. They don't have the discipline. You see this in the amount of prosecutions. You see this in the amount of incidents. They don't. The other thing is that the U.S. Navy needs an injection of fighting spirit. If you look at what the U.S. Navy has been doing in the Red Sea, if you look at just how uncomfortable various Naval War College professionals have been by the internal memos and fighting directions from on high in the United States Navy that gels with the attitudes in 7th, 3rd, and 6th Fleets. It matches what they've been saying for about a decade in all of those fleets. And just how uncomfortable that makes the Naval War College. They are already talking about being in a pre-war state with the Chinese and needing to be ready to go at the drop of a hat. And then you see how they have been engaging targets in the Red Sea, putting ships directly in the line of fire. They're already getting that fighting spirit back if you think they lost it.
I would argue they never lost it to begin with.
The way you get a Navy fighting spirit is you put it into these sorts of scenarios. And the U.S. Navy has had some of the most strenuous pre-deployment training exercises of the entire U.S. military for 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
The U.S. Navy was the only force that did its damnedest in the U.S. military to prevent itself from losing its high-end combat edge.
Mm-hmm.
They sacrificed the patrol side of the force, the low-end side of the force, to maintain the high-end capability and training that once you lose it is so painful to get back.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that the Royal Navy, I think, has lost a lot. Because we still battle on about the Falklands War, and we all think, oh yes, the Falklands War was this, this time where, we're still in this time where, the Falklands is still this major thing. And it's like, yes, that was 35, 40 years ago by this point. Are we all at the same level that we were back then? No.
We're now further from the Falklands. Here's the scary fact: we're now further from the Falklands War than the Falklands Wars from World War II.
Yeah.
And the threats moved on substantially.
Yep.
And the trouble is, the Royal Navy gets hoisted by its own can-do attitude, I feel, because it keeps going, yes, we can do them, yes, we can do things. At no point does an admiral turn up and say, no, you haven't given us enough ships, you're not giving us enough crew, we can't do these jobs, so make a decision.
And that's actually something I pointed out earlier in this Ramblings episode, where somebody was asking about capabilities, and I flatly said, right now, it seems like the fleet plan does not have the capabilities to do certain mission sets, including certain high-end NATO-required mission sets. That you would think a force that wants to focus around NATO and focus around British territory and projecting power into potential hot zones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Might need.
Sick, I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding here going on between your thing.
I was.
The Navy wants to focus on those things. The government signs them up to focus on those things, but the government doesn't want to spend the money to focus on those things.
That's what I'm getting. That's what I was getting at, Alex. I was getting into advocating for the capabilities that are needed and the manning levels and all of that. Yeah.
It's a consistent trouble we have in the UK in that our governments are always happy to sign us up to different projects, and will gladly say, "Oh yes, we'll do this," and make big statements about what they'll do and how they'll do it. And they have been and they then at the same point go, right then, so what we're going to do is we're going to do more with less again, because these new ships or this new equipment is so much more capable than the previous one, we need less of it to do the same job. So can it be in multiple places at once? No. And if you
has your threat expanded and required more capability? Yes. And at the same time, yeah.
And the current thing we have with the Type 45s, the great thing is people go, oh, they're terrible, they're not available at the moment. You go, the reason they're not available right now is because we've been pushing our fleet so hard because we only got 6 rather than the 12 we originally planned for, the 9 we ordered, and then eventually built 6, that we've kept postponing refits until eventually the whole fleet's under serious refit and is having to go through it, and that's why we have so few available.
And then on the SSN side, the back-end support wasn't developed. So the SSNs have a terrible readiness rate because they're all stuck waiting on dry docks.
Yes, because there's 2 dry docks which haven't been repaired in 20 years.
They've been on the major project list for 35 years. 35 years.
And don't get me started on the amphibious force.
One of those is going to be
Amphibious force.
completed next year. The amphibious force has been deleted because the government has decided that we can't have that and a carrier force because we don't need both those. So we're going for those. I really don't know the literal combat groups, whatever we're going to call them.
And I don't know how they're going to be escorted either. Like,
well, ask the French.
That's going to be left. That's going to be left to a Type 31. That is literally nice way. You're going to see a Type 31 of each of those groups. That's going to be it.
Hey, Steve. I mean, I get
that's pretty
gonna be
underwhelming.
Steve, I get this is all rambled out from
Yeah,
your
it is.
question about the mass boats, and we all rambled out of that. But it's like I've said many times on ramblings, and the phrase was coined by my good friend the Random Idiot. Answers guaranteed. Good answers or on point answers not. We've rambled off on a different topic. That's just what happens.
It's called ramblings for a reason.
That's just what happens,
Mhm.
Steve. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you're not happy that we didn't touch on the question as deeply as you might have otherwise expected. But it's ramblings. It's what we do. We questions are usually starting points if they are deep, and if we find a good topic to ramble off down, we do. It's just how we do.
Came here for a long time, not a good time.
I'd say ask that again on brew ships. You'll probably get a better and more detailed answer.
Or direct it towards, I forget his YouTube channel's name, but now we've got a channel dedicated to English.
Italian Military Archives,
you.
yeah.
Yes.
Is that because people didn't know?
I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try and get him on brew ships at some point.
I mean, Steve, no one here on the you don't have to be. No one has to be an expert to be on ramblings. No one has to know anything about anything to be on ramblings.
Photo chair would like a word.
People are on ramblings because I like them and I think they're neat. Basically,
it's entirely biased.
Being an expert in is twisting sparkly wires.
You shouldn't come to if you're coming to ramblings expecting that you might get an answer that is entirely correct and factual and the best answer you're going to get. I'm sorry, that's not what we do here. Ramblings is more a basis for discussion, and
I would say though with this question about the mass group and why it wasn't used, etc. I think I did give I seem to remember I gave a fairly good answer to that in rambling style. I didn't take over the entire ramblings and talk about it for the next 20 minutes, but I hope
you
I
did
gave
answer
a good
it.
start.
Yeah.
About 2 minutes.
And Venom Geek Media had a crack at it as well. Yeah.
The risks associated with a very highly specialized force go up to a point of destruction or detection. The fact
At
that
which
they were
point you lose the force and can't do other things with it.
Yeah, the force was successful enough that the Italians, to this day, are still held up as some of the most competent when it comes to waterborne special forced operations.
I mean, they put 2 British battleships on the bottom in the Med. When can you name a time any other Axis power put two British battleships in dry dock at the same time?
So,
Fleet 4C, please don't say that.
Yeah.
Oh
Please
yeah.
don't say that.
No, I said put in dry dock, not sunk.
Yes.
Oh yes, and the Royal Navy was unaware of what was causing the losses.
Yeah, they were just ships blowing up.
Yeah, but when the Italians were targeting Gibraltar, they were also targeting the much less fortified merchant berthing areas. They weren't going into the Navy base.
And politely as well,
because the Navy base was being much more particular about its security measures.
Yeah. There's also the fact that
I was being patrolled
merchant
by
ships.
the Frogmen, wasn't it? Weren't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's also the fact that merchant ships in wartime, despite all the safety precautions, there were spontaneous explosions.
Do just explode.
They happened. It is not an unknown phenomenon in the Second World War. Merchant ships did just explode in harbour.
And the Royal Navy's reaction after the Italians swapped sides was, oh, that's why. That
Can you do it for us? Can you do it for us now?
Basically.
To be honest, you've also got to remember that sometimes merchant ships are more expendable than a warship because they're cheaper and easier to build. And
yeah,
dare I want to say it, merchant crew members, there's a lot more of us.
You're saying that as a merchant crew member.
Yeah.
Hey, I can say from both sides.
Yeah, and so,
oh,
like, so basically, that my point would be is that they were probably used as much as the Italians dared use them.
Yeah.
Because it took the Italians about a decade and a half to develop that force and those personnel and the tactics on how to deploy them. And they, like I said, they became the the gold standard for that sort of effort.
I mean, you've been doing a lot. I mean, Steve. I mean, if you've been doing a lot of reading and you're poking for an angle, that's fine. But like I say, it's not really. How would I put it? It's not the angle that.
I think I gave Steve a book recommendation a little while ago, which was pretty good. If he's already gone through that, there's some books coming out, but they're not published yet.
Yeah.
Thank you for the Bismarck recommendations.
Oh yeah. Oh, James, James, we have a question specifically for you.
So it's nice to say thank you.
Yeah, it's your first proper dedicated rambling. Yeah, you're going up in the. He's cheering. Jade Smog asks, because it was hidden in the Theatre at Sea chat rather than the actual text chat. And I've only found it because I'm looking at Steve's because he pinged me. He says, speaking of captains and competencies, how do you see the level of knowledge a military captain has regarding civil ships and their capabilities? Oh, that's
the look on his face.
Because the thing is, James has been both.
Don't back this man into a corner. Give him an out.
He's been an RN serviceman and he's now part of the Merchant Navy, so he's got both sides. He knows both sides.
Right. So, it swings and roundabouts. So, merchant. I don't do this so I drop myself into a massive pit.
Very, very carefully.
Yeah, that's why I made my comment.
You can't just go for it and live with it.
So, depending on what nation the captain's from, okay, in the merchant world, there is a lot of countries that have captains. Some people go through a cadetship, like I do, and we get a COC. So, when I pass, I'll have a British COC, which will be one of the most highest rated in the world. This is why British officers are always employed over our foreign counterparts. There's places like Bangladesh or places like that where you can basically buy your ticket and off you go. With like 5 minutes of training, and then
just
like,
watch this man. Watch this man. Like I give it 10 years, I'll walk onto the Queen Mary 2 with a ticket, and like there will be Captain James.
Yep, I'll be there with my hat going.
Hey, he's got the hat.
Thank God it's blurred.
You know, more I'm wondering if we can somehow arrange for him to be part of the crew of either the ships, which we could end up doing the ship-shaped cruises on.
Yeah, that would be good. That would be good. Yeah, we can use the connections you have, Dr. Clark. We can say we know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy.
No, wait.
Who can drive this thing?
If you could have, does that mean he's captain already?
You see, look at me. Look at me.
Was just an officer's cap.
Yeah, look at me. I am the officer now.
But I thought the guy with the best hat was the captain.
I do want to walk into the bridge one day and go, look at me. I am the captain now.
Oh, yeah, come on, you've got to. You've got to. The meme is just there. It's there to be made. Like, it's got to be done. It's got to be.
Especially if he's someone from Bangladesh with a...
oh, yeah, it's just, yeah, that's...
Anyway.
But carry on.
Moving aside.
Yeah, carry on.
So, a merchant navy captain has a lot more experience in terms of overall ship handling, how to load a ship, stability, just anything you can think of not a warship. Okay, They will understand ports better. They will understand how to drive a ship better. They will understand how to manage a crew better, believe it or not. Whereas a naval commanding officer will understand how to fight a ship. They will understand all the pomp and ceremony and all the cock and ass parties. They'll understand all the diplomatic sides behind it. But they won't understand as much as what you'd think, because merchant navy officers have to understand how would you make ship go from sitting upright to not going upside down, or how do they not go from sailing along normally to cracking in half. Officers in the Navy don't really know that. They just go, grey box, get from point A to point B, don't blow stuff up. If we have to blow stuff up, happy days. I have a certain amount of weapon systems, and I have a certain amount of crew. I could probably lose a certain amount of crew in the process.
Because you can't really misload a warship in a way that it will, well, unless you catastrophically
There are
mess
certain
it up.
ones you can.
Yes, I clarified very quickly. I can see the hole I was walking into, but in most cases, before you jump down in most cases, if you are loading a warship with stores, weapons, fuel, and men, it is very hard to load that warship in such a way that the loading of it will cause it to fail structurally or be unbalanced. If you load a container ship even slightly wrong, goodbye Vienna. Oh, look, it's a wave. Well, we're on our side now.
Hey, Fleet, amphibs exist.
No.
I said with some exceptions.
So the worst thing you can sail on is a bulk carrier, because if you have a slight bit of moisture in, say, for instance, bauxite, I think of a 300,000 GRT.
Pistachio nuts are explosive in high concentrations, and that has sunk a ship. That is sunk a bulk carrier when it blew the side out.
Wasn't there a bulk carrier that literally it was on its way to somewhere? An extremely high wind blew one of the hatches over. It was empty. Blew one of the hatches over. It was a British ship, I think, and it literally went. It gone. In
You
like
think of the
5.
Derbyshire?
Yes, the Derbyshire.
That's
she
a
went.
Great Lakes. I think that's it.
With this new knowledge on pistachio nuts, I can make a joke.
It's not the fact that the wind blew the hold cover off, Fleet. It's the fact that there was a storm going on, the wind blew the hold cover off, and water started going into that hold.
Yeah, I basically said it because I didn't know the specifics and I was waiting for that cyclic. I was waiting for the specifics. Yeah, thank you.
And then if you get the right set of circumstances with a bulker and a situation like that happens, you can have a rapid change in stability.
She split in two, didn't she? And then she went down.
There are some where they just disappear.
So, for example,
and then there are other bulkers. And there are other bulkers that will eat an AS4 kitchen and not care.
Yep. It's ridiculous. So, for example, grain is the most pain in the ass cargo to clean after. That's fine if you want to get shot by a missile. Do it.
Yep.
But
I fear no.
Like bauxite,
iron ore,
coal,
bit of moisture in it. The ship starts rocking and rolling. That can just go from nice bauxite to liquid donk.
What about coal? It's not iron or not bauxite. What about coal?
You don't want to get moisture in a cold hole.
No,
Sorry, go on.
No.
Coal dust. Coal dust and a spark.
It's less that, although that will do that, but grain will do that too, by the way.
Yes.
It's if you start introducing water into a space that's got a lot of coal, and you've got a storm going on, you're going to rapidly end up with a slurry.
Yeah.
Just remember that
that's
you can
going to
use
slosh
flour
from
to
side
make
to side.
Yeah. Do you know?
Just remember, flour is basically grain dust, and you can use that to make a very small thermobaric explosion.
Indeed.
Or a very large one, depending on how much you have.
This happens a lot.
Yeah. I know
in
this
farms
is
around the world.
I know this is slightly
The safest cargo is wood.
Yes, yes it is.
Depending.
Yes, kind of.
Logs. Logs.
No.
No.
Not wood pulp. Logs help float.
No, wood. No, funnily enough, wood pulp. Wood pulp is better.
Logs can shift.
Wood pulp is better. Sawdust is bad. Wood pulp is fine.
Cork. Carry cork.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Okay.
I don't think cork
if you
can
wanna make-
kill you.
If you want to make James look really worried, tell him he's carrying he's carrying a large cargo of lithium.
Ooh,
yeah,
that man is on his way out.
Yes,
Yeah, he's gone. That's it.
Somebody just had a realization.
Because there was that.
The
there
only
was
thing
that
which
cargo-
makes you even more worried. The only thing which makes you more worried about that is LNG.
But well,
natural gas.
Well,
Yes.
yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
That's a legit terror.
At least in that
like,
case,
Basically,
you
you
won't
are
ever know what
you are
happened.
driving around a nuclear bomb.
Well, the thing.
Yeah,
well,
what was that?
okay. The
Explosive
thing.
power.
The thing with LNG and oil tankers and things like that is that
LNG behaves very different to oil.
Yeah.
tankers.
No. I'm going
Very
somewhere.
different.
I'm going somewhere with this. You didn't let me finish. I was going somewhere with that. The ships that carry it, they carry it. That's what they do. You know what you're
there's
doing.
a lot of oil tankers that will carry grain and other things like that too.
Yeah.
Or at least there used to be dual back and forth.
I
could have sworn I've seen dual, or am
I think the
confusing that?
Russians still have some.
Yeah, but in the
Some very
modern
interesting
era,
vessels. But
in
yes.
the modern so yes, it is yes they are dangerous cargoes, but the ship is built to take them. It's what it does. The crew will probably be trained for it, and it'll be you know what they say? Yes, familiarity breeds contempt, which it does, but it also breeds experience and ease of operation.
This
so it's a double-edged
also
sword.
would say on a legitimate shipping line, there's an awful lot of shipping that does not fall into that category, and that transports an awful lot of cargo to an awful lot of places in very questionable circumstances too. So some of those are hazmat carriers.
Yeah. This is the thing.
Some of those companies and shippers have that.
Yeah, I think it is general purpose container and merchant traffic and bulkers that are the things that really require really experienced captains, because those are the things that your cargo can change every day. As in,
James, you must have loved it when there was those two ships collided off
we
the coast.
talked about it.
Like,
James was on ramblings after it happened. Yeah, we talked about it.
It's just like what's on board? Oh, jet fuel for the U.S. military and containers for cyanide. And I like how they were very, very quick to say the cyanide tanks were empty.
I think that court case is
panic.
going through the UK courts right now. That those captains are currently
I mean, he got arrested because it went into hyperdrive when it was announced he was Russian.
Yeah.
So the only reason that it was because of that is because of the IMDG code. So the IMDG code, if anyone doesn't know, is an International Maritime Organization publication which states what is a dangerous cargo. So anything that comes in tanks you see on the back of a lorry always has like a little red, more like orange plaque with a little code in it. That signifies a dangerous good. And there's 3 volumes of documentation you can read through. But because it's obviously either volatile, explosive, carcinogenic, corrosive, all that jazz, people tend to get a bit up in arms about it.
Yeah, just a bit.
It's understandable. Some of these containers need to be plugged into a power source for obvious reasons. Otherwise, they blow up. And you tend to see that a lot on container ships. Couple, I can't remember off the top of my head, but there's been major ones where you've seen the entire arse end of a container ship just burnt out because the DG containers just caught fire and just went. Oh.
And that's it. It's gone.
Yeah, pretty much. But that's why merchant sailors like myself have to have an STCW in. I hate saying that, But you have to have advanced firefighting to deal with stuff like that, because there is no fire brigade at sea. We are the fire brigade.
And you can't
and then
use
when you
water
go
for
onto
some
a
of this
tanker or
stuff.
an LNG carrier-
You can't use water for some of this stuff, can you?
No, you can't.
Which
No.
I know
So it's
sounds a
like
bit weird when you, which makes
fire.
it even worse because you're at sea and you will only have a limited amount of the correct firefighting equipment, which makes it even more dangerous.
Exactly.
Wasn't there a
So, for
car
example, I
carrier
think
that
the most-
went down last year from a fire?
There was
She was burnt out.
fires on car carriers are very common.
Yeah, this one got to the point that they abandoned the ship.
Yes,
that's because it's a
I believe that
lithium-ion
was off of Savannah.
battery fire.
Yeah, because it was
Yeah.
electric
Two,
cars.
actually.
Because
Yeah.
lithium. Yeah, because like when
Yeah,
lithium gets
that
going,
one
good luck
was-
with that.
So the only way you can get rid of that is if you ditch it off the side. And there's a little thing called Marpole.
Yeah.
Marpole doesn't like it when you start ditching cars in the ocean. But the issue with that is, if you've got a car carrier which is carrying, like 10,000 cars, for example, and it's the random Tesla in the middle of the ship, row 4, section 8, deck 7.
You're not pushing that
It's
thing
nowhere
off the
near
ship.
door. Yeah, you're not getting that out of the door, because you'd have to get rid of so many cars, and by that point, there's more cars on fire, runaways, and, well...
Yeah, your only
Can't get
option
a
at
life
the only option at that point is you contain that fire immediately, or you get ready to abandon ship.
But you can't, because lithium-ion batteries you can't contain because it just basically runs away. For example, P&O Iona last year. So the week where a bulk carrier out of Germany collided with a vessel called the Verity and rammed it and sank it.
No.
I think cleaved it in two.
That's
This was
impressive.
2 years ago. Either way, Iona, that week, she sailed from Southampton. Some woman had a electric scooter. Her lithium-ion battery caught fire, and the husband was running around the ship with it. Gets better. He then dropped it in the middle of the atrium, still smouldering, still on fire. Because, yeah, they just started taking on board lithium-ion battery fire extinguishers, which are now green ones. Yeah, see them. They're really expensive, like £250 a pop. Those don't work. So by the time it came to turnaround day completing an Iona sailing, they left this battery on the quayside under a box for the fire brigade.
Yeah.
Because
they can't deal with it.
Yeah.
On that, I'm going to disappear because I've just been called to go help out with family stuff. So take care. It's a
Farewell,
pleasure to be
Dr.
here,
Clark.
Fleet. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for seeing. Nice
Thank
to
you
see
for
everyone, especially Killer Bin. We'll see you again Friday, won't we?
Yes, we
It's
have
Friday.
an
Oh,
American
yes, that's
guest.
right,
So
Armchair Admirals.
So I've requested just Clark and Drac for that one because we have an American guest and we're trying a new camera layout.
So you won't need me then.
Okay.
So you won't need
No,
me.
you
then.
are free this Friday, sir.
Thank goodness. I have a
At the
lot. I have a
Then we'll
lot to
drag
catch
you
up
to
on.
Hoy.
I have a lot of catching up to do.
Hoy games.
No, yeah. So you handle you handle that.
Thank you, Killerman. If you
Take
like
care,
I say,
Doctor.
since
Take
you don't need me, drop me a bell
Take
next
care.
time you do, so I know you want me back.
Yeah, we'll just ping you on that server we have.
Brilliant, fantastic.
Well,
So very
well,
quickly,
well,
I am
actually,
gonna
landmine hammer.
I am going to throw Venom Geek a bone here because I'm now going to use this question to pivot on the same topic. So Venom Geek, how does Star Trek handle shipping generally, merchant captains, and hazardous shipping in particular?
Get us into space if it goes wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that's the advantage. You are in space, so you can just get rid of stuff very easily. And you think about most of those ships, they're like, well, it depends, but like when the ones we see in Enterprise, they're sort of modular. So you can just detach modules if you really have to. But that kind of varies. You equally have smaller ships. So, like, it partially depends what period. Because, like, in the 24th century, in, like, Deep Space Nine, you've got, like, private shipping, and that's quite big. Because you've got Cassidy Yates in DS9, and she's got her own little ship. that does like cargo runs. But then actually in TOS, I think it's in Ultimate Computer. The first ship the M5 computer destroys, which is when the Enterprise is like being controlled by an AI, but it destroys a robot ship. It just destroys a robotic freighter. So yeah, in Star Trek and then in Enterprise you've got the boomers, the Earth Cargo Service, who are running freight around again in these sort of modular big bulk carriers. So it's one of those things where like we get a good look at it in the early period of the 22nd century. As it wears on, like we don't necessarily know. So we don't really know what a bulk carrier in like next generation in TNG. We don't really know what that would look like, because presumably you look at the biggest bulk carriers today and they're bigger than, I mean, basically everything other than an aircraft carrier.
Yeah, this is the thing.
They can be significantly heavier.
Though
Yeah, they're a lot bigger.
This is the thing. I would expect in Star Trek, like, given the scale of empires like the Federation, the Klingons, the amount of mass you have to move, both in terms of grain and oil and liquids.
This is something sci-fi universes tend to get wrong.
No, I know.
No, because you're kind of forgetting something very important about Star Trek here.
You're going to say replicators, aren't you?
Industrial replicators exist.
So the two, not everyone have them.
Yeah.
So like,
but
if you
most
are,
major planets will.
yeah, I mean, I don't know necessarily quite how many, but for example, you've got an awful lot of colonies in like the era of TNG. You've got a lot of people that are just out on the fringes, and I don't get the impression that they have access. Maybe they have access to personal replicators, but definitely not like massive industrial replicators.
I don't
even
understand.
Personal ones reduce the amount. Even personal ones reduce the amount.
This is the thing.
Of large bulk you necessarily need.
Do replicators
You'll still
need some form of input to work?
Yeah,
Not power.
so
Usually power.
Yeah.
So you can have. I think it's in Survivors, and this planet where everyone's dead except this old couple, and Picard is very suspicious. And one of the things they do is he wants to give them a replicator and a little mini micro fusion generator, and that's implied to be running the replicator. I've also considered a little bit more, because replicators, presumably it needs a combination of fed matter and energy. I don't know.
Because the only
you could
thing...
potentially
go on.
Matter out of energy, but that's obviously going to be more power intensive.
Because here's the thing: merchant shipping must have been a thing in the United Earth early Federation days. But the most tragic thing I see here is that the birth of the replicator killed merchant shipping, just generally.
Well, it doesn't. So, for instance, take the USS Lantry. Is technically speaking a form of merchant ship, if I'm remembering.
I'm talking traditional merchant shipping, like, things that on Earth we would recognize as container ships, tramp steamers, oil tankers, bulk carriers.
Yes, the emphasis shifted towards bulk and material, like ship production materials, alloys, metals, dilithium.
I would direct you to the Ptolemy class tug, which its whole point is bringing massive containers throughout space. You also then get a couple of others. I think a fan version that we see in a couple of places for the TLE era. And now we know from the Picard era, there's basically a new version of that ship exists.
I mean,
I
can't remember its name.
The Wallenberg, I think it's called.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, I mean, there's one thing here: Starliners.
That's the thing.
Yeah. So I mean, the issue you get in the 24th century, as I say, is the trouble is that everything is so dispersed. So all the people that you've got, the planets that have replicators and industrial replicators and internal, that whole solar system. You think of the core world, the whole solar system is developed. So they are internally quite self-sufficient. They'll be bringing stuff in, but they won't necessarily be bringing it in vast quantity. The people who would sort of need raw goods, well, they're out on the far fringes, and they don't need, these are colonies of a few thousand people. They don't need, a giant galaxy class sized container ship to supply them. So that's where you then see something like Cassidy Yates' ship, the Zosa.
It's a repeating cycle of as a colony is set up, it generally needs more inputs. As it develops, it starts becoming more self-sufficient. So the next colony further out becomes, and so you basically just see this rolling wave of development. So the merchant shipping will be on the sort of the outer ring of any sort of colonization efforts, because that's where the lack of infrastructure requires shipping. And then you have like the back and forth, literally like coal train ships going from mining planets to shipyards to refineries and all that.
Yeah, this is the thing. The only thing I could see properly as a dedicated class of freighter that isn't just like a tug would probably be something like a dilithium freighter. A dilithium tanker, a bulker, whatever you want to call it.
So,
I would.
What do you mean by tug here then again, Fleet? Do you mean like colonies and such we just mentioned earlier?
Yeah, but like you have the tugs.
They're not like calling them
you
tugs
have the
is
tugs.
not necessarily accurate. Well, because they are fully. They can go from one end of Federation space to the other and not care.
Ocean-going tugs exist on Earth. There are analogies to that.
I would just like to either point out or underscore something. Logistics in the Federation are inherently broken by two things. One, the ability to create matter out of energy, which is a thing all the way back to the NX-01 days, if I'm remembering that series
Not
correctly.
Quite. TOS is it's closer, but it's not full-blown replicators.
I'm thinking transporters.
Yes, transporters do exist in DDS.
Yes. Hang on. Let me. Can I finish, please? Yeah. And they also have relatively cheap and reliable high C superluminal engines. So they're only going to really ship either raw inputs or things which are just not efficient to create via replicators or energy to matter.
So touching on that.
So
go on, continue.
I was just going to say the thing is with transporters, and yeah, once you bring transporters into the equation, yes, you do basically create matter out of energy. I would say that, personally, I'm not very happy with there being transporters in Enterprise. Because it does mean that, yeah, why on earth do they not have replicators by TOS? It's very clear that they don't seem to have replicators yet in TOS. They do. I think they come in at some point in the early 24th century.
I think are they matter reprocessors? They call them.
Yeah, like
along those lines.
Yeah, or protein resequencers.
Yeah, I think that's
I think perhaps the best comparison today is
wait a second.
If you could 3D print it, you 3D print it. But for materials that are too complicated for 3D printing tech, you still need CNC machining and stuff, and that's generally more involved.
Also, remember, there are some materials that replicators cannot replicate. Stuff like gold pressed latinum, that's technically cheating because it's two materials. Dilithium currently cannot be replicated.
So there will be dilithium bulkers, I assume.
Well, no, not bulkers. That's a recipe for disaster.
It's a spicy material. Why do you think everyone uses it?
Okay, well, Harjack in Theatre C Text Chat, Harjack makes a good point. Some sort of merchant shipping for fancy handmade objects, that the whole point is, yes, you can replicate them, but their value is in the fact that they're, they're crafted, they're specialty items.
Well, a perfect example, I think, and I think Venom might agree with me here, is Tholian silk.
Yeah. And
that's something we've never heard being replicated, but sorry, go on.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say that's the kind of stuff I think we tend to see Cassidy Yates running around in the 24th century.
So
I've also,
basically,
just for the record,
what
in the
you'll-
Courtesy, I posted a standard freighter,
Yeah.
a nondescript,
So
non-federation.
what you'll basically see.
Star Trek has an equivalent.
Can we get
of-
one person talking
Yeah,
at a
let's-
time,
let's-
please? I can't
please-
even think.
Let Fleet go, and then you go, Focto, okay?
So basically, what we're looking at here is the main ship that we would consider the analogous to what Star Trek has, is basically the small 2,000, 3,000 ton go anywhere, carry anything tramp steamer from the pre-World War II
basically.
period.
There are modern sort of analogies to these. There are small container ships. There are small tankers. There are small bulkers because there are just ports that you need a small ship to get into. And besides that, you don't need the Sea-Wise Giant for every single iron ore load.
I thought Sea-Wise Giant was an oiler. Or was.
Yeah. Use a VLC.
Or, sorry, for every oil cargo, there's a Chinese iron ore carrier that has absolutely massive bulkers.
Yeah.
Like 488,000 ton dead weight.
Yeah. Right.
Shipyard just posted one of the what's it called, Enterprise era freighters.
For some reason, the images aren't loading for me, sadly, which is annoying. No, I don't know why.
So the Y-class freighter was what was commonly used in the Enterprise era, and if I remember correctly, Ensign Mayweather, who was the helm officer on the Enterprise, grew up on one.
Yeah.
And from what I remember, though,
and I think it's like warp. I think that one does warp 2, the sort of bigger Y class. So they're pretty slow. So there's.
It's like a container ship, but in space, kind of.
Well,
yeah. Alternatively, you've also got for those with a taste towards the more obscure. You have Starfleet museums designed for big, bulky freighters like the Bison class. That may or may not be to people's taste, but
Starfleet museums are a very unique take on the era.
Yes. Yeah.
I do like it. It is kind of goofy, but
I do. It's just so completely detached. It feels. At times, it almost feels like a different franchise entirely.
It's midnight here, so I will depart.
Yes.
Have a good evening, Gillis.
To be.
Also, you were going to say something, Foxo, for the record.
Yes, go on. Foxo was going to say something.
Yeah, so just to clarify, so Star Trek does have its equivalent to like Champagne, where it's only Champagne if it's from the Champagne region of France.
Yes.
You could make sparkling wine anywhere else on the planet, but it would not be Champagne.
Yeah.
Theoretically, yes.
Yes.
If you ask the champagne makers, yes.
Yeah, in Star Trek, I think there's a couple of options for like that in Star Trek. You've got Saurian brandy. You've also got Romulan ale, which is the most famous. And I think most of the time, Klingon blood wine is not replicated. That might just be because the Klingons are very traditionalist. Yeah, but there's a lot of these sort of luxury. Of course,
Aldebaran whiskey. That's what I was thinking.
Sorry. And Picard's own family makes wine.
Chateau de Picard, yeah.
Yeah, so that absolutely is what exists, and that's sort of the ideal is that's what people will devote their time to making rather than pumping out cheap, mass-produced generic products.
Because you're just not going to compete with industrial replicators in that at all, ever.
I would also point out another demand for shipping rather than replicating is going to be products which either have very tight tolerances or require very high QC.
What do you mean by tolerances and QC here, just to clarify?
Mechanical tolerances, dimensional tolerances, and
Then-
QC as in everything has to be precisely right.
Then actually, that's what
honestly, that sounds like
replicators
replicators are perfect for
They can
that.
get it to the atomic level of perfection.
Yeah,
I've spent too much time with 3D printers and other machining stuff.
They're
to
not
believe that
3D
it's
printers.
But this is literally assembling.
Yeah,
from
but I'm
atoms.
paranoid.
Yeah.
Now, technically speaking, there is a known trend where, for food, replicated food apparently isn't as good as naturally created food. There is apparently some slight difference.
It depends who you ask. If you
Yeah.
ask TNG, it's replicated food is actually like the best food you've ever tasted. In deep space, replicated food is like it's you know.
Well, I'm
it's
also
your
referring to the fact that we know in TNG, Deanna Troi swears by replicated chocolate is not quite the same
Oh
as
yes,
actual
that's true.
chocolate. And you have a couple of other instances in this where, so even stuff like actual chefs do still have a purpose because they can also create these things a bit more.
Voyager.
Yes. Coffee.
Yeah.
Coffee now.
Yeah, but
Give me
Neelix is just
coffee.
weird.
I will go and destroy that planet for coffee.
Wouldn't that mean a replicated alcohol would be bad? No.
Jane?
Replicated alcohol in general is apparently very good, and then you've also got synthahol.
Scott
Which-
does not like synthahol. Scott is not happy with synthahol. Do not give Scott synthahol.
Yeah, replicators only do synthahol. That's the problem. They'd be great, but they only do the synthahol. So it's a bit miserable, really.
And hey, Yuki, you could drink an entire bottle of whiskey and still go to work, and they wouldn't be able to complain.
I mean, yeah, it's sort of. I feel like it would sort of defeat. The
Yeah,
purpose.
but you're missing the point.
Well, no, because
Yeah.
I don't drink to get drunk. If you could tell me I could have unlimited Tia Maria or Bailey's and have no negative side effects, sure, this sounds good.
But
Yuki, the whole point of synthahol is you can't.
What?
Synthahol explicitly is designed so that you can't get drunk.
That's a horrifying thought. What's the point of drinking
what?
if you don't get drunk?
Yeah, like, what's the point of the alcoholic beverage?
What's the
And
point?
it's not necessarily to get drunk, but
Am I
it's to enjoy the effect of
Yeah,
alcohol.
exactly. It's
What?
Yeah.
Okay, I feel we drink for very different reasons because I drink for the flavor of stuff. I wouldn't, down massive amounts of Tia, and even a large amount wouldn't knock me even into a slight bit of tipsy.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie.
It doesn't
sliding
have
on
to for
screen.
you to enjoy the effect of the
I'm
alcohol.
trying to get Dragon to drink, but he's a bloody lightweight. Like
You'll get him
No,
there,
I'm not.
Foxo.
Then
You'll
there's
get
this
him
guy.
there.
No, Foxo,
Right,
I'm not a
so,
lightweight. That's the whole point.
We are
To me, you are.
we're coming up on 11 o'clock at night.
Right.
And
For the
I
record,
have
I'm always asked a question because apparently they've got something special to show you depending on how long you go.
unfortunately they say they won't be here till at least 5 hours from now, and I will not be going in 5 hours.
Yes, that's a bit of a difference.
So, here is the thing. This, as some of you may know, and for those of you who have been here since the start, and I know some of you have been here basically since the start. I see Phoenix in here. Wheatley's been here since basically the start of Ramblings tonight. And Cher has basically been with me from even before the ping went out at 3:30. This, and for those of you who know and on YouTube, this is my last Ramblings in the drydock. And it is... And it is the last...
Try not to sound too excited.
And it is the last official thing I do as Chief of Communications. So, when I step down, I will lose the Chief of Communications when this stream ends, and hope Cyclic will do this fairly quickly because I discussed this track beforehand, so it should be all set to go. I
had no idea.
Oh, of course you didn't. He didn't. Of course he's not told anybody. Great. I do love Drac, but sometimes his communication can be, as Dr. Clark said at the weekend, a little bit,
Hot kettle black.
Yes, I know. Just
I'm going to reiterate that.
All right. No.
I will say again, I only know what time Fleet is streaming when I see the debug command show up in the development term.
Streaming, not normal. Different types of communication. Anyway, I am stepping down.
I'm going to reiterate, Runon.
Can I do my final bit as
No,
Fleet?
this wouldn't be ramblings.
No.
We wouldn't be giving you a proper send-off.
Right,
If
yes,
we didn't
that
give you
is
help.
fair. That is fair. But in all seriousness, I've been doing this in the dry dock now for 4 years. It's been
ages.
It feels like ages. I suppose it has been. It's been an amazing ride. A lot has changed in the last 4 years since I started doing it, and
We brought your PC up into the 21st century.
that we did. Well, actually, I've gone. Well, yes, actually, yeah. I was going to say gone through 2 PCs, but no. We have gone through only one. This is only the first time I've had this 2 PC, but yes. So my replacement is selected. They know what they're doing. That is, of course, Moe, who was mentioned previously. So they will be elevated this evening. I will be demoted, and I am being shunted across into the associate role, same as Shipyard is. So I'm like another content creator slash, person Drac knows.
I'm an associate.
Yes, you've been an associate for
Yeah,
ages.
you have the associate role.
Yeah, same as I will have in a minute. So, on behalf of myself, and on behalf of the people who have made Ramblings in the Dry Dock what it is, thank you. And I hope that those of you who are here who also partake in game night won't miss me too much. Because again, not being Chief of Communications, I will no longer be running any events in the Dry Dock. That'll be handed over to the other members of the other still active members of the community team. So do look forward to that. I know that Moe does have some things in the pipeline he is planning, but those are long term. In the meantime, there probably will still be Hoy and War Thunder in the Dry Dock. I just will not be hosting them. However, don't think you've got rid of me that easily, because I have been informed in no uncertain terms I still have to attend by Foxo and Dragon. So I'm not going anywhere.
If you cannot attend, I will burn your legacy to the ground.
I like my legacy. But yes.
And I'll help.
Yes. But thank you.
At the ready.
But thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thank you to James, Chair, Venom Geek Media, Foxo, Guy, Ruinon, Cyclic, Dragon. To the YouTube audience, I'm going to say good night to you. Because for you guys, basically,